Chapter 180 Endless Monsters. Wu Tianqing didn't really want to harvest the air roots in the sky. The range was too large, difficult to kill, and the mana couldn't hold up. After driving them away, he could finally have a good sleep. Luckily, the panel had a function of reading and washing, otherwise he would have to run naked on the road. With Lu Jie's water source control, the bloodstains on the road were quickly cleaned. After setting up a tent again, Wu Tianqing slept until dawn. When he woke up, his hand just touched the zipper on the tent. A dialogue box suddenly popped up in front of him. When you see the true face of the world, even if it is only a part of it, you have to keep a distance from this world. The dialogue box rarely teased him. This made Wu Tianqing feel uneasy. After hesitating for a while, Wu Tianqing still unzipped his pants. He did not look directly into the distance, but lowered his head to look at the road surface of the journey. This kind of crisis had already occurred once on the journey to the ruins. That was to look at the moon in the sky. At that time, the Soul Clan was still there. He tried his best to play that scene well. And now, the dialogue box reminded him so seriously that he had to be cautious. Once he saw something with a mental impact. If he didn't perform well on the spot and his expression was flawed, the consequences would be serious. The night of the foggy journey was really scary. Fortunately, the boss drove them away last night. Lu Jie and Xiongbiao talked as if no one was around, not worried about seeing anything at all. But Wu Tianqing knew that it was because their eyes were obscured by the fog, and the fog protected them well. Wu Tianqing didn't have any, so he had to be as cautious as possible. As he ate the bun in his hand, his sight gradually shifted from the road surface to the edge of the road. He mostly relied on the corner of his eyes to observe the environment. The edge of the road was bare, just like when he first came to the foggy plate. The difference was that the surface was yellow-brown when he first came, but now, the surface was blood-red. The killing last night was so crazy that the blood just thought of this. And Wu Tianqing's pupils shrank slightly, because he saw that the originally blood-red ground was gradually fading. Soon, large patches of blood on the edge of the road seeped into the soil, and the surface turned yellow-brown again. However, the teammates in the middle of the road did not see any changes at the edge. Wu Tianqing still ate breakfast with an expressionless face. So far, the strange changes that had occurred could not scare him. His sight was focused on the yellow-brown ground, and as his sight shifted little by little, the range that he could see from the corner of his eyes became wider and wider. Originally, in his sight, there was still a thin layer of fog. Although it could not block his sight, Wu Tianqing could still see the fog. But as the daytime scene came into view, the fog that blocked Wu Tianqing completely dissipated in his eyes. Fortunately, the dialogue box gave a prompt in advance. He could never have imagined that the foggy area in the daytime would be like this. How to say it? Everything he saw was far more terrifying than at night. At night, it was just the eyeballs of tree roots, the eyeballs of air roots, and it seemed a little scary to be surrounded. During the day, many monsters that roost at night come out. This is the real horror. However, these horrors are kept at a certain distance from the players according to some settings. Large tracts of strange animals and plants, all without hair, with dense blood veins on their skin. These monsters look the same as the blood-threaded weird bats before. Whether it is a beast monster or an insect monster, they all have skin similar to human skin, except that the purple-red blood vessels are protruding. If there were only one or two, it would be fine. In the foggy area, there were countless monsters. Large groups of monsters were in order. They did not exist to hunt players, but were busy doing something. For example, some monsters were as big as a palm. Wu Tianqing could not feel any danger from it. It was even weaker than the monsters in the novice village. But it didn't matter, because it did not exist to fight. It was like a bee, carrying something diligently. It's just that bees carry honey, and it carries blood-red powder. I don't know what it is. There are countless bee monsters like this. Similarly, there are spider-shaped monsters, mosquito-shaped monsters, tigers, lions, and so on. Not only are there many types, but also many numbers. The entire fog map, there are monsters everywhere. Even, Wu Tianqing can directly draw a conclusion. These monsters are endless, because he has already seen some insect monsters laying eggs from the corner of his eye. Good guys. Each time they lay eggs, there will be a large nest. Hundreds of eggs will hatch as soon as they come out of the mother's body. Even if their fighting power is weaker than the monsters in the novice village, once they rush forward, the team will surely die. However, even if these monsters occasionally see the players, they have no intention of rushing forward. Even if Lu Jie eats breakfast while eating, she walks out of the road, she has exposed herself when she appears outside the road, they still have no intention of attacking the players. They all have their own duties. These monsters seem to have something to do. Even, different types of monsters do different things. Just like human society, there is a very detailed division of labor. The reason why Wu Tianqing did not stop Lu Jie from walking off the road was because this situation had already happened yesterday. When they could not see anything, they had already walked off the road. At that time, they must have all been exposed to the sight of these monsters. They did not attack the team yesterday, and they will not attack today. What surprised Wu Tianqing was that, even Lu Jie, who had become a magic master, could not sense these monsters. You know, the way she found the monsters was by relying on the water vapor in the air. By sensing the coverage of water vapor, she could find the location of the monsters. How did these obviously physical monsters break Lu Jie's sense? In the mountains and plains, there was still a little fog on the surface. When the sun rose little by little, the fog was gradually dissipating. These fogs were not real fogs, but condensed water vapor into fog. Wu Tianqing suddenly said, "Jie, you can find monsters by sensing water vapor. So I'll leave it to you to find prey today." Lu Jie was originally standing outside the road. After hearing what Wu Tianqing said, she turned around and smiled. Okay. Her smile was a little sweet. But behind this sweet expression, a palm-sized mosquito monster flew by. It flew over the back of her head, about 1 meter away. While flying, the marble-like eyes on the head of the mosquito monster stayed on Lu Jie for about a second. But Lu Jie didn't sense anything about it. The fog blocked. And it was probably not just the sight. When the monster flew away, the card in Wu Tianqing's palm suddenly disappeared. This was just one direction he saw. Wu Tianqing didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene he would see if he looked around. Chapter 182. Just because. I have to say, the fog here is really awesome. The arena not far away was full of fighting. It was in full swing, large waves of fire. And the roar of fighting did not reach the team here. Both the elemental turbulence and the sound were perfectly blocked by the fog. Wu Tianqing was still analyzing various combat monsters in his mind, but Lu Jie issued a warning in front. Be careful, I sensed a total of 6 just because. Wu Tianqing glanced over. Yes, there are indeed 6 Kuns, not a big problem. Take out the black ribbon from the space backpack, tie it up, cover your eyes. The teammates don't know why Wu Tianqing did this. But their biggest advantage is that they don't ask everything. Just like last night, Wu Tianqing dared to take action. Naturally he had his reasons, no need to ask. Already knowing the enemy's fighting style, Wu Tianqing has a huge advantage. Even if he is blindfolded, killing monsters is like playing. I'll do it. Wu Tianqing walked forward with his eyes covered. While his teammates were still on guard, he didn't look alert at all. The difference between today's Wu Tianqing and yesterday's Wu Tianqing is so great that his teammates are confused. Yesterday, he was the most cautious in the team, with a cold look in his eyes. Today, he is the most relaxed in the team, even with his eyes covered. This act of not taking the enemy seriously completely angered the opposite Kun. Haha. It was just because. Xiong Biao and Lu Jie were just about to defend and take action. And Wu Tianqing had already made a very skillful move. The purple-red track cut through the fog. And the rogue AoE style of play stopped the 6 Kuns from rushing forward. Before they could make the next move, Wu Tianqing attacked again. Knowing the enemy's information, once Wu Tianqing launched his attack, it would be fatal. Just as his left hand threw out a rogue AoE attack, his right hand had already made a targeted attack. This attack was very similar to the lawnmower attack last night. The fan-shaped attack close to the ground directly cut off Kun's chicken claws. The attack speed was too fast at that moment. And these Kunkins didn't react at all. They never thought that the enemy had already destroyed their proud speed without seeing them. Huh? Are you kidding me? Without chicken claws? How can they move? The fast-moving target was instantly turned into a fixed target by the enemy. These Kunkins were angry. The red chicken mouths spewed flames together. But Wu Tianqing didn't even ask Lu Jie to pull up the water curtain. He stretched out his right hand, as if he had grabbed a green dragon crescent blade out of the air. It was as if he had stretched his hand into the water, and the air in front of him was rippling. That was the action of taking out a weapon from the space backpack. He did not launch an attack. From the moment he made the fan-shaped attack, Wu Tianqing had already predicted the next move of these Kunkin. The green dragon crescent blade was waving rapidly in Wu Tianqing's hand, so fast that it seemed to form an electric fan in front of him. And before that, these Kunkin had not even sprayed out flames. The flames rushed towards Wu Tianqing. However, the rapid waving of the green dragon crescent blade, the strong wind it brought, was enough to protect him. The silver blade light formed a disc shield in front of him as he swung it. The more than 2-meter-long Qing Long Yinwei sword was enough to protect him, and his teammates behind him. The silver blade swung rapidly, blocking the gushing flames. At this moment, the flames were like waves hitting a boulder, and the flames rushed straight into the sky. But they could not penetrate the silver light of the disc. The scene of foresight appeared again, and Lu Jie and Xiong Biao were both dumbfounded. How did he know that the enemy could spit fire, using a knife to block the gushing flames? This kind of exaggerated scene that only appears in movies, TV dramas, and animations. Can anyone really reproduce it in reality? Wu Tianqing has performed foresight many times, so that when he is cheating now, his teammates don't even think of the prospective cheat. In their opinion, this is another death design of the god of death. Even Kun Kun, a flame monster, can't keep spitting fire. The moment they stopped, they were doomed to die. 6 flames were ejected. Wu Tianqing was at the forefront of the impact. How could he not know which direction it came from? Even if he couldn't tell, his road style was enough to harvest. The moment the flame stopped, the strong wind brought by the azure dragon crescent blade blew out the flames. His left hand threw out the infinite card again, and 6 kill prompts popped up on the game panel almost at the same time. As Wu Tianqing's teammates, these two also benefited from it, and got experience. The game panel also popped up prompts. Flame Chicken Demon has died, experience plus 100, gold plus 50. Flame Chicken Demon has died, experience plus 100, gold plus 50. Flame Chicken Demon King has died, experience plus 200, gold plus 100. In the past, even if you fight in a team, you can usually only kill one monster in a morning or afternoon. Whether it is probing, attacking, defending, it takes a lot of time and energy, and the mana is depleted quickly. You have to go back to the road to rest and recover after the fight. But this time, just after leaving the road this morning, Wu Tianqing killed 6 monsters at once. What the hell, I haven't even started to digest breakfast yet, and you killed a bunch of monsters? Not only the teammates were confused, but also the monsters who were doing their own jobs. Wu Tianqing took off the ribbon, and all the monsters stopped, looking at Wu Tianqing as if he were a god. However, they could not judge whether Wu Tianqing could see through the fog, and could not even attack in groups, and could only watch. Many monsters that were not transferred to combat secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, their job was not to fight. And those monsters who were dedicated to combat, their eyes were whiter than anyone else's. Especially some Kunkin, who were not sent to the field. Their innocent eyes were almost crying. Wu Tianqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and looked at the game panel. 700 experience points were harvested, plus the remaining 100 points, a total of 800 points. Upgraded to level 11, spent 550 experience points, and 250 points were left. The number looked a bit unlucky, so I had to continue to grind. It was not only Wu Tianqing who upgraded. His teammates also upgraded. For some reason, they were a little uneasy about this upgrade. The experience came too easily. Did they really come to the official game, instead of coming to the novice village from the hell difficulty game? Why is the official game easier to deal with? The combat specialized monsters that were originally eager to try, now all looked anxiously, fearing that they would be selected, and become the experience harvested by Wu Tianqing. After killing 6 monsters, the team suffered no loss, and continued to explore. As long as they stayed outside the highway, the game had to refresh the monsters for them. The game mechanism was like this. And these monsters dedicated to combat had to be put on the field. This time, the bug was perfectly fixed, and the game couldn't find any fault with it. The teammates following Wu Tianqing felt that they were really going to be carried away. Chapter 183. Draw a sword to cut the water. What the hell is going on? Xiao Shuai, what's wrong with you? Xiao Shuai, even with a god's perspective, I can't see through the fog. I can only see a small part of the range. How did Xiao Shuai know in advance? I remember this kind of hairless chicken monster, which has used flamethrowers to attack many players. Why can Xiao Shuai predict the future? That's not right. Before, his prediction was okay. I thought he had high perception, but it's different now. The fog will block perception. Why can he still predict the future? Even if it's a perception type talent, there will be certain restrictions. The fog is not just as simple as blocking the line of sight. So how did Wu Tianqing do it? Is there any expert who can explain it? Even StarCraft netizens cannot see Wu Tianqing's tricks. Who would have thought that he could see the barrage? Seeing StarCraft netizens say, perception talent will be limited. Wu Tianqing then remembered the barrage that was blocked before. The talent is for players to survive better, and being blocked is also for protecting players. It's just that Wu Tianqing knows everything he should know, so the block barrage was released. Ignoring the comments on the barrage, Wu Tianqing asked Lu Jie to continue leading the team and wait for the game to refresh the monsters. At this moment, these combat specialized monsters all looked pitiful. Those hairless chickens were just the beginning. Wu Tianqing was planning to use the shortest possible time to level up. Blood-threaded weird bats and flame chicken demons had both appeared, so he could feel a little more at ease with similar monsters. There is also a saying in the monster world that I would rather die than my friend die. These two types of monsters can't do anything to the players, and usually refresh different monsters. Wu Tianqing has been quietly paying attention to the arena. He remembers clearly what types of specialized combat monsters there are. No matter what monsters the opponent sends out, he has a targeted plan. Fire can't do anything to Wu Tianqing, and the opponent sends out water monsters. Water monsters are naturally restrained by fire. These monsters will think that they are more powerful than hairless chickens. However, for Wu Tianqing, water monsters are easier to deal with. The team has a water mage, and there is also a water monster on his shoulder. Even the previous hidden gameplay was completed in a water world. His familiarity with the water system far exceeds that of the fire system. These monsters are really too polite. At one time, 8 water monsters were dispatched at once. Polite. Too polite. Although their appearance is a bit scary. They are obviously in the shape of crocodiles, but they have human skin, and there are countless purple-red blood vessels on the surface. But Wu Tianqing is not afraid. In his eyes, these are all mobile experience packs. Anyway, he now has melee skills and range skills, so he is not afraid of the opponent's many tricks. But he is afraid of the opponent's lack of experience. 8 at once, equivalent to 900 experience points. In the novice village, experience must be gained bit by bit. In the official game, experience is easier to gain. Only Wu Tianqing has this privilege. I sensed a crocodile-shaped monster, Lu Jie said halfway, and changed her words. Forget it. You come. She just hugged the thigh. Don't think she didn't hear the sentence "you are awesome" just now. It was perfunctory, confirming the location of the monster with the corner of his eye. Wu Tianqing put on the ribbon again. The crocodile monster is not a speed-type monster like the hairless chicken. For Wu Tianqing, it is easier to deal with. Infinite cards can be shot without thinking, and they can be killed instantly. However, Wu Tianqing cannot shoot them directly, because from the perspective of other monsters, he cannot see these monsters. The first time he faced the hairless chicken, it was okay. Whether it was the rogue AoE play or the fan-shaped attack, it could be said that he was lucky. But if he was lucky every time, it would be hard not to doubt that he could see through the fog. When encountering such a non-threatening monster, Wu Tianqing was willing to act. He thought that this bug was very clever, and even the game officials could not find fault with it. But what if the game officials can't afford to play it again? What if the officials are not human and strengthen the monsters again? He has to fight harder to make it more comfortable to level up. I'm afraid the game officials didn't expect that. There would be players who could perform such a dangerous scene and achieve an incredible record. This is what Wu Tianqing is thinking now. The crocodile-like monsters are very alert and are not in a hurry to attack. In their view, the fog can effectively protect them. As long as it takes a while, the monsters have the right to choose escape. They don't have to fight this evil. They have the ability to spray water and control water flow. Wu Tianqing is very clear about this, and it is also the confidence to let them attack first. But why are these things not taking action? The silver light of the Qing Long Yanhue sword in Wu Tianqing's hand suddenly brightened a little, as if warning these monsters. Do you want to fight? If you don't fight, I will do it. This naked threat made the monsters angry. They have always threatened the players. When will it be the players' turn to threaten the monsters? Even if you are a little stronger, you can't be so arrogant. When you are sent out, at least you have to fight, before you can decide whether to run away. Considering this, they prepared to try to spray water. If the opponent is too strong, run away first. The sound of water flow sounded. Wu Tianqing reacted quickly, swinging the green dragon crescent blade. He didn't do nothing just now. He would not bear the monster's attack for no reason. Giving these monsters the first move does not mean getting hurt. He has been holding the green dragon crescent blade, accumulating power. With this accumulation of power, he can swing a more powerful silver sword. Draw the sword. Cut off the water. The exaggerated water flow rushed towards Wu Tianqing, but was cut off by a silver sword energy. This is the real sword cutting. Even if other people have similar skills, it is impossible to swing such a sword energy. Only by reaching a certain level of martial arts can such an exaggerated sword energy be swung. With Baguazhang at the same level as the ejection skill, Wu Tianqing's swordsmanship can be imagined. Before, Baguazhang combined with Qing Long Yanuadeo. The effect shown seemed not as good as empowerment with infinite cards. But in fact, it is not worse than empowerment. But the battle is not that intense. For the power of Baguazhang to be truly exerted, the opponent must be strong. The enemy is too weak, and will die if it cannot exert its power. It looks not as strong as empowerment. But now, Wu Tianqing's power accumulating swing immediately shows the most terrifying effect of Baguazhang plus Qing Long Yanuadeo. The water flow condensed by the monster is not a simple water flow. It contains magic elements. That is, water elements. If he can split the momentum of the water element, can he easily split the fire element, earth element and many other elements? No wonder he can stop the fire attack of the hairless chicken by swinging. Chapter 184 River Crocodile. Lu Jie and Xiong Biao had a headache. They thought that it was very exaggerated and outrageous that Wu Tianqing had just swung out a silver blade-like disc to stop the flame spray. Now they realized that they still underestimated him. Why did he need to swing so many times? He only needed to swing once. The huge silver blade energy could cut the rushing water. In fact, the water flow was like jelly, cut neatly, and rushed to the left and right. And it didn't soak Wu Tianqing's clothes. That's it. What else to fight? Several crocodile monsters began to flee, and the remaining few were unwilling to give up, and wanted to activate the water flow control to see if they could drown him. Hearing the rustling sound, Wu Tianqing immediately judged that a monster wanted to escape. When the monster was not an enemy, and was not sent out, the fog could cover all their traces. But when it became an enemy, the fog only had the effect of blocking the line of sight. But it had no effect of silencing the sound. Wu Tianqing had good hearing, and could easily judge the location of the sound source. He was about to throw out a hand of cards, and the remaining few crocodile monsters that had not escaped wanted to interfere with Wu Tianqing's attack. Unfortunately, these monsters forgot. They are not the only ones who have teammates. Wu Tianqing has one too. Although they are clinging to the thighs, don't treat them as trash. The water flow that rushed past Wu Tianqing's side wanted to turn around and sweep towards Wu Tianqing. The mink on his shoulder immediately condensed a water flow and blasted over, interrupting the enemy's control. Lu Jie raised the infinite staff, and a large amount of magic power poured into it, competing with the crocodile monster for the control of the water element. With the dual blessing of the water mage and the water pet, several crocodile monsters can't control the water flow in a short time. If the 8 crocodile monsters unite, then there are only 2 water monsters on our side, which is indeed a bit insufficient. The problem is that how many of the opponents want to be deserters. With a burst of infinite cards, Wu Tianqing's game panel popped up several kill prompts again. The crocodile's movement speed is a bit slow. Because they are afraid of Wu Tianqing, they all hide far away. At this moment, the surviving crocodile monsters are in a very embarrassing situation. Fight in close combat, they are too far away. Before they get close, Wu Tianqing's infinite cards can kill them. Run away. Wu Tianqing's infinite cards have too wide a range. There is no way to escape. With the pitiful brain capacity of the crocodile monsters, there is no way to escape. Wu Tianqing is such a good person. Naturally, he will not embarrass these little cuties who give experience. Life is so hard. He has to help them relieve their pain quickly. Just now, he was so happy with the killing, and one of Wu Tianqing's shameless plans was also shattered. He originally wanted to make it harder for himself to fight. The problem is, he couldn't even fight hard, and the monsters wanted to run away. How could he let the experience pack run away? Look, with one move, all the crocodile monsters that wanted to run away died. After killing so many monsters at once, if the remaining monsters wanted to fight harder, then the performance would be very obvious. This forced him to solve them cleanly and neatly. Wu Tianqing felt hurt. These monsters, how can they be so spineless? They just run away when they say so? You just want to run away after spitting? That's too bad. Isn't it? I wanted to give you a heroic death, at least to make the scene look earth-shattering and soul-stirring. In this way, the monsters will continue to spawn easy monsters for him, and he can happily spawn monsters. Now it has become like this, and the game continues to spawn similar monsters for him. It's really stupid. I glanced at the game panel. The river crocodile has died, experience plus 100, gold plus 50. The river crocodile has died, experience plus 100, gold plus 50. The river crocodile king has died, experience plus 200, gold plus 100 as expected, a total of 900 experience, for 50 gold coins. His gold coins exceeded 1,000 again, and he had nowhere to spend them. He had 1,150 experience points left. He could upgrade to level 12, and spent 600 experience points, leaving 550 points. He only needed 100 experience points to upgrade to level 13. This upgrade speed was like riding a rocket. But unfortunately, Wu Tianqing knew that such an easy way of killing monsters would not last long. The monsters dedicated to fighting all looked at the tree. The giant eye on the tree stared at Wu Tianqing. Even without taking off the ribbon, Wu Tianqing felt a strong sense of being watched. The teammates didn't find anything. Only Wu Tianqing was sweating coldly. It doubted whether Wu Tianqing could see through the fog. This targeted mental impact made Wu Tianqing a little annoyed. Is the game not playable again? Can he see? Didn't he see the ribbon tied on his head? Didn't he judge it? And wanted to launch a mental attack on him? It took a long time. The pressure gradually subsided, and Wu Tianqing recovered. Only teammates who really couldn't see through the fog didn't notice it at all. Less than 24 hours after arriving at the mist map, he upgraded from level 7 to level 12. Rapid upgrades do make people suspicious. It's still early. Will they continue exploring? Wu Tianqing looked at the game panel. Rapid upgrades. So many intelligent races have participated in the game. Have you encountered it before? How did they deal with it? Wu Tianqing remembered that there was an intelligent race Speed Pass game, and he wanted to see what Speed Pass players would encounter. I wanted to see what the veterans said, but I didn't expect to see what the monitor said. I am the monitor Wagner Warner. I have a good impression of humans. But Wu Tianqing's leveling speed is a bit too fast. If he continues to level up, even I will have to assign him monsters of higher difficulty. Damn! Xiao Shuai actually blew up the monitor? I was still thinking, why was Wu Tianqing's journey in the fog so smooth? Does he have a background? It's not that he has a background. I remember, before the vampires transformed, they looked very similar to humans. So that's it. Among the intelligent races, it's not easy to find a similar looking race. What kind of shit luck did humans have to be assigned to a race that looks similar to them? This makes sense. No wonder Wu Tianqing fought for so long, and the strength of the monsters didn't change much. In the novice village, the monsters Wu Tianqing encountered gradually became stronger. When he reached the maximum level, the map would not produce stronger monsters, and the strength would remain unchanged. It is estimated that the monitor wants to befriend humans, so he always sets the difficulty to the lowest level. Although these enemies are considered strong when invisible, there is no other way. In order to benchmark the hell version of the game, the monitor will come out to reveal his identity. And I have a hunch that it is to gain the favor of humans. The vision of the immortal race is generally very vicious. I didn't expect that the monitor would be so sure of the potential of humans. A level 07 civilization. The barrage popped up very quickly, and it was overwhelming. As soon as the monitor came out, the number of barrages increased exponentially. Chapter 185 Monitor Wagner Warner. Are you still fighting? Lu Jie asked. Only Wu Tianqing was fighting the enemy, and his teammates didn't know how much his mana was depleted. In fact, his mana was not depleted much. But he should listen to others and eat his fill. When the monitor was against humans, he didn't need to make trouble for himself. Take a rest first. The team members mistakenly thought that he had lost too much mana, nodded, and went back to the road to rest. It wasn't even noon yet, which showed how crazy their leveling speed was. In fact, Wu Tianqing wanted to know more about the game. Once the monitor comes out, there will definitely be more important information to discuss. For the sake of a momentary experience, giving up the opportunity to obtain information is the most foolish. Back on the road, Wu Tianqing was still lying on the recliner, and there was a table next to him, waiting for the little mink to feed fruit. Lu Jie and Xiong Biao also bought chairs, staring at the game panel in the void. And I don't know what they are talking about with others. Wu Tianqing didn't care, and his mind was highly focused on the bullet screen. The bullet screen existed for a short time and flashed away. Most of the StarCraft fans send messages at the same time. which results in a huge amount of information in a short period of time. If he accidentally reads less, misses it, he will never see those messages again. He is not a real anchor, and he can still see the barrage history. If the information disappears, it is really gone. The monitor will reveal his identity, which clearly shows that he wants the human race to owe him a big favor. It is the kind that he has to owe, because Wagner-Warner has indeed lowered the difficulty for them. Logically speaking, after facing the blood-threaded weird bat once, Xiao Shui should not have to face monsters like the flame chicken demon and the river crocodile. The combat power of this monster is obviously lower than that of the blood-threaded weird bat, and there are more of them. No wonder Xiao Shui can gain experience so quickly. Monitor, can you tell me what you think? A civilization that is less than level 1, with such low potential, why do you still want to show goodwill? What nonsense is the above? My Xiao Shui has high potential. Okay, that's just him. The next topic, turn to the quarrel again. Wu Tianqing remembered the IDs of these speakers, simply ignored their words, and tried to collect as much information as possible. What he is most concerned about is the monitor Wagner-Warner. According to StarCraft netizens, the level of civilization is largely linked to the potential of the race. Humans have not even reached the most basic level 1 civilization. So for many StarCraft netizens, the potential of humans is very low and dispensable. He is considered to be the top few humans, but in the eyes of many netizens, he is still just SOSO. It is conceivable that in other players' live broadcast rooms, humans will be degraded to what extent? After watching for a while, the monitor finally spoke. Monitor Wagner-Warner, I am optimistic about humans. Not just because they look similar to vampires. Oh! Tell me more specifically. To be honest, there are too few excellent human individuals. Pitifully few. The vampires have extremely strong vitality, and they are immortal species. But they have only reached the second-level star civilization. They are short-lived species, and they don't have any racial talents. Their individual combat power is so low. I really don't see any potential in humans. Don't say that humans are smarter than other intelligent races. I don't agree with this. If their wisdom is really that strong, they wouldn't have failed to reach the first-level civilization. So Wagner-Warner, please explain, why do you think highly of humans, and do you want to show goodwill? I am also a citizen of the second-level civilization. Seeing the monitor treat the species of the 7th-level civilization so well, I feel a little uncomfortable, to be honest. It is a bit of a boost to others' ambitions. Wu Tianqing is a very rational person, and he will not get angry because of the comments of these netizens. In fact, this is easy to understand. High-level civilization versus low-level civilization is like the upper class versus the lower class. The crushing of strength will definitely give psychological advantages. They can't stand people of the same class, and trying to please people of the lower class will make them look cheap. The monitor's preferential treatment already has a taste of flattery. A higher-level civilization does not need to deliberately show favor to a lower-level civilization. Generally, it is the lower civilization that begs and pleads to please the higher civilization. Interstellar netizens are still waiting for the monitor's explanation. Wu Tianqing also wants to see what unique insights this monitor has. Monitor Wagner-Warner, for me, to see the potential of a civilization, we must not only look at the group, but also the individual. Although individual heroism is not desirable, you have to admit that the promotion of society also needs to rely on a few people. For example, the Industrial Revolution, various inventions, came from a few scientists. To evaluate a race, the group is one factor, and the upper limit of a few individuals is the second. In my opinion, humans are underestimated. Perhaps the combat effectiveness of the group is a little weak, but their individual upper limit is very high. Although Wagner-Warner wanted to show goodwill to the human race, he did not want to make enemies with species of the same level. Therefore, when he made such a move, he needed to explain it to the public in the interstellar world. And this explanation made many interstellar netizens understand. There are various situations for intelligent races. There are overrated species, and naturally there are underestimated species. And humans happen to be a seriously underestimated species. If we only look at the individual upper limit, the gain progress of humans will not be much worse than that of intelligent species of advanced civilizations. Although it is not as good as the top races, the level of cutting-edge individuals is already in the upper middle of the intelligent races in the universe. It is worthy of being an immortal species. The vision is vicious, but potential never represents strength. This time, the risk of Wagner-Warner's investment is a bit high. The universe also follows the law of the jungle. If you haven't reached the first level civilization, you haven't reached the first level civilization. So what if you have high potential? If you offend a high level civilization, they can destroy you before you rise. It's useless to have high potential. At that time, Wagner Warner, the monitor who showed goodwill to mankind, might be implicated. Is it worth it? It doesn't matter if you are a monitor Wagner Warner. Just a casual investment. If mankind is devastated by a high-level civilization, then I can only distance myself from it and treat it as a failed investment. Sure enough, they are the cunning and treacherous Blood Clan. Although the Blood Clan is only a second-level civilization, they have a strong background. Many third and fourth level civilizations dare not easily provoke the Blood Clan. They know that their potential is not high, but they are very good at making friends. Perhaps I should refer to the opinions of the Blood Clan and change my views on humans. Give them a few hundred years. It is not certain that humans can be promoted to a second-level civilization. Anyway, my lifespan is about 200 years. There is no need to change my views at all. Low-level civilization is low-level civilization. I don't need to look up to them. Monitor Wagner Warner said one last thing. Monitors have confidentiality clauses. I can't say too much. The reason why Monitor Wagner Warner appeared in Wu Tianqing's live broadcast room is that I am most optimistic about him. Perhaps he can lead his race and cross a class. What's the situation? Tell me in detail. Afterwards, no matter how the interstellar netizens asked, the monitor didn't say anything. What a pity. Wu Tianqing sighed secretly. The talent of perception and manifestation is not omnipotent. It is already very good to know so much information. Just leading the entire tribe across a class? How is that possible? Even he himself doesn't think he can do it. He's not a top scientist. Monitor, why do you think so? Forget it. Wu Tianqing shook his head slightly. He doesn't have the mind to lead all mankind. He just wants to stay out of it. I hope things will develop in the direction he wants. Chapter 186 Blood Lake. After checking for a while, there was no more valuable information in the barrage. However, Wu Tianqing took note of this monitor Wagner Warner. Compared with the previous one, the treatment of players was obviously much better. I hope this monitor can stay longer. After finishing lunch, Lu Jie prepared to take the team into action. Because such a long time is enough for Wu Tianqing's mana to be fully restored. Wu Tianqing didn't know whether it would be considered as continuing to level up if he killed monsters again in a few hours. If that counts, even the monitors have to make it harder for him. After walking out of the road, Wu Tianqing checked the situation in the monster arena as usual. Unfortunately, the combat-specialized monsters he saw did not seem to be afraid of Wu Tianqing. This means that they do not need to be sent out. This is not good news. Soon, as the team moved forward, they found a blood lake. A large monster slowly emerged from the center of the blood lake. Due to the fog, the team members did not know that the monster had appeared. The blood lake contains a lot of water. The monster only appeared above her head, and Lu Jie could not sense the situation on the other side. Fortunately, the magic master would not make such a low-level mistake. Lu Jie proposed another plan. Even Wu Tianqing secretly praised her caution. This lake will interfere with my perception. Let's stay away from the blood lake. Anyway, the game has to refresh monsters for them. Under the premise that the vision is blocked, she will not rashly choose to fight in the lake. Water source control does not mean that any liquid can be controlled. The more impurities in the water, the more difficult it is for her to control. And the more mana she loses. When there are too many impurities, it is difficult for her to tell whether the monster immersed in the water is a monster or an impurity in the water. The carbohydrates in the flesh are similar to the other impurities she senses. The team moved away from the blood lake, and the monster in the blood lake stared at the team that left. It originally wanted to fight the enemy in the blood lake, and in its own territory. It would have a much greater chance of winning. It never thought that the opponent was so cunning. And when it first encountered the blood lake, it didn't even explore it, and just slipped away. The monster slowly swam to the lakeside. Under the bloody water, it was a huge salamander monster. The salamander monster's limbs were somewhat similar to frogs, but its palms were much larger than frogs. Its flat head was somewhat similar to that of a fish, and it had 6 strange tentacles behind its head. 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and the twisted tentacles were covered with sparse animal hair, showing a strange pink color, although it came from the blood lake. Its skin was not scarlet, but rather like human white skin, with blood vessels hidden under the epidermis. Unlike other monsters that exposed all their purple-red blood vessels, the fish-like eyes looked a little dull. but the pupils reflected the group of people. As it climbed up the lake, the blood trickled down from its body. It was like a human being bathing in a wine-red pool. Unfortunately, although its skin was very tender, its appearance was extremely strange. Lu Jie, who was walking in front, stopped immediately. If the monster had been hiding in the blood lake, she would naturally not be able to sense it. But if the monster had left the blood lake, it would be too unprofessional for her to not sense it. It's here, and it's hard to tell from its appearance. It may be a mutant of the frog. It came out of the blood lake. This place is too close to the blood lake. Let's stay away from the blood lake to avoid it slipping away. Wu Tianqing almost couldn't help saying that it was a salamander monster. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and remembered that he was a blind man. The appearance of the salamander monster also made Wu Tianqing feel a long-lost sense of oppression. This monster was no longer the kind that could be killed instantly before. And only one appeared. There is a big difference in combat power between refreshing a group and refreshing one. A group of monsters, with number suppression, will inevitably reduce the combat power of individuals. Wu Tianqing suppressed the number factor, so he could take advantage of the group battle. The footsteps of the salamander monster were very light, and almost made no sound. It wanted to attack the team. Unfortunately, it could not have imagined that the fog had a very limited effect on the team. There were two people on the scene who knew its location. One covered the monster with water vapor, and the monster's location was nowhere to be found. The other was even more extreme, and directly turned on the perspective. Lu Jie glanced at Wu Tianqing, and Wu Tianqing nodded slightly. She immediately understood what Wu Tianqing meant, and pretended not to notice it without changing her expression. After staying with Wu Tianqing for a long time, it was common for her to do something like a dog. When the salamander monster approached, and was ready to charge and explode, a silver knife light suddenly swung out from behind Wu Tianqing. Before it pounced, the knife light arrived first. It was the most uncomfortable to be attacked halfway through charging. Everything happened too fast, it didn't even react. The knife light cut straight to its head, and red and white things were splattered all over the ground. I guess this monster was also confused, who was attacking whom. Anyway, it was also a strengthened monster. Even if its brain exploded, it didn't die immediately. Lu Jie cooperated with Wu Tianqing very skillfully. The condensation and flushing of the water source immediately washed away the red and white things on the ground, so that it would not be absorbed back to recover. When Wu Tianqing looked back, he saw the more bizarre side of this monster. It had a flat head that was 1 meter wide, and the brain in the center of the head was chopped up. Its eyes on both sides were still staring at him. It even seemed that it didn't care much about this brain that was not used much. Seeing this scene, Wu Tianqing was a little stunned. Is this really brainless? Like a frog, it ejected its long tongue from its mouth at an extremely fast speed, like catching mosquitoes, trying to catch and kill the team members. As we all know, the tongue of this monster ejects very quickly, and it can catch mosquitoes accurately. Mosquitoes flying in the air are much more flexible than humans. Even mosquitoes cannot be avoided. The salamander that is mutated into a monster will only be faster. Wu Tianqing couldn't even see how its mouth opened, and the tongue had already bounced in front of him. The blood-colored shield suddenly opened, an instant skill. As long as it is within the field of vision of Xiong Biao, it can ignore the distance. As the tank of the team, if the situation is favorable, his role is infinitely reduced. But if the strength of both sides is similar, or if the situation is unfavorable, his role is great. The moment the blood-red shield was opened, the tongue that bounced could only hit the shield, and could not reach Wu Tianqing at all. After failing to hit it, and being injured again, the monster's anger suddenly increased. It did not retract its tongue, but growled instead. Wu Tianqing felt that it looked down on him, so he had to use the silver knife light to cut off its tongue. However, it not only didn't care about its brain being cut open, it didn't care about its tongue being cut off either. As it growled, its fish-like eyes gradually turned red. Then, the 6 thick tentacles behind its head, as it roared, seemed to turn into 6 furry tongues, and attacked the team crazily. Chapter 187 Tyrannical Salamander. The attack speed of the salamander monster is extremely fast, and the naked eye can only see the moving afterimage. Fortunately, the blood shield is powerful enough, it can only vent its anger on the shield, and cannot hurt people. The blood shield has similar characteristics to the water curtain. In other words, if the divine tank system has similar shield skills, they all have similar characteristics. Otherwise, because the shield team cannot attack the enemy, it would be ridiculous. Wu Tianqing's eyesight is not that he can't keep up with the enemy, but his visual range can only be about 2 or 3 meters. The monster's attack range was too large. He could only observe with his peripheral vision, and couldn't use his full strength. After hesitating for a while, he put on the ribbon. Controlling the focus of his vision distracted him. Covering his eyes directly allowed him to focus on the battle. The attack speed of the monster's tentacles could be said to be supersonic. It was not advisable to judge the tentacles based on the sound source. In that case, attack the main body. Infinite cards were shot at the salamander monster. He thought he could cut it into pieces. But the 6 tentacles pulled out all the cards. And none of them hurt it. Water flowed around, rushing towards the salamander. However, for it, which is a water monster, it was simply a fantasy to drown it with water flow. It was even too lazy to defend against Lu Jie's water flow attack. Wu Tianqing did not get discouraged after failing to shoot a card, but instead shot more cards. The blood shield simply withstood the attack, causing Xiong Biao's mana to drop too quickly. Bombarding can save mana when the enemy is too strong. Wu Tianqing will not let himself resist alone. It is not afraid of water flow, it knows. Would the team members not know? Lu Jie herself is a master of water system. It crawled out of the blood lake. She naturally knows that this monster is not afraid of water. But why does she still do this? Because the water flow washes away the little brain matter left at all times. Don't forget the silver light skull opening at the beginning, after staying with Wu Tianqing for a long time. The team members gradually learned how to kill the enemy with tricks. Wu Tianqing attracted the attention of the monster, and it was the inconspicuous water flow that really wore it down bit by bit. I thought that flushing away its brain would gradually kill it. Unexpectedly, when the water washed away all its brain, it was still standing, with no intention of falling down. However, it still realized that it had lost its brain. Like a duck patting its head, it covered its cheek with its frog-like large palm, tilted its head, and looked dazed, as if it didn't understand what was going on. After a while, it realized that its brain was gone. Only an empty skull was left. The team had never seen such a weird scene, especially after it stopped. Its indifferent and dazed look made the atmosphere even weirder. Then, the water gathered in its head. It was the gathered clean water, which Lu Jie could sense clearly. But soon, she was not sure, because after the water gathered in its head, it gradually boiled. Boiling clean water does not turn into steam, but as the liquid boils, it becomes more viscous little by little. And the transparent clean water also turns into milky white little by little. In order to obtain information, at this moment, Wu Tianqing had already taken off the ribbon. Seeing the strange boiling water from the corner of his eye, Wu Tianqing's scalp tingled. He couldn't understand the situation at the scene. The water in its skull was gradually turning into brain matter. The boiling brain matter was terrifying no matter how you looked at it. It just so happened that Wu Tianqing had opened the skull, like a pressure cooker boiling soup, and some brain matter splashed out of the cracks in the skull after boiling. If the attack was effective, Wu Tianqing would not let the monster recover. But no matter the silver blade or the infinite cards, it seems that they can't cause effective damage to it. As a last resort, he could only rely on his talent. Soon, a strange screen popped up a dialogue box. Surprised or not, a genuine brain is full of water, and it is honest. You should give me some useful tips. Wu Tianqing opened the game panel. Woohoo! It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Good guy. If this monster is placed in other players' hands, it might be a boss of some version. In Wu Tianqing's place, it was just a simple monster. There was no way. He leveled up too fast, so it was understandable that a version boss appeared. Unfortunately, it had the combat power of a version boss, but it did not have the killing reward of a version boss. At most, it would give a little more experience and gold coins, but no other rewards. Even the StarCraft netizens only gave the name of the monster. There was no mention of the monster's weaknesses. I want it. What's the use of this talent? The water flow swept over again. And this time, the Tyrannosaurus salamander did not allow Lu Jie to freely control the water source. As a boss of the water system, controlling water is also its specialty. If it is a competition of exquisite control of water elements, this monster cannot be compared with the Magic Master. In any case, it is only the second version of the monster. After Lu Jie's magic realm is copied, it has reached a very high level. It is just a rough grab of the control of water elements. What is being competed is not the magic realm, but hard power. It is like a kind of great strength makes miracles. no matter how smart a scientist is. If his individual experience level is not high enough, he cannot beat a trainer. The giant salamander violently seized the control of the water element, and instead rolled the water back. A ball of water rushed over, directly blasting the water. The little mink, who had always been a mascot, finally stood up at the critical moment. Its petite figure rushed out of the range of the blood shield, and its 6 tentacles immediately attacked the mink. However, as a speed-type monster, its short burst is very terrifying. The attacking tentacles not only did not pierce the mink, but instead became a stepping stone under its feet, rushing towards the giant salamander. No matter how the tentacles pulled at the mink, the twisting tentacles in all directions around it all turned into mobile support points for the mink. The longer I stayed with Wu Tianqing, the more I coughed. The little mink and the giant salamander passed each other. At that moment, the mink's sharp claws suddenly stabbed out and slashed at the giant salamander's eyes. The monsters refreshed in the game this time were extremely targeted at the team. But the monitor did not expect that this mascot would also join the battle. The little mink usually followed and fought when the previous monitor was there. After Wagner Warner took over the job of the previous monitor, the little mink was always paddling. He suddenly launched an attack, and it exploded with such force, I guess Wagner and Warner were all dumbfounded. He didn't want to kill Wu Tianqing and the others, but at least he wanted to make their battle more difficult. But the team was still unscathed, and not even the mana was lost much. And then, there was another accident, and the monster was hit hard. Even the monster that restrained the team was restrained by the little mink. The monster that should have brought a difficult battle to the team turned out to be a show for the little mink. Chapter 188 Test. The shark claw flashed, and instantly blinded one of the giant salamander's eyes. The tentacles could not hit the little mink, so the giant salamander slapped the mink with its broad frog-like claws. It was a pity that the speed-type monster was so unreasonable before its physical strength was exhausted. This claw could only slap in vain. However, even if the little mink was not hurt, it still shocked the team. Because the power of this claw was amazing. With a slap, the sand and dust immediately splashed, spreading outward. Even the ground trembled slightly. However, the little mink had been paddling all the time, which did not mean that it was not good at fighting. This claw not only did not hurt it, but it followed the salamander's claws and climbed onto it, hiding behind it. Its only means of attack were its tentacles. The tentacles, which cannot hit it in a short time, can only serve as a stepping stone for it. Lu Jie cannot prevent water from entering its head, so this task is given to the little mink. The water stream bombards it at a very close distance, cooling its hot brain abruptly. The king salamander? It is unethical. It is too unethical. First, Lu Jie quietly poured water into its brain, and then the little mink cooled its brain. Don't bully monsters like this. The tentacles whipped and stabbed the little mink, and the little mink dodged flexibly. But the position of the little mink was behind it. If it could not hit the little mink, it would hit itself. The super salamander probably never thought in its life that one day it would be so angry that it would whip itself. The white skin on the sour salamander was torn apart by its own whip. The angrier and more anxious it was, the less likely it was to hit the mink. The more chaotic the attack, the more the little mink could fish in troubled waters. It even took advantage of the mink's inattention to blind its other eye. For creatures that need to rely on vision to identify the environment, suddenly falling into a state of blindness will cause panic for a short period of time. With multiple buffs stacked up, it no longer cared about the team, and its hatred shifted to the little mink. If it didn't guard the team, how could it be? The control of the water element immediately returned to Lu Jie's hands. The half-formed brain that had just cooled down, before it had time to boil again, was poured with a basin of cold water. The more it wanted to recover, the more the team would not let it recover. Lu Jie simply washed away its half-formed brain, letting it return to a brainless state. The empty head seemed unusually cool. The broad frog-like palm covered its flat face again. The dazed look, as if asking, "Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going?" While it was in a daze, the tentacles were weakened for a moment. Wu Tianqing seized the opportunity and ejected the infinite card. 6 tentacles, cut off from the root, without the means of attack of the tentacles. Even if this monster has amazing recovery ability, it is difficult to stir up waves. However, the direction of things once again exceeded the team's expectations. Its blinded eyes shed blood and tears, and its skin gradually turned purple, and the dense blood vessels were exposed in the epidermis, as if it had become some kind of furious state. Wu Tianqing had seen this state before. Ancient dragon tortoise. When he was dealing with the ancient dragon tortoise in the novice village, this situation had occurred. It was almost dead, but it was still bloodthirsty and violent. Come back. Wu Tianqing suddenly gave an order. The little mink rushed back to Wu Tianqing's position in a few steps. Fortunately, Wu Tianqing's order came in time, so it was not injured by the sudden change. It did not reattach the 6 severed tentacles, but grew them back in its body like a broken limb regenerated. Its tongue was the same. Half of the tongue, and in the middle of the cross-section. It seemed as if a seedling had broken through the soil, and another tongue came out directly, and overlapped with the original tongue, and was restored to its original state. Even the scar on the top of the head in the middle of the head gradually healed, and the gap was glued back together, as it became bloodthirsty and violent. The size of this monster expanded to a certain extent, especially its flat head, which was blown up like a balloon. The top of the head seemed to have turned into some kind of thick gelatinous substance. As the epidermis expanded, the white epidermis gradually became thinner and transparent, and you could see that the water in its brain was accumulating more and more. The big head was shaking, as if this inflated balloon head would burst at any time, and the originally pink tentacles behind its head gradually stretched, became thicker and thicker, and the color became darker and darker, and gradually covered with wrinkles. This familiar feeling is like the tentacles growing behind its head. They are not tentacles at all, but scarlet tree roots hidden under the surface soil. The only difference is that there are no eyeballs at the end of its tentacles. Roar! This roar formed a wave of air. In the eyes of the team members, even the fog appeared like waves, spreading outward. Even because of this roar, the surrounding fog was roared away, visibility rose to dozens of meters, and the team members could clearly see the shape of the monster. At this time, if its big head is really like a balloon, its defense seems to be particularly weak, and a needle can easily pierce it. But at this time when he should seize the opportunity, Wu Tianqing did not take advantage of it. He knew very well that a bloodthirsty and violent monster should become stronger, not weaker. At this time, taking advantage of the opportunity may fall into the trap. The monster is still expanding further, but Wu Tianqing keeps his eyes on the game panel. Such an exaggerated change has appeared. The StarCraft netizens should at least discuss it. It has appeared. The king salamander with water in his head. Stop being funny. Xiao Shuai doesn't know if he can get through this difficult time. His perception is so high that the fog was dispersed a little. He should be able to sense the danger on the monster. The final self-explosion of the tyrant salamander is very scary. If you don't keep a distance, even the red skill of the tank system, the blood shield, will be blown to pieces instantly. If you are greedy at this time, attack it and induce it to self-explode in advance. The power of the self-explosion will not be weakened at all. Xiao Shuai. Run. Xiao Shuai. Wagner Warner. Tell me the reason for arranging this monster. I thought you would arrange a tyrant salamander that would not self-explode. But I didn't expect you to arrange the kind that would self-explode. Wagner Warner, if he can't even foresee this crisis in advance, then I overestimate the top individuals of human beings. Wagner Warner, however, he has not taken advantage of the opportunity until now. Which means I am not wrong. It seems that it is a test. Xiong Biao looked at Wu Tianqing anxiously. He thought that it might be better to stop it from changing at this time, and interrupt it in advance. But he didn't bring it up. What he can think of, the god of death must also think of. He doesn't think he is smarter than the god of death. The god of death must have his own considerations. However, the next second, the decision of the god of death surprised him. Retreat. Chapter 189. Close your eyes. As soon as Wu Tianqing said this, Lu Jie reacted quickly, and used water vapor to roll up a foggy passage, an escape route. The reason for doing this is not that the road is uneven, but in a foggy environment, it is easy to get separated when running. Ah? Okay. Xiong Biao reacted a little slower, but still caught up. After hesitating for a while, he activated the blood shield for the team. This action made Wu Tianqing, who was running at full speed, smile a little more. Lu Jie and he cooperated well. At the beginning, what was most needed was initiative. She had her own ideas on how to fight and how to attack, and she would cooperate. Under his training, Xiong Biao also began to try to take the initiative. When no one reminded him, taking the initiative to use the shield according to the situation was the most important point for the tank system. Just now, when the giant salamander suddenly stabbed out its tongue, Xiong Biao did a good job. This time, even if he had doubts, he could use his skills based on logical reasoning and judgment. The most difficult first step has been taken, and it will be much easier from now on. Before the game came, taking the initiative to do things meant that it was easier to make mistakes and take risks. Most of the time, if you do it well, no one will praise you. But if you do it badly, you will be criticized by everyone. What he needs to overcome is the psychological barrier. The team had not run for long when the giant salamander behind them exploded. Boom! The exaggerated power was like planting a small mushroom in front of you. The dust and wind caused by the explosion raged out, mixed with some kind of mincemeat and water droplets. The fog rolled continuously in the violent explosion, spreading outward, and even cleared the fog in this area. Fortunately, with the surging sand and dust, the team's visibility was still very limited, and they didn't see too many things they shouldn't see. The rolled-up earth and rocks kept bombarding the blood shield, and those who didn't know would think that hail was falling from the sky. Close your eyes. Wu Tianqing gave the order directly. Once the aftermath of the explosion passed, the earth and sand subsided, and if the fog didn't fill this area in time, the team members would definitely see a lot of things they shouldn't see. Tianqing's order? They still didn't understand, but it did not affect their execution. The team immediately closed their eyes and squinted a little to prevent themselves from committing suicide, and deliberately opened the game panel to divert their attention. The giant salamander has died. Experience plus 500, gold plus 250 is a very generous reward. With the blood shield to prevent the explosion damage, Wu Tianqing has already seen the situation of the fog map, and is not curious at all. Hastily upgraded to level 13, experience points remaining 400. The next upgrade requires 700 points. His focus is not on experience, but on the comments. The new monitor is willing to speak in his live broadcast room. He has a hunch that this monitor will reveal more information. What about Wagner Warner? I said he can avoid it. As expected of a vampire, he has a sharp eye. Fortunately, Xiaoshui is sharp. Otherwise, he would be played to death by you. Sometimes I really doubt. Are you really helping humans? And add the bloodthirsty and violent option of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After seeing Wu Tianqing's foresight and super perception, and seeing the beauty of his combat form, I can't watch other live broadcasts anymore. Wagner. Warner. Do you think I only tested one thing? Is it possible? I guessed it. The cunning vampire used the aftermath of the explosion to clear the fog in an area, to test Xiaoshui's visibility in the foggy area. I said the test was not very accurate, because I wanted to see how much truth he had discovered about the fog. But the way he commanded his teammates to close their eyes, it seems that Xiaoshui already knows a lot. Even if Xiaoshui doesn't know part of the truth about the fog, after this wave of explosions, he will probably know it. So treacherous, Wagner Warner, you are making them lose sand points. At this time, the aftermath of the explosion has passed. Wu Tianqing did not send any instructions. The team still kept their eyes closed. The blood shield never dissipated, to prevent sudden monster attacks. Before the fog came over, this was a clear blank area. Countless monsters stared at the team. Once they found that the team saw them, they would immediately attack in groups. At this time, if any team member did not obey Wu Tianqing's instructions, he opened his eyes. He would find that the surroundings were full of monsters. In the sky and on the ground, there were almost endless monsters. There was also a strange eyeball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. In contrast to the huge eyeball, the small pupil stared at the three members of the team. Wu Tianqing was lucky. He had already discovered the surrounding situation, and his expression did not change. Even Wu Tianqing has begun to get used to this feeling of being watched. The pupil of that big eyeball likes to be on him. Lu Jie and Xiong Biao are in a difficult situation. They don't know it all that. There are so many monsters in the fog. Without knowing it in advance, they are suddenly surrounded by monsters. In a place like the fog map, it is most likely to cause fear deep in people's hearts. Without the cover of the fog, there are so many monsters, so many eyes. How could they not feel this feeling of being watched? Even without the cover of the fog, they can still feel the panting of monsters all around. There is also a buzzing sound similar to that of insects, the sound of wings flapping in the air. Lu Jie was originally very sure that she was covered by water vapor. She thought that with the steam, the monsters could not escape her induction. But now, she realized how ridiculous this induction was. She could sense it, but others could not block it. She overestimated her attainments in magic. She believed too much in her own knowledge. Humans were only at the 07th level of civilization. Even if she stood at the top of the academic world, she was not as good as scientists from other intelligent races. Perhaps she was still a magic master. After all, she was a scholar. On the human side, To some extent, she was the strongest magic master once placed in the universe. I am afraid that this master is a bit watery. Who knows what kind of horrible monster will emerge from this thick fog in the next second. Lu Jie and Xiong Biao both had cold sweat on their foreheads. Fortunately, there was the blood shield, and the monsters could not see clearly. Fortunately, there was the blood shield, which gave the two a great sense of security. Monsters will not attack the blood shield. Wu Tianqing knew, but the team members did not know. Before the blood shield was broken, at least they could be guaranteed to be safe. At this time, the maintenance of the blood shield gave them a kind of spiritual support. Wu Tianqing was still paying attention to the barrage information, and only his teammates felt extremely tormented. This group of monsters was getting closer and closer, like a tsunami, trying to drown them. Even the twisting parasitic blood vessels under the surface were expanding and expanding little by little, and countless tree root eyeballs emerged from the surface, circling around the blood shield. All kinds of weird monsters. Even a few palm-sized weird mosquitoes stopped on the tree roots, watching the team closely, very close to the faces of the three team members. As soon as they opened their eyes, they could see them staring at them. Chapter 190, The Cunning Surveillance Officer. The fog was like a slow-motion shot of an avalanche, slowly engulfing this blank area. As the fog enveloped, the group of monsters began to disperse. When the fog engulfed the team, the terrifying sense of being watched was gradually obscured by the fog. At this moment, they finally understood why Wu Tianqing asked them to close their eyes. There was an unknown terror watching them all the time. If they were discovered, they would be attacked. Here, the unknown is a kind of protection. When the sense of being watched completely dissipated, the team was reluctant to open their eyes. Wu Tianqing's attention was on the bullet screen, so he naturally didn't care when the fog would fill up. Wagner Warner. Wu Tianqing was even more capable than I thought. What do you mean, Wagner Warner? I actually gave him a chance just now, but he didn't choose to fight hard. But come on, there are so many monsters. Let alone he only has one mana tube. Even if he has 100 mana tubes, it's impossible to kill them all. Right, Wagner Warner? I checked the information. The first dungeon he faced was the parasitic spider dungeon. I do remember that. Is there a connection? Stop kidding, there are so many kinds of monsters here, and I don't see any connection with the parasitic spiders. Wagner Warner, I can't say too much. The monitors have a confidentiality code. If I tell, not only will I be blocked, but I will also be gone. Wagner Warner, according to my deduction, Wu Tianqing has a chance to change the fog environment. What are you talking about? Change the fog map environment? Indeed, even in the journey game, the environment can be changed, but most of the time, this situation does not exist at all. Unless it is a demon individual of advanced civilization, there is a slight chance. The problem is, other map blocks are possible, but fog is the most impossible. So far, countless intelligent races have been unable to change the fog environment. So why do you think humans can? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To be honest, you think too highly of Wu Tianqing. Even though I like this anchor very much, my reason tells me it is impossible. Wagner Warner has to give it a try. I am optimistic about the entire human race, not a certain individual. I have to test it with an excellent individual, so as not to lose my investment. I suggest you not to invest. Wu Tianqing is my favorite anchor. If you want to test him on someone else. I really like him. If you mess up again, don't forget, you are not in the territory of the Blood Clan, you are on the moon of the solar system. Yes, don't think that you are a monitor. We fans can't do anything to you. Your location, we all know. The last one who targeted Xiaoshui is dead, dear. The life of the immortal species can end in advance. Wagner Warner probably didn't expect that. Less than 2 weeks after the start of the journey game, Wu Tianqing already has fans in the Interstellar Society. Perhaps this group of fans can't interfere with the game, and can't help Wu Tianqing. But the monitor is different. Monitors can be killed. Wasn't the last monitor easily wiped out by the Soul Clan? Once a big boss likes you, and you still target this player, then you're done. However, facing the threats from fans, Wagner Warner was not panicked at all, and even a little tough. Wagner Warner, first, I am a monitor, and I am protected by the journey game to a certain extent. Second, I am one of the blood race's game passers-by, unless you are also a passerby of your race. Otherwise, it's best not to target me. Finally, the Blood Clan is a very united race. If the Star Chasers dare to leave their territory, take the initiative to assassinate others, and are killed in return, your race will not protect you. Think about it before you come. We are always here to accompany you. What the hell? I am so angry. You dare to provoke the fans? However, after talking on this phone, I do have the capital to be tough. The staff of Journey Game will of course be protected by the game. The last one died because of the Soul Clan, one of the strongest races in the universe. Even Journey Game has to turn a blind eye. Having said that, I am still very angry. Wagner Warner, however, I am not stupid enough to make enemies with so many people. I did not know that he had so many fans before. I apologize to you here. After watching this operation, even the fans were convinced by Wagner Warner. He hit a big stick and gave a sweet date. He is indeed a cunning immortal. Look at what he said. He really knows how to talk and do things. Wagner Warner humans are only at the 070H level of civilization. The threats they will face in the future will definitely be great. I don't think you want humans to be destroyed. Right? Don't you expect Wu Tianqing to change the environment for the entire human race and improve the class of humans in the interstellar society? The fog plate is the most mysterious of all plates. Don't you want to see the real truth? We monitors cannot say it, but the players involved will find the final answer themselves. The truth is revealed because of the players' strategies. The result is not the monitor's responsibility. At worst, I can transfer the danger to others. Everyone can make money by being harmonious. After Wagner Warner said this, the fans were immediately comforted. He is a strong man, and he is naturally respected. Any race's passers-by are the backbone of the race, and the capital for the race's survival in the interstellar society. Taking the initiative to trouble a passerby, unless you are bored. Not to mention that Wagner Warner's attitude is so good, knowing how to comfort people, and he comforted the netizens in an instant. In Wu Tianqing's view, this group of fans have only watched his live broadcast for less than 2 weeks, and to say that they like him, it's really not that much. Everyone can talk nonsense. It's normal to back down after being given a chance. He doesn't expect any fans to save him. People can only save themselves. The fans are still discussing, and their anger has subsided. Wagner and Warner mingle with them from time to time. He is indeed a good talker. But Wu Tianqing's focus is on the parasitic spider copy. The parasitic spider queen dies, and all the monsters die. Wu Tianqing knows a lot of information that StarCraft netizens don't know. This leads him to deduce something immediately. Perhaps, the death of that tree can kill the endless monsters here. He finally understands everything. The way to lead mankind to a higher level is to kill the giant tree and change the foggy environment. Once the foggy section of the official game is changed into a novice village similar to the Ruins Journey, the overall level of humanity will easily reach level 10 or 20. The combat power of the entire human race will be improved. Even if there are some shortcomings in technology, the general combat power of individuals will be improved. And it can barely be rated as a first-level civilization. Unfortunately, Wagner Warner picked the wrong person. He does not want to lead mankind. Nor does he want to be a hero. Chapter 191 Parasitism. The spiritual power of the giant tree is very terrifying. Wagner Warner overestimated him. From Wagner Warner's perspective, it thinks that Wu Tianqing's spiritual power is naturally strong. So, it thinks that Wu Tianqing has the possibility of killing the giant tree. But it doesn't know that. The reason why Wu Tianqing's spiritual power is relatively strong is that it is trained by the Soul Clan, not innate, let alone the giant eyeball, just the sweat hair on its body, just the tree root eyeball, can explode a human's head. With Wu Tianqing's mental strength, he might be able to hold on longer in these tree root eyes. Once he really faces the giant tree, his fate will not be much better than that of the Suicide Squad. The surrounding environment became quiet, and Wu Tianqing's eyes narrowed slightly. After making sure that the monsters were not paying attention to the team, Wu Tianqing slowly opened his eyes, and pretended that he could not see anything. You can open your eyes now. Lu Jie and Xiong Biao raised their eyelids little by little, and saw the familiar fog, and felt relieved. This time, the King Salamander was the Minx show. The player's mana loss was still not big. It would be unreasonable not to continue leveling up, because the team members knew a lot this time. Even if they didn't see the monster, their visibility also increased a little. The fog became thinner in their eyes, and it would be easy to get into trouble if they continue to fight. Let's go back to the road first. The team returned to the road, and this time even the road changed. Monsters never affect the road, but this time they invaded the ground of the road. Countless red vines crawled on the road, like the eyeballs of the tree roots we encountered before. The only difference was that these vines crawling on the road had no eyeballs at the end, and were not as thick as tree roots. With such changes in the road surface, Could it still be a safe zone for players? Wu Tianqing looked at the game panel, and the StarCraft netizens did not give any information, only saying that the journey is not necessarily a highway. Xiongbiao was a tank, and was the first to step onto the highway. The vines on the ground, with some sharp thorns, stabbed Xiongbiao at once. Xiongbiao wanted to tell the team that he was fine, but suddenly he noticed something strange. The road seemed to burn his feet, and he struggled to walk out of the road. Wu Tianqing was still calm, but Lu Jie was in a state of panic. When Xiongbiao walked out of the road, the blood vessels on his face gradually became exposed, and his skin color turned pale, just like the monsters that appeared in the fog. The white skin, the purple-red blood vessels, and even the blood vessels under Xiongbiao's skin, all began to wriggle like parasites. Big brother, save me! As soon as Xiongbiao walked out of the road, he fell to the ground. Wu Tianqing bought a pair of gloves at the mall and quickly checked the injuries on his body. Soon, Wu Tianqing found the reason why he became like this. The vines cut a hole in his trouser legs, and his calf was stabbed by the vines. But for some reason, Xiongbiao did not feel any pain when he was stabbed. There was a long exposed thing on his calf, like a long parasite, red and purple, drilling everywhere in his skin under the epidermis. Xiongbiao also saw the injuries on his calf. Boss, lend me a card. Wu Tianqing gave him the infinity card without hesitation. The edge of the card was very sharp. Xiongbiao was strong enough to survive until now, and he was also a ruthless man. My sister couldn't live without him. He made up his mind and used the infinity card to cut a big hole in his calf, trying to pull out the thing that had invaded his calf. However, when he endured the pain and cut open the skin, he found that what was drilling everywhere was not a parasite at all. That was his blood vessels. Why did his blood vessels become like this? Wu Tianqing looked at the twisted blood vessels, and vaguely remembered the first time he entered the foggy journey. Blood-threaded strange bat also has this twisting blood vessel. This is the first time Wu Tianqing has seen this situation, and he has no idea what to do. Not only did Xiongbiao's skin gradually become white, with purple-red blood vessels exposed, but even his hair began to fall out. After a while, Xiongbiao became a bald head. Seeing that the changes on his body were getting more and more serious, Xiongbiao knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The tank system can recover. As he said, he made up his mind and used his strength, using the infinite card, to cut off this twisting blood vessel. The severe pain made Xiongbiao sweat all over, and Lu Jie's fluorescent light was always on him, helping him recover as much as possible. But in this case, the fluorescent element can't cure it at all. He's not just injured, the fluorescent element can't heal him. Wu Tianqing looked at Lu Jie. As a magic master, she should know more. Lu Jie's magic power poured into the light magic, trying to relieve his pain as much as possible. This is not some kind of virus, the light element can't expel it. This is parasitism. As soon as Lu Jie said this, Wu Tianqing immediately realized something. He had seen the bullet comments of Wagner and Warner on the game panel before. Parasitic spider copy parasitism. Xiongbiao was parasitized. And who else could it be that parasitized him? The giant tree. Wu Tianqing forced himself not to look at the giant tree, lest he reveal his flaws. This was far beyond his ability. He couldn't kill the giant tree. At this moment, Wu Tianqing remembered what Wagner Warner had said before. At worst, I can transfer the danger to others, and everyone can make money in harmony. Obviously, the monitor transferred the danger to Xiongbiao, but what was his situation? Wouldn't Wu Tianqing know it? He couldn't kill the strange giant tree. It wasn't that he didn't want to do it, but that he didn't have the ability. Yes, he did judge based on reasoning that the giant tree had the possibility of killing. The problem is, once he starts, he will have to spend a lot of time looking for the enemy's weaknesses. Is it possible to test back and forth, like he did when facing those powerful monsters in the novice village, and gradually find its fighting methods and fighting rules? Facing an enemy with such terrifying mental power, how could he have the time? Without testing, he can't kill it. Testing, he doesn't have that much time. The giant tree will give him 1 minute at most, and after 1 minute, his head will explode. In this case, what can he use to fight against the giant tree? 1 minute is not enough for confrontation. Perhaps because of being parasitized, Xiongbiao can see more and more things. The fog gradually dissipates in his eyes, and the distance he can see is getting farther and farther. Soon, Xiongbiao's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw the giant tree. Xiongbiao's eyes immediately turned red, and he fell into madness and pain. It seemed that in the next second, his head would explode. Seeing Xiongbiao getting more and more painful and losing control, Wu Tianqing was quick-witted and immediately gave him a palm. Knocking him out, he lost consciousness. So his head was not exploded by the giant tree. This time, it was difficult. The team had just been formed not long ago, and there would be the first casualty. Chapter 192 People entering the temple. I know that there are occasional problems on the road, but I have never seen an attack on the road. Is it you? The monitor? It must be you. This is too much. Obviously, Xiongbiao did nothing. Why are you targeting him? Didn't you agree to transfer the danger to others? That's fine. Xiao Shuai is fine anyway. If you can't beat him, reorganize a team. Looking at the game barrage, Wu Tianqing felt numb. It was indeed the monitor's fault. According to the gameplay of the hidden game, there should be new products at this time. Just like there are surfboards on the waterway, there should also be corresponding means of transportation on the Vine Road. Opening the mall page, a brand new car appeared. The price is 2,000 gold coins. It's really dark. Wu Tianqing didn't hesitate, bought the car, and placed it on the road. Like the surfboard, this car also has magical features. The place where it was placed, the surrounding scarlet vines retreated, suppressed by some strange power. Wu Tianqing lifted Xiongbiao into the car, and sat in the driver's seat. Lu Jie helped to hold him steady in the back seat. And the car started. After being on the road for so long, this was the first time a car appeared in the mall. It was the same as the previous hidden gameplay. The sale of this car was limited in time. After a period of time, the car would be taken off the shelves, and you couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. The reason why he was still persistent in lifting Xiongbiao into the car and driving the car was because Wu Tianqing had seen through the fog early and knew the layout of the fog map. There is a church next to the place where the giant tree was pierced. Wu Tianqing couldn't kill the giant tree by himself, but maybe the church had a way to remove the parasite. If everything went well, he could help Xiongbiao remove the parasite, and then quickly reach level 20 and leave the fog map. Maybe Xiongbiao could still survive. After all, to some extent, Xiongbiao helped him avoid disaster. It would be a bit unfair to just abandon him. The car was driving very fast, and many vines were crushed by the tires without time to avoid them. And blood and water burst the entire road. Wu Tianqing showed no mercy, and crushed all the vines along the way, so that they had to be avoided in advance. It was different with transportation. If we walked, it would take us a long time to get here. Driving the car, they soon arrived at the place where the giant tree was pierced by the road. The church was right next to it. As the team arrived, someone actually came out of the church. Moreover, he looked like a dragon countryman. However, the dialogue box that popped up in Wu Tianqing's eyes showed that things were not simple. I can be a Westerner or an Oriental. I am whatever you want me to be. Seeing the dialogue box, Wu Tianqing suddenly recalled what the barrage said. The people you meet in the future may not be real people. Lu Jie has a natural liking for the dragon people, and is less vigilant. However, she still asked about the situation of the church staff. According to the church staff, they are those who entered the temple from the novice village. After entering the temple, they did not die, but joined a mysterious supernatural organization. Wu Tianqing was as surprised as Lu Jie on the surface, but he was extremely alert in his heart. It was another temple. The Golden Buddha statue. Wu Tianqing still remembered the first time he saw the Golden Buddha statue. The dialogue box showed this message at that time. If you can't beat it, you can also join it. The dialogue box showed this at that time, which means that you will not die if you join. However, if you will not die if you enter the temple, then why didn't Lu Jie, a scholar from the dragon country, receive relevant information? Humans must have death squads, and there are quite a few of them. The suicide squads that went to test the fog to find the truth before were a kind of death squad. After they entered the temple, there was no news from them. So, even those large organizations would think that entering the temple meant death. Now, he gave such information again. Lu Jie naturally had the same doubts, but the church staff gave new information. It turned out that, after entering the temple, you will lose your player status for a long time. Unless you meet certain conditions, you can regain your player status. There are other benefits to entering the temple. You can gain the power of monsters, etc. There were many people in the church, and only a few came out. What he said matched some of the information Wu Tianqing knew. In this way, it has a certain degree of credibility. For example, those island prisoners, they are very likely to be the people who entered the Buddha statue. Otherwise, they are randomly distributed in the game. How could they gather together by chance? Only by becoming a member of the temple, becoming a member of the mysterious supernatural organization, can they bypass certain game mechanisms, gather together, and transform into sand and dust scorpions. The words of the church staff all matched. In this case, the credibility of the human identity has increased a bit. Most of the prisoners on the island are high potential talents, which is not surprising to Wu Tianqing, because their potential has not reached a certain level. Even if they want to commit a heinous crime, they cannot do it. Low potential criminals are not qualified to enter the island at all. The island prisoners are high potential players, which is not surprising to Wu Tianqing. But the people in this church, who are high potential players, are very surprised. He has a good eye. Whether a person has ambition or not, or ability or not, they will reveal a certain temperament. These church personnel do not have the temperament of the island prisoners. Although the island prisoners are bad people, they are also strong. At least among humans, they are. In the church, many people are timid, and without the consent of the person in charge, they dare not even leave the church, and can only peek at the situation outside the church. Such people, are they really high potential players? Wu Tianqing has not spoken all the time, and it is Lu Jie who communicates with the person in charge. In Wu Tianqing's view, this was also a trivial matter. Lu Jie was the captain. They were still communicating, and Lu Jie was trying to get more information. Wu Tianqing heard that the person in charge had limited information, and instead focused on observation. He saw that the church personnel who were secretly looking outside were all bald. They were obviously all Orientals, but they were wearing clothes that only Western church personnel would wear, like some kind of priests and nuns. Did they shave their heads for faith? Or for something else? Wu Tianqing rolled his eyes and looked at Xiong Biao, who had become bald. Wu Tianqing couldn't tell for the time being whether the boss was a human or a ghost. But there must be a ghost in this church. Judging from his experience, he knew that these people must not all be high potential talents. The boss might be, but those who were timid and only obeyed orders were definitely not. Why would they obey orders? Perhaps the reason lies in those bald heads. Chapter 193 Church. Vines appeared on the road during the journey. Since they appeared, they cannot appear on only one team. All the people who enter the foggy journey will have vines on the road under their feet. The game must be fair. And those who are timid are most likely the ones who have seen the truth of the fog. And they are infected and parasitic by the vines and have to compromise. But why didn't the news spread? Wu Tianqing has gold coins to buy a car, and the other players also have them. It's unlikely. How did they get to this church in advance? It was an unsolved mystery. With few sources of information, Wu Tianqing could not directly infer the result. While still thinking, Lu Jie had already talked to the person in charge about Xiong Biao's problem. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it was only a short while. Lu Jie could not hand Xiong Biao over to someone else right away. She had to at least test it. Now she also judged that the person in charge's words had a certain degree of credibility. According to the person in charge, the church had the effect of suppressing parasites. If he wanted to survive, he had to enter the church. This is a dilemma, because they don't know whether this church is the same as the temple in the novice village, where you either die or join. Wu Tianqing looked at the church, and as he stared, the dialogue box finally popped up. If you are not here to break them up, you are here to join them. Why do we not want you to stay here? The dialogue box is still as coquettish as before. But this sentence gives another message. This church, he is not unable to defeat. If you can win, you will be more confident. Lu Jie was still hesitating, looking at Wu Tianqing. She couldn't make up her mind. For such an important decision, she thought it would be better to let Wu Tianqing make the decision. Besides, Wu Tianqing also had the gift of perception. Wu Tianqing nodded slightly, and Lu Jie immediately understood what he meant, and nodded to agree to take Xiong Biao into the church. This time, Wu Tianqing didn't need to support him. The person in charge greeted a few people very enthusiastically, helping to carry Xiong Biao in. Wu Tianqing got off the car and put the car back into the backpack space. This Western-style church always gave Wu Tianqing a bad feeling. But now, he couldn't care less. Anyway, the dialogue box prompts that he can beat it, and he has to go through the dragon's den and tiger's lair. However, the development of things was beyond Wu Tianqing's expectations. After entering the church staff saw the boss go in, and all worked busily. Just like workers in peacetime. They worked in an orderly manner, For example, they fed some weird chickens, ducks, geese, etc. There were also some monsters in the church and outside the church. It's just that in the church, they are kept as food. The leader was very enthusiastic towards the team, as if welcoming them in. Xiong Biao's originally fair skin and purple-red blood vessels were gradually suppressed after entering the church. His face became a little rosy, and no longer had that sickly white color. He just didn't wake up for a long time, and seemed to be sleeping soundly. Seeing this scene, Wu Tianqing felt much more at ease. This church really has a way to get rid of parasites. According to the person in charge, it was the church's suppression that caused the parasitism to be unable to continue, and would be suppressed continuously. But the person in charge did not say how long this suppression could last before the parasitic effect could be completely eliminated. What if it could never be eliminated? Does it mean that he would have to stay here forever? Xiong Biao was safe for the time being, and Wu Tianqing was not in a hurry to find an answer. Don't hit a smiling person. He didn't want to conflict with the person in charge so soon. If he was really a human being, he would try to solve it peacefully if it could be solved peacefully. Even if the other party had entered the temple, there was no conflict of interest. Wu Tianqing had no reason to kill the temple staff. The person in charge first took the team to visit the church. It must be said that the area of this church is really large, and each person has a specific job. It's just that Wu Tianqing didn't understand what some of them were doing. After asking, he found out that some were planting flowers and plants, some were fertilizing and killing insects. Yes, living here, you have to grow some food. After the visit, the boss invited the team to dinner. Lu Jie also began to ask about Xiong Biao's condition and how he could recover. This time, the boss did not give an accurate answer. He only said that some were severely parasitic, some were lightly parasitic, and it was hard to say. They had to stay in the church and let the church's power continue to suppress them. It seemed that in order to prevent the team from misunderstanding, he also informed the team in advance that they could leave at any time and they would not force the team to stay here. This was embarrassing. The boss spoke and did things beautifully, and the team could not find any faults at all. They came to seek medical treatment. They couldn't just do it, right? There was no reason to do it. Not to mention that the person in charge was not unwilling to help them. But he couldn't help. It was good enough to help as much as possible, and it would be impolite to ask for more. Wu Tianqing and Lu Jie looked at each other and decided to stay for the time being. The person in charge was happy to entertain the team, and even prepared a room for the team. He was more honest than the team thought. He told the team that there were monsters outside, but the church was safe. As long as they stay in the church, they will not be attacked by monsters. The team also knows this information. After nodding, the leader led them to the dining table. There was no rice that Orientals usually eat on the table, but various meats. Some of the food was cooked and seemed to be fine. Some of the food was like Western steaks, which were not cooked well and had a little blood on them. The team was still vigilant and just said that they were not used to this kind of food. The food bought in the mall made them feel more at ease. The boss smiled and nodded. He was not angry, but there was a murky look in his eyes. He seemed to want to tell the team that he had not done anything he shouldn't have done. As soon as he came to the table, he tasted all the food on the table. He tasted it himself. It was as if he was telling the team that the food was fine. You are really mean. The boss's actions already had a hint of something. Lu Jie was a little embarrassed, but she still ate her food. Wu Tianqing was very calm, disregarding his face, saying he would not eat, and he would not eat. The person in charge did not say anything, but just ate the food on the table silently, not as enthusiastic as before. He looked like he was accusing the team, making people feel that the team was ungrateful. He let you in, helped you treat your illness, took you on a tour, and invited you to dinner. That's it. You are still afraid that he would poison you. He even personally tested the poison for you, but you still didn't believe it, and refused to eat. This is particularly disrespectful. If Wu Tianqing was not here, only Lu Jie, maybe she really couldn't stand this situation and tried to eat a bite. But Wu Tianqing was thick-skinned. He just didn't give face. If the person in charge was completely fine, it was not that he didn't know how to behave. Everything he did seemed to be paving the way for this dinner. How could he fall for it? You underestimated him too much. Chapter 194. Little Blackie is showing his chicken claws. After finishing dinner in silence, the person in charge still did not show any anger. He was like a broad-minded priest, only using the action of testing poison. to reflect the difference in personality and quality between the two parties, and did not make any substantial accusations against them. He only used actions to reflect the difference between the two parties. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably feel guilty at this time. But Wu Tianqing would not. He did not feel any guilt even when Xiongbiao helped him to avoid disaster. Just entertaining him. You want to make him feel guilty? You are overthinking. Wu Tianqing rarely has negative emotions. Guilt, like sadness, is one of them. Just like what he said to Lu Jie before. Sadness. There is no need to be sad at all. Emotions that will disappear in a few days can only make you sad and lonely. What's wrong with him not feeling guilty? The fact that he would not abandon Xiongbiao directly is better than most people. If it were someone else, they would probably feel guilty for a while, and then throw him away as cannon fodder. This absolute rationality is what makes him look cold-blooded. But if we ignore the various complex emotions, and only look at the behavior, there is nothing wrong with Wu Tianqing's approach. After dinner, there was a special person to clean up the dishes. The boss wiped his mouth elegantly, and took the team to visit the place where they would live tonight. In this kind of travel game, there is a special building to live in. I don't know how many people envy it. The boss led the team to a large room, which had 3 small beds. I originally wanted to arrange a room for each of you, but I guess you will ask to stay in the same room. So I prepared this for you. The person in charge said this, secretly telling the team, "Look, how noble we are. But you always doubt us. Since you don't trust us so much, you will probably worry about problems if you each have a room. Right? Then just arrange you together." The contrast between the generous people and the stingy people is extremely strong at this moment. Lu Jie's face turned red, she was embarrassed, only Wu Tianqing remained calm. "Thank you." Wu Tianqing looked natural, not ashamed at all. As if to say, "Yes, I just doubt you. Even if you are nice to me, I am enthusiastic towards me, I still doubt you." He is quite ungrateful. As long as I am thick-skinned enough, others will be embarrassed. Even the person in charge didn't know what to say. After a light cough, the person in charge talked about some precautions. In addition to not damaging their facilities, you should not walk around at night, and don't leave the church. The monsters outside will not attack the church even at night. The church is not located on the highway. This was what Wu Tianqing was originally worried about. But the person in charge was able to lay everything out, and seemed particularly sincere. He almost said directly, "If you still don't trust me, you can go back to the road at night." He looked righteous, and was not afraid of Wu Tianqing's questioning at all. "If you don't trust me, and don't follow the rules, then you can go back to the road." Having said that, Wu Tianqing nodded. Xiongbiao still had to rely on the church, so he had to at least dig out the secrets of the church, and help Xiongbiao heal first. The night gradually darkened, and Xiongbiao still didn't wake up, sleeping soundly on the bed. Anyway, he could wash up, and didn't need to take off his clothes, so it didn't matter if he stayed in the same room. Lu Jie was only worried. Was it really okay not to stay on the travel road at night? Wu Tianqing sat on the chair in the room, tapping the table with his fingertips. They were now facing a dilemma. It was not easy to suppress the parasitic problem on Xiongbiao. If he left the church again, what would happen if the parasite on Xiongbiao relapsed? They couldn't leave Xiongbiao alone in the church and run to the travel road by themselves. We don't have to go to the travel highway. This church is not a game copy. It is very dangerous to stay outside the highway at night. After thinking about it, Wu Tianqing decided to stay in the church. However, he was not prepared to follow the rules that the boss asked him to follow. He wanted to dig out the secrets of the church. Otherwise, how could he completely cure Xiongbiao? The night had not yet arrived. Lu Jie was talking to someone on the game panel. Wu Tianqing also had his own things to do. The two did not feel awkward. His eyes stayed on the bullet screen. Bullet screen, do you know anything? Is there a church in the Mist Journey? Maybe, I remember the version we participated in, this church was abandoned. What a coincidence, we were also. When we got to Xieshui, the church was reopened. Whether the church in the Mist Journey is open or not, it is related to the intelligent race itself. I remember that some races that pledged allegiance in advance can open the church. Some races pledged allegiance to a certain advanced civilization before participating in the game. Could humans also pledge allegiance? Strange, if humans also pledged allegiance, I shouldn't have heard any rumors here. Who would want a 7-level civilization to pledge allegiance? Many first and second-level civilizations cannot find a way to pledge allegiance. Only low-level civilizations need such things as colonization. High-level civilizations have long abandoned such low-level resource plundering methods. Only high-level civilizations can interfere with the operation of the game to a certain extent. But high-level civilizations should not look down on humans. I don't understand what's going on. Maybe there are some changes in the Journey game. Even the StarCraft netizens don't know. Wu Tianqing wanted to go out the window to see what's going on outside. The barrage popped up valid information again. We don't know the situation in the church, but we can see something clearly from the perspective of God. Ha ha, what is that priest doing standing outside the door? Is he trying to peek? It seems so. I don't know if he is coveting Xiushui or Xiaomei. His eyes have changed. When he was talking to Xiushui and others just now, he was so frank. Now I always feel that his eyes are greedy and aggressive. It appeared, judging by eyes again, really, a good person and a vicious bad person, if they don't hide, their eyes are really different. Judging from the priest's appearance, there may be more than one person who covets him. I didn't expect you to be such a person. So perverted. I like you so much. The priest, if nothing unexpected happens, is the person in charge. The door is already closed. Why is he still standing outside the door? Afraid that they will run away? Seeing the god's perspective of the star netizens, Wu Tianqing can be sure that the person in charge must have bad intentions. The barrage hinted at the beginning that he could be a Westerner or an Oriental. The ability to change race at will makes him unlikely to be human. Even if it is a special ability given by the temple. He is really a good person. But Wu Tianqing can't trust him completely. At this time. The little black guy is showing his chicken claws. Chapter 195 going out and sneaking away. The person in charge just stood at the door and did not do anything to them. It's just that when you are in the room, there is an unfamiliar person standing at the door all the time, you will feel that something is wrong. Lu Jie didn't know who was outside the door, but her intuition was very sensitive, and she looked at the door from time to time, and she was a little panicked. Perhaps because Xiong Biao was injured, she was under a lot of psychological pressure, and she was a little paranoid. Wu Tianqing ignored the feeling in his heart, and looked out the window. As night fell, the changes outside the window also began. Blood vessels emerged from the mud, twisting constantly. If you don't look closely, the entire surface seems to have grown a layer of red fluff, which looks strangely beautiful, like a red grassland. However, if you look closely, you will find that these fluffs are all parasitic blood vessels. They gradually thicken and grow, and the wrinkled eyelids at the end open, and eyeballs suddenly open from the end of the tree roots. Sure enough, after digging the pit before, the twisting blood vessels in the red mud are the eyeballs of the tree roots at night. The aerial roots in the sky drooped, like parasites hanging upside down. The strange monsters preyed on each other, and the scene looked very bloody, with blood and flesh scattered everywhere. It seemed that night was the feeding time for these monsters. Although these monsters were not specialized in fighting, they were very scary when they were numerous. The scene was scarier than any horror movie Wu Tianqing had ever seen. Fortunately, Wu Tianqing had long been accustomed to this kind of scene, and his attention was not on these monsters. Instead, it was on the surface, whether it was flesh or blood. As long as it was thrown on this land, it would be absorbed by the earth. Was it the earth or the tree roots that absorbed the blood and flesh? He had some guesses in his mind. It was the giant tree. No matter how fiercely the monsters fought, the tree root eyeballs and the air root eyeballs scanned everywhere, and no monster noticed the church where Wu Tianqing was. The church seemed to be a safe place. When Wu Tianqing was observing these, his sight was gradually moving further away. The monsters still didn't notice him. Whether it was the various monsters, or these eyeballs. It is normal that the eyeball with a diameter of hundreds of meters in the trunk of the giant tree cannot be seen, because they are in the huge gap of the giant tree, and their sight cannot directly see the church. It is intriguing that these tree root eyes cannot see the church, or their sight subconsciously avoids the church. What secrets does this church have? What kind of loyalty does the barrage mention loyalty to advanced civilization mean? Do humans really have loyalty to advanced civilization? If so, it is impossible for a senior member like Lu Jie to be completely unaware of it. Dragon Country is not a small country. How could there be no information at all? If there is, Lu Jie can't have said it. At this critical juncture, if she knows anything, she will definitely share it. The night is getting deeper and deeper. Clearly the moon is not visible, but there is a strange moonlight scattered on this land. The fight between the monsters becomes more and more brutal as the night falls. They seem to have no sense of pain, and even if a large number of limbs are torn off, They will drag their opponents to death together. They are obviously a group of monsters, but they give Wu Tianqing a sense of déjà vu of zombies. After watching for a while, there were no new discoveries. Wu Tianqing looked at the game panel. From the perspective of the StarCraft netizens, he learned that the person in charge had left. Perhaps he had waited for a long time. There was no movement in the room. He believed that the team would not go out. In such a large suite, there is an attached toilet. Not to mention that players also have the function of reading the bar, which can meet their daily needs, and they don't need to go out. But Wu Tianqing didn't want to comply, and was worried about being discovered. He was very confident in his stealth, but in the extraordinary world, the role of human infiltration skills was greatly reduced. Anyway, this is not a game of rules. There is no rule that will kill you if you break it. The person in charge did not allow them to walk around at night. It is more likely that he is worried that they have discovered something. Don't let me know. But I want to know. Just when Wu Tianqing decided to go out quietly to take a look, in his field of vision, a dialogue box suddenly popped up by the door. If you want to do something unspeakable at night, I advise you to hide it better, and don't let anyone find out. After thinking about it, Wu Tianqing bought a night tights in the mall, and read the bar to change clothes with one click. Seeing the change in Wu Tianqing's outfit, Lu Jie immediately realized what he wanted to do. She did not stop Wu Tianqing. I will keep an eye on Xiong Biao. The team members still had the most basic trust. Wu Tianqing nodded, and gently placed his hand on the door handle. The door handle twisted a little bit, and Wu Tianqing walked out of the room quietly. With the God's perspective of the Star Internet users, it can bring him a great auxiliary effect. It's just that some netizens' nonsense can easily make him miss the real effective information. Fortunately, he is a killer, with full stealth and hiding skills, so he will not be easily discovered. The layout of the church is very different from that of ordinary hotels. It is not used as a hotel, so the design and layout of the house are very different from ordinary buildings. There are all kinds of tunnels that extend in all directions. If you don't remember the route, you may not be able to get back after going around in circles. Wu Tianqing is like Spider-Man, sneaking in the shadows and corners. When he passes by, it's like a shadow passing by. Although the speed was very fast, it did not make any wind or noise. This was an excellent stalker. Even StarCraft netizens were amazed and said that if Wu Tianqing chose the assassin system, he would definitely become an excellent assassin. The night in the church was not completely dark. Some rooms had kerosene lamps, and some strange passages had torches on both sides. These flickering flames could improve people's vision, but they could also easily expose Wu Tianqing's figure. Fortunately, most of the targets he had sneaked into before were incandescent lamps, which made it easier for him to be exposed. Now with kerosene lamps and torches, his stealth difficulty has been reduced from hell level to normal level. It is obviously a church, but it is built like a large castle. Every time Wu Tianqing passes a place, he has to remember the route and the map in his mind. Otherwise, when he wants to go back, he really can't find the way. According to the places he visited during the day, Wu Tianqing wants to go again and remember the map in his mind again. Soon, Wu Tianqing found the first place he visited during the day. That is a place where flowers and plants are planted. It looks okay during the day, just ordinary flowers and plants, as if they are edible vegetables. What he saw at night, Wu Tianqing was completely numb. The so-called grass was still the eyeballs of tree roots. The so-called flowers, the center of the buds had fangs growing out. These were not cultivated to be eaten, but to cultivate this giant tree. No wonder dinner was all meat. There were no vegetables, fruits, or rice. It seems that they did not grow these at all, but were maintaining this giant tree. No wonder those eyeballs outside the window did not attack the church, because the church staff were there. Forest Rangers. Chapter 196 Prayer and Confession Area. Wu Tianqing originally wanted to go closer to take a look, but now he could only watch from a distance, and could only glance at them from the corner of his eyes, so as not to be discovered. The eyes of these tree roots were aggressive, and he did not understand what those flowers were. Wu Tianqing went around this breeding base and came to the next location. This is the breeding area, and also the source of meat. During the day, you can only see the church staff feeding those monsters. At night, the feed production machines are running. The monsters here were well fed, unlike the monsters outside the church, which needed to fight for food at night. They all slept quietly, and even snored, even though the noise from the machines was a bit loud. They slept soundly. Wu Tianqing approached a little closer. wanting to see the operation of the machines and the raw materials of the feed. However, when he walked in, he found that the raw materials still came from the giant tree. Whether it was the eyeballs of tree roots, the eyeballs of aerial roots, or those strange flowers and plants, the leaves of the giant tree, all of them. However, the raw materials of the feed are obviously not those. In their prime raw materials, they are all aged. Flowers, roots, aerial roots, branches and leaves seem to be just the waste products that have been trimmed, used as raw materials. The eyeballs inside are all shriveled, and the leaves are all yellow. Unlike the flowers with fangs that we just visited, the fangs here have all fallen off, and they are all in a withered state. Wu Tianqing understood. Monster feed comes from the waste materials on the giant tree. The information obtained from the breeding area was almost enough, and Wu Tianqing quietly left. When he left, he could still hear the monsters sleeping soundly, which was similar to the sound of pigs. Wu Tianqing's face turned black. These monsters were really fed too much. The cultivation area and the breeding area are the two largest areas. In addition, there is also a special place for prayer. It looks like a place for believers to pray. Just like those monks need a piece of land to chant scriptures, the church here also needs a piece of land for prayer and confession. Believers need to confess their sins and pray to the Supreme Being. The Supreme Existence reminded Wu Tianqing of the golden Buddha statue. To avoid any accidents, Wu Tianqing stared outside for a while. After a long time, no dialogue box popped up, so Wu Tianqing went in at ease. At night, the believers were all asleep. There were all kinds of copybooks and prayer utensils inside. Occasionally, believers came out for patrols. Their profession was similar to that of security guards, and Wu Tianqing could easily hide from them. To outsiders, security guards held flashlights everywhere, and always caught the stalkers at the last minute, which gave people a very exciting feeling. Even the comments were amazed, only Wu Tianqing's mentality remained unchanged. He was too skilled in stealth. It seemed like a matter of seconds, but it was all calculated. These believers who passed by and patrolled, if they had no other perception ability, it would be impossible for them to take a picture of Wu Tianqing. Only the interstellar netizens were surprised, watching the live broadcast to see spies, the illusion of a spy movie. It was even more exciting than these movies. After all, movies are performed, and scripts are written by screenwriters. These actors and screenwriters are not real killers, and they are not as professional as Wu Tianqing. All kinds of stunts and routines, only professional killers can do it. Wu Tianqing seemed to be the best ninja, climbing walls and flying over rooftops. He used the patterns on the wall as a foothold for climbing, and the beams and pillars were all support points for his weight. He was like a ghostly bat, wandering invisibly in the darkness. Soon, the patrol personnel finished inspecting this prayer area and went to patrol other areas. He landed silently, his toes lightly tapping the ground to cushion the speed of his fall. After his physical fitness improved, Wu Tianqing became more flexible. There were things copied by the church staff for prayer, and perhaps he could find something. However, when he opened the book copied by the church staff, his whole body was numb. What the hell are these? He knows many languages, but he just can't understand these doodles. You can say it looks like Chinese, but it doesn't look like Chinese. You can say it looks like English, but it doesn't look like English either. Japanese, Korean, etc. occasionally have some traces of Chinese, and French and other Western languages also have some traces of English. On Blue Star, the more languages you learn, the easier it is to learn a new language. You can easily draw inferences from one example, and they have certain commonalities. But he can't see any commonalities in the things copied by the church staff. Just like the Morse code he drew before, it was completely a mess, and I couldn't understand it at all. Could it be some kind of code? Wu Tianqing was puzzled. He had never seen such a code. It was not that he was not professional, but he had never heard of such a thing. After rolling his eyes, Wu Tianqing opened the game panel. Perhaps interstellar netizens could understand it. Sure enough, the messy characters written in this book were the characters of the universal language of the universe. These things had never appeared on the blue planet. It was strange that Wu Tianqing could understand them. The question was, how could these people know the universal language of the universe? According to the person in charge, aren't they all human? Even if they pledged allegiance to the advanced civilization, in less than 2 weeks, they mastered the characters of the universal language of the universe? How come? You are all geniuses with photographic memory. The game panel has a translation function, which can translate bullet screens and languages of various countries. But these things that were copied down, Even if they were photographed, the game panel would only show pictures or videos, and would not translate the meaning. To translate, you still have to rely on StarCraft netizens. LED, Dad is sorry for you, Dad didn't protect you. This is what one of the church staff copied down, and he was repenting for this all day long. Wu Tianqing didn't elaborate too much. In short, it's a story about a father who failed his daughter. The surname is E. This surname is quite rare. I remember it's the surname of the elves, or fire elves. Elemental elves, that's a level 4 civilization. Elves are natural mages. Even so, there are evildoers and trash in every race. Those who have fallen into the church are probably the little trash of the elves. Indeed, if it's a level 1 or 2 civilization, it's still okay to go to the fog plate, at least out of the novice village. Most of their race members stay in the novice village. But individuals of level 4 civilization stay in the fog. This individual is very bad, because most of their races stay in the 3rd or 4th game map plate. He could only stay in the Misty Church, and couldn't even get out. He was the bottom of the race. Seeing this, Wu Tianqing finally understood how these people were faster than them, because they were not human at all. Before humans participated in the game, countless races had participated. The people in the church now were a very small number of individuals left over from other races in the past. They just turned into humans. Wu Tianqing flipped through a few more books. And sure enough, these members came from various races. And they were also the bottom of the races. Little trash. Chapter 197 Believer Wu Tianqing. Wu Tianqing wanted to find some valuable content. But unfortunately, anything that could be placed here casually must not be an important confidential document. All the copied things were piled together, and Wu Tianqing could not read them one by one. The prayers were all about what mistakes these individuals made, and they confessed here again and again. Wu Tianqing didn't care what the individuals did wrong. Fortunately, he also gained something. Knowing that these people were not human, he also saw various civilized races and various levels of civilization. After visiting the prayer and confession area, Wu Tianqing began to search other locations. The church here is too large, and it may not be possible to visit it all in one day. It is difficult to find important places. The time at night is limited, and he has to leave some time to rest, and he has to look for it in a targeted manner. Fortunately, these patrol officers helped Wu Tianqing. If there were no one patrolling, it would be difficult for him to find it, and he didn't know which place was the most important. But with these patrol officers, where there are more patrol officers, the higher the patrol frequency. Doesn't it prove which area is the most important? The person in charge probably never thought that his carefully arranged defense measures would point Wu Tianqing in the right direction. The more important the place, the higher the patrol density, and the more rigorous the defense. This clearly tells Wu Tianqing to come quickly. There is a secret here. If the person in charge knew this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Although these people come from different races, they are all the bottom of the race. They are trapped in the church and can't get out, so they can only stay in the church and confess. Day after day like this, they have long been numb, and they don't have the vigilance of normal patrol personnel at all. Wu Tianqing is good at this, and the enemy is so weak, so he can do it more easily. The place with the highest patrol frequency is the entrance to a basement. To pass through this entrance, you have to pass through the brightly lit corridor. The corridor is full of torches, so it is impossible to walk directly through. Wu Tianqing did not rush in headfirst, but before going in to investigate, he first found the accommodation area for these church members. It is much easier to investigate the accommodation area, as these church members have long been numb to life and have poor vigilance. Soon, Wu Tianqing found a church garment and quietly stole it. The clothes of church staff generally have hoods. When patrolling, they will wear hoods, and their faces will look a little shadowy. If you are not particularly familiar with them, you can't recognize who they are. It's just right, wearing a hood, so that he doesn't have to shave his head. He doesn't want to become bald like Xiongbiao, and all the church staff here are bald. The patrol personnel are in teams, and these people don't talk during patrol. If it's the beginning, everyone might exchange a few words. Repetitive work day and night, patrol, it's strange to have topics. Another team was about to cross the brightly lit corridor, and the last one was walking. When turning the corner, a believer quietly appeared behind them. This believer was none other than Wu Tianqing. When no one was talking or looking at each other, it was difficult to detect one more or one less person in a team. Not to mention that Wu Tianqing, a professional killer, could always reduce his presence when sneaking. He walked through the corridor so swaggeringly, and the patrolling personnel did not notice him at all. They did not even notice that there was one more person in the team Wu Tianqing was in. Who would keep counting the number of patrolling teams? Their numb heads probably could not figure out why someone dared to walk by so swaggeringly. In their mindset, if there really was a thief or a robber, at least he would not become one of them. Hey, Wu Tianqing's reverse thinking. Tricked everyone here. At another corner, the last person in the patrol team disappeared silently. Only the person walking at the back felt a little strange. Looking back, he found nothing, and thought he was hallucinating because he was too sleepy. Shaking his head, he continued to follow, but he didn't find that the person who disappeared was not gone, but was just above him. As long as he looked up, he could see Wu Tianqing lying on the ceiling like Spider-Man. The ceiling here also has patterns, which can be used as a foothold, which is also the prerequisite for Wu Tianqing to fly over the eaves and walls. Not to mention that his Bagwazang realm is no less than the catapult technique. It is not surprising that he has such an anti-human skill. Wu Tianqing came down from the ceiling after the patrol team passed by. In the dark environment, Wu Tianqing, wearing a black night tights, naturally has a protective color. The moment he left the team, he used the game panel to read the bar to change the church's clothes. Otherwise, if he lay on the ceiling, the church's loose clothes would droop. It would be difficult for others not to notice even if they wanted to. After dodging several patrol teams, Wu Tianqing finally arrived at the entrance of the basement. There was also someone guarding the entrance, like a security guard. The security guard had a security booth, and the gatekeeper also had a similar booth, sitting inside and taking a nap. The security booth had an opening similar to a window, and the area outside the window was not transparent. The window was left for the gatekeeper to inspect the people coming and going. Wu Tianqing calculated the patrol time, waited for a patrol team to pass by, turned sideways, and quietly hid by the window. He used a small mirror to secretly peek at the gatekeeper, and when he saw the gatekeeper taking a nap, he lowered his body and quietly passed under the window. The whole process was extremely quiet and fast, so much so that the guard felt that he had only taken a nap, which caused a little noise, and he did not expect that someone would pass by him. After avoiding the guard, he was finally able to enter the basement. The basement here was completely different from what Wu Tianqing had imagined. The walls and ceiling of the basement, and even the road surface, were no longer made of concrete, but of trees. When he first saw it, Wu Tianqing was so shocked that his heart beat heavily. He was afraid that these trees would suddenly produce some tree roots and eyes. Fortunately, the trees here are relatively normal. Although it is called a basement, it feels a bit like a treehouse. These trees are not flat, like countless branches intertwined to form an underground passage. Wu Tianqing walked forward cautiously. The further he walked, the darker the light in front of him became. It was like the entrance to hell. The darkness swallowed Wu Tianqing's figure. It was not that he was not careful, but the dialogue box did not pop up, and there was no great danger. It was just a little dark. Even if it was so dark that he could not see his hand in front of his face, it would not scare him. Moving forward little by little, there was finally a little fire ahead. In order to prevent being discovered as soon as he entered, Wu Tianqing first opened the game panel, so that the StarCraft netizens with a bird's eye view could see it. Yoshi, there were actually so many people inside. Working overtime? So busy. This is too pitiful, working overtime late at night. It was a bit far from Xiaoshui, so I couldn't zoom in, so I didn't know what they were doing. This is the first time I've seen someone sneak in here. Xiaoshui, be careful. Xiaoshui, don't make a dazzling appearance as soon as you enter. I hope that the sneak action that was so impressive in the front will not be ruined here. Thanks for the reminder, it won't happen. There are so many confidential personnel working, it will be difficult for him to obtain some confidential information. Chapter 198 Using Others as Nourishment and Feeding Others. In the darkness, Wu Tianqing put on the believer's clothes again. He didn't know when to go in, and couldn't observe the situation inside. He could only rely on the god's perspective of netizens. At this time, it was extremely challenging to be patient, and once you couldn't hold back, it would be easy to be exposed. After waiting for a long time, Wu Tianqing finally waited for the opportunity. Damn, what's going on inside? One of them suddenly fainted. Did he die suddenly from working too much overtime? The sound of messy footsteps sounded, and Wu Tianqing approached the edge of the passage little by little. After noticing that everyone was surrounding him, he immediately walked out of the passage, as if he had blended in with them and became one of them. In order to make himself less awkward, Wu Tianqing put a lot of powder on his face. which looked extremely white. The people who were surrounding him quickly concluded that the guy who fainted just forgot to eat because of work. And just because he forgot to eat, his white face suddenly showed a lot of purple-red blood vessels. Densely packed. This kind of blood vessels, Wu Tianqing was very familiar with. That's exactly what being parasitized looks like. How painful it would be for Xiong Biao to be parasitized, and how painful it would be for this guy who forgot to eat. Ah! After fainting, he woke up in pain. The heart-wrenching screams were extremely terrifying in the dim light. The hood he was wearing was pulled down because of the pain, and purple-red blood vessels were all over his bald head, and even the whites of his eyes were covered with bloodshot. This scene was extremely terrifying, the purple-red blood vessels under the epidermis of his skull, like countless parasites parasitizing outside his skull, and inside his epidermis, drilling around everywhere. Obviously, the people here are all parasitized. There is no such thing as removing the parasite here. It can only be suppressed, not removed. However, no matter how miserable this person screamed, the crowd did not have any sympathy, just pulled him to a corner to eat, and then each did their own thing. As if this situation was a very normal thing. They were all used to it. Wu Tianqing moved closer, and looked at the fainted person eating in the corner. What he was eating was the monsters raised in the breeding area. Unlike the boss at least ate cooked food. But he ate it raw. Damn it. The people here are so skilled at their work. They must have been here for a long time. If the parasitism cannot be eliminated, it can only be suppressed. Then Xiong Biao will be trapped here in the future. No wonder there are intelligent races that have come through the game and stayed here. They simply can't leave. There are so many intelligent races, and those who can't leave can't be just these few people. There are endless intelligent races in the universe, and many of them are participating in the journey game at the same time. Every race, every journey, may have such a church. They are distributed in countless churches, working day and night. Pa! Wu Tianqing's shoulder was suddenly patted, his hair stood up, and his heart stopped beating for a moment. He almost instinctively counterattacked the other party, but he overcame this instinctive action. The voice of the boss suddenly sounded behind him. He can't work for a while, you go and take his place first. When did he come? From the content of his words, the boss didn't recognize him. Luckily, not only did he have superb acting skills, his makeup skills were also axe level. While stealing clothes, he didn't forget to copy the face of a sleeping person. Wu Tianqing nodded and walked to the workstation of the eater. He had fainted at his workstation just now, so he could naturally judge his position. It can only be said that this is a heavily guarded basement. Just approaching the workstation, Wu Tianqing has already discovered a lot of important information. For example, the first time he entered the foggy plate, the combat specialized monsters that were sent out were not sent by the monitor, but by the staff here, and the one who just ate was actually the combat specialized arena. In the foggy plate, the place he paid the most attention to was the arena. Therefore, he already knew the monsters in the arena. They fight each other, hone their fighting skills, etc., which is his current job. This is too simple. Wu Tianqing is good at this. On the black technology screen similar to a computer, Wu Tianqing quickly found the operation method and arranged the monsters in the arena with ease. Tomorrow, their battle instructions and fighting methods will be arranged according to Wu Tianqing's current arrangements. Of course, Wu Tianqing is not stupid enough to help the enemy train monsters. What was the work plan of the feeding staff just now? He followed the plan to avoid being discovered. Of course, he also secretly added some tips to the monsters that were dedicated to fighting in the arena. He trained them the same way as in the training ground. Wu Tianqing secretly added tips to the actual combat. Although it was his first time, Wu Tianqing was too professional and his work efficiency was extremely high. He did not deliberately speed up his work progress, but secretly peeked at other people's work content while he was working. It doesn't matter if he doesn't look at it, but once he does, he will be numb. There are many types of monsters in the foggy area, but they all seem to have their own things to do, and everything they do is arranged by the confidential personnel here. Just like bees collecting honey, everything is directed by the staff here day and night. Even the fighting among monsters at night is instructed by the staff. And the reason for the development of monster tribes and the fighting at night is all to replenish the food for the giant tree. What kind of terrifying existence is the giant tree? And the staff here, aren't they a kind of controlled monster? Don't forget, they are all parasitic and can only work forever for the growth of the giant tree. All monsters have professional division of labor. Intelligent races? They are only responsible for the job of commanding in the fog plate. It looks like a world of monsters, but it seems to be an alternative society. Realizing this, Wu Tianqing's heart sank. This professional division of labor turns this weird society into an extremely complex ecological chain. Everyone uses others as nourishment, and also feeds others. It is obviously a world of monsters. But strangely, it is very similar to the human society in peacetime. Yes, it is feeding on others, and feeding others, when all the truth was laid out before him. Even Wu Tianqing was shocked and speechless. Why is it like this? This world of cannibalism is strangely similar to the society before the advent of games. No wonder the comments said that the foggy journey can only be passed quickly, and not stayed for long. The truth is not just the surface world. The logic of the inner layer is truly horrifying. The fog is shrouded in more than just surface horror. Wu Tianqing has already guessed it based on these alone. These damn truths are really fucking up. Chapter 199 Big Dying Vat. Fuck. The journey through the fog is actually like this, Ward. The world is going to change. I only know that in the past, many intelligent races died in the fog plate, but I didn't know there were basements, strange ecological chains. The journey through the fog is a strange society, a horrible map of people eating people. Oh my god, I never thought that the unknown fog would be solved by a person of level 07 civilization. If he can really break the fog journey of the human race, then the level of human civilization will be forced to be raised to level 1 civilization at least. What a pity, what a pity. We found out too late. If our race could crack the secret of the foggy journey, we would have reached the second level civilization by now. Every intelligent race has only one chance to play the journey game, and it will not be repeated a second time. Humans have Wu Tianqing, and in the future, humans may not be easy to mess with. I originally thought, when humans pass the game and enter the interstellar society, I would capture a few people to be slaves, but now it seems that the chance is not great. I still can't figure out how Wu Tianqing resisted mental pollution, and how he got to this point. Logically speaking, when he knew everything, he was either parasitized or dead. But why didn't he react at all? He really seemed to be a prophet. And it seemed that someone was helping him every step of the way. Wagner and Warner knew the truth. But it didn't mean that they could break the fog. I wanted him to break the secret of the fog directly, without having to understand the truth. But I didn't expect him to find the truth by himself. Wu Tianqing wanted to see what the Star Internet users had to say. But it was the first time for the netizens to know the secret of the fog. That giant tree seemed to be some kind of rule-level existence. As for why he didn't react, of course, he knew too much at the beginning. If too much information flows into the brain at once, it will be abnormal. He has seen everything in the surface world, and has digested all this information long ago. Even if this information has a certain degree of mental pollution, he has pushed it away with his strong mental power. Knowing a little more now, it just makes his brain a little swollen and painful, but he will recover soon. As long as the giant tree doesn't attack him, he can survive. As for Xiong Biao's parasitism, Wu Tianqing has almost figured it out. If this strange world is compared to society, then this society is a big melting pot. For people who are still in the fog and can't see anything clearly, this society has not touched the players. Players are like college students who are not familiar with the world. Perhaps in the eyes of monsters, there is a sense of stupidity in their clear eyes. However, is it stupid or sincere? Different people have different opinions. Players only need to kill monsters and level up quickly, and pass through the fog. Don't get close to this society. Otherwise you will be affected and polluted. The problem is that Xiong Biao has been polluted by the Big Dai Vata society. In other words, it is parasitism. This kind of unspeakable parasitism has no way to be eliminated. It's like an adult who has experienced ups and downs in society. He has become experienced. How can he go back to his student days and become a simple student? Once parasitism. It is impossible to go back to the past. Once you participate, you have to play to the end. Unless you overturn the table, completely change the rules of the game. Just like throwing this adult into a paradise. Completely changing the environment. He can adapt to the environment and return to his original appearance. Therefore, there is only one way to get rid of parasitism. Change the environment. And all of this, the vested interests are giant trees. Giant trees, creators of the environment. Everything returns to the starting point. This is a dead end. Wu Tianqing is powerless. He has explored all the information that can be explored. It's useless. In the face of absolute power, Wu Tianqing can do nothing. There are also shifts for night shifts, and soon someone will come to replace Wu Tianqing's work. Every staff member who goes back to rest can receive a token as a pass. This actually makes it convenient for Wu Tianqing. He is very cautious when coming in. And it is very simple when leaving. No matter whether it is the guard or the patrol team, people coming out from inside will ignore the pass when they see it. When they leave the brightly lit passage, the pass will be taken back. The personnel who entered to work also had to obtain a pass. The pass could not be taken out of the area. And it also covered up Wu Tianqing's tracks very well. At least in the short term. They would not find any problems. Wu Tianqing returned the clothes of the church staff according to his memory, and then quietly returned to the big suite. Lu Jie wanted to ask Wu Tianqing about the situation, but seeing that he had a dark face, she tactfully did not ask. He would say what he wanted to say. Wu Tianqing's biggest hesitation now was whether to give up Xiongbiao. If it were anyone else, they would just give up. Xiongbiao had taken the blame for him, so it would be unfair to just give up. When he was in the novice village, he would still be anxious to level up. Now on the foggy journey, Wu Tianqing has completely understood the mechanism of the map, and even the strengths and weaknesses of those monsters. Leveling up is no longer a problem, and he can reach level 20 in a few days. The information shown in the investigation results is also far beyond Wu Tianqing's ability. He really has no way to deal with the giant tree. Not that he doesn't want to save it. I had thought that I could rest for a while after coming back and get enough energy. But Wu Tianqing just sat by the window until dawn. Lu Jie woke up from time to time and could see Wu Tianqing by the window. He said nothing and sat there in silence. If he was not afraid of disturbing her, he would even want to light a cigarette. Looking at Wu Tianqing's appearance, Lu Jie roughly guessed something. Xiongbiao. I'm afraid he can't be saved. Is he sad? Looking at this calm expression. It doesn't seem like it. Before Wang Daming died, he didn't look like this. Lu Jie and Xiongbiao were comrades in life and death. When she guessed the truth, she suddenly wanted to cry. There were too many people who died around her. But for some reason, her eyes could not shed tears, and her whole body felt numb. It was not that she did not want to cry, she just felt that she could not cry anymore. She just felt heavy breathing, and it felt like a huge rock was pressing on her heart. If we can't save him, let's go level up. Lu Jie's voice was very cold, very similar to Wu Tianqing's state when he was a child. Wu Tianqing nodded, walked to Xiongbiao's bed, and covered him with the quilt. Perhaps one day, Xiongbiao would become a staff member here, trapped here forever. Looking at the light gradually brightening outside the window, Wu Tianqing's breathing was a little heavy, and his words were a little hoarse. If he can't leave here, then let him be the boss here. It should be okay. Lu Jie's pupils shrank slightly, and she looked at Wu Tianqing. What does he want to do? Chapter 200. Welcome to join us. From the beginning, Wu Tianqing did not feel threatened in the church. He also knew that his behavior was unfair to many church members. But this world was not something he could control. The dinner prepared by the boss was now known to Wu Tianqing. Once he and Lu Jie ate it, they would become parasites and would never be able to leave here. Since the boss had been plotting against him from the beginning, it would not matter if he killed the boss. Wu Tianqing suddenly remembered what was said in the previous comments. Only the race that expressed loyalty will have a church. There is another sentence. Advanced civilizations believe that colonization is a low-level form of plunder. Good guy. So the advanced way is to raise people. This is too advanced. It makes people unable to leave at all. Knock. Knock. The door suddenly sounded. The air pressure around Wu Tianqing seemed to become very low. Even Lu Jie subconsciously didn't want to get close. Wu Tianqing walked to the door, gently opened the door, showed a smile, as if he had forgotten everything he had seen before. Did you sleep well last night? I prepared breakfast for you. No, we have our own food. It was clearly a gentle smile, but the person in charge sensed a sense of danger in Wu Tianqing's gentle eyes. The church has never been a place for free food and shelter. Even if you don't eat, staying there will take up space. Wu Tianqing's words were still impolite, not giving him any face at all. The person in charge's face darkened, but he didn't dare to take action directly. If it was another player, he wouldn't care so much, force you to be parasitized, and then throw you into work. But he couldn't tell the momentum of this player. He would be happy if he couldn't beat him. Even if he could borrow the power of the giant tree. It was not omnipotent. The giant tree appeared in this map, and its strength was naturally reduced by more than half. It had the possibility of being killed. Even if the possibility was very small, It could be killed even if it attacked itself. Let alone the person who was just borrowing power. The person who was in charge smiled while suppressing his anger. Wu Tianqing's momentum and impoliteness were like a punch on cotton. It was true that he wanted to take action. But the battlefield couldn't be here. If he accidentally killed the sleeping Xiongbiao, it would be embarrassing. After we have breakfast, there will be a prayer ceremony. Do you want to go and see it? Wu Tianqing knew where the prayer and confession area was. It was far from this big suite. And it was very suitable as a battlefield. It was just right. Killing the boss in front of so many people would also serve as a warning to others. Xiongbiao couldn't be left alone. Thinking of this, Wu Tianqing nodded. After closing the door again, Lu Jie finally couldn't help asking Wu Tianqing what he thought. Are you sure? Lu Jie didn't know about the food problem. She was a relatively pure scholar, and was rarely beaten by society. As we all know, a truly smart person, as long as he is smart to a certain extent, will be taken away and secretly trained. And Lu Jie was trained in this way. She didn't have to experience the ups and downs of society. Her talent was enough to allow her to live in a safe house built for her by others. Of course, she lived up to everyone's expectations. When everyone was still in college, she had already become a top scholar and started to serve the country. If the travel game had not come, Wu Tianqing and Lu Jie would never have met. Not knowing the food problem, not knowing the true nature of the boss, Lu Jie's sense of morality would not allow her to do so. Her sense of morality was too high, and she would not take the initiative to do things that hurt others, because all she saw was the goodness of the boss to them. Not only did they help them suppress the parasite in Xiongbiao's body, they also treated them to a free dinner and free accommodation. So silly, and so sincere. It was just like what someone described, a hint of stupidity in the clear eyes. Being smart doesn't mean you can see through people's hearts. Before the conspiracy of the boss was unleashed, it was difficult for Lu Jie to take action against such a person. Wu Tianqing knew Lu Jie's situation, and did not ask her to assist in the battle. She only needed to watch Xiongbiao. Wu Tianqing went to the prayer area alone. At this time, the prayer area has been decorated in a very formal manner, like a medieval church, and solemn classical music is playing. The priest, the person in charge, stands on the stage, with his eyes closed and his head bowed, as if he is praying silently. The men and women in the audience also bowed their heads and prayed. They are very clear about their situation. They are trapped here, rather than sincerely and actively wanting to pray. This kind of prayer is more like a kind of spiritual comfort, or brainwashing. The monsters outside the church have simple minds, don't understand so much. Even if they are bred, they won't realize it. As a commander with wisdom, being trapped here forever, this feeling of powerlessness and despair will drive them crazy sooner or later. Perhaps the prayers in the church are to prevent them from going crazy. The whole church is like a school auditorium, with rows of seats. The seats in the front can be broken off, like the seats in the high-speed train, to break off a small table surface, for placing items and copying confession quotations. When they prayed yesterday, they needed to copy something. Today, they put all the notebooks away. All the notebooks were placed in a corner, put away in a special cabinet, and locked. When I came to see it last night, it was clearly not locked. It was locked today. The big padlock. Did he think he was blind? Was his whereabouts exposed last night? Or did he find something? However, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he came to kill the priest. Whether he was exposed or not, it doesn't matter. Kodak. 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 The classical music was very low, serving as the background music for this prayer. Wu Tianqing walked out of the corner step by step, walked to the red carpet in the center of the auditorium, looked up at the priest on the stage. Everyone was very quiet, only the subtle sound of classical music. Wu Tianqing's footsteps seemed a little abrupt in the scene. He walked to the center of the auditorium alone, extremely conspicuous. The priest who was praying with his eyes closed slowly raised his head, opened his eyes, and looked at Wu Tianqing. His voice was very gentle. Guests still have to abide by the rules. Running around in the host's house in the middle of the night is not a good habit. He really found it. Last night, he used the face of a sleeping church staff. That church staff did not go to work last night. Once the staff confront each other, it is easy to cause problems. Wu Tianqing thought they would find out a few days later. Because of this numb working mechanism, the staff did not need to punch in for work, and did not need to report the work progress to the priest. The church staff were relatively indifferent to each other, and did not talk much. Under normal circumstances, they would not find out so early, or even never find out. But it doesn't matter anyway. He came to kill the priest today. Wu Tianqing was too lazy to talk, and wanted to do it directly. However, the priest's next words made Wu Tianqing feel bad all over. It doesn't matter, we are very tolerant of our compatriots. Even if you didn't follow the rules last night, we welcome you to join us. Wu Tianqing, Wu Tianqing. Chapter 201. Wu Tianqing was parasitized. What does the boss mean? When Wu Tianqing realized something was wrong, it was too late. He could smell a faint smell of blood in the air. Before this, he had never paid attention to this smell. Because there were too many monsters in the foggy journey, there were monsters fighting everywhere. It was a normal phenomenon that the air was always filled with the smell of blood. But now, Wu Tianqing noticed the abnormality of this smell of blood. Soon, he felt his skin tingling. This kind of numbness does not give people a sense of comfort, but as if being electrocuted, with needle-like pain all over the body. Afterwards, this pain gradually penetrated into the wood, as if the needles were piercing into the flesh bit by bit. This kind of pain is no different from slow slicing, but no one present did anything to him. The skin gradually became white, the blood vessels on the surface of the skin gradually appeared, the color gradually became deeper, and soon turned into a strange purple red. He was also parasitized. When was it? Is it this bloody smell? How is this possible? If even the air becomes a carrier of some kind of parasitism, then the journey in the fog is a plot killing. How could such a deadly situation appear in the game? The blood vessels on the surface of the skin began to wriggle little by little, and soon, these blood vessels were like parasites, running around under the surface of the skin. The pain became more and more intense, as if the body was constantly being stimulated by an electric current, accompanied by a knife-like pain. The whites of Wu Tianqing's eyes turned blood red, and even the blood vessels around his eye sockets were prominent. Even though he was in severe pain, Wu Tianqing's mind was still working very quickly. Doesn't the church have the ability to suppress parasites? Why was he parasitized in the church? Why didn't the church's suppression work on him? As if seeing his doubts, the voice of the person in charge sounded softly. You don't think you won't be parasitized if you don't eat our food? Wu Tianqing's perception is very sharp. Is it the smell of blood? He suddenly realized something. His previous guess was correct, and the barrage also warned him a long time ago. The foggy journey must be passed as soon as possible. The faster the safer. He compared this strange world to human society, but forgot many things and subconsciously treated it as a game in another world. If it is really a society, then this is not a place where he can come and go as he pleases. Being drawn into society, it is not easy to stay out of it. The time given to players in the fog map should not be so short, and the leveling speed of players cannot be so fast. Wu Tianqing realized this, so he was not in a hurry to level up. But now, he finally figured it out. It is not an exaggeration to compare this strange world to society. It is even more consistent than Wu Tianqing imagined. The more you come into contact with this strange world, the deeper the poisoning will be. The time that the fog gives players is not fixed. The less a player knows, the longer he can stay, and vice versa. If he doesn't contact the boss, the commander here, he may be able to stay out of trouble and leave after leveling up safely. But if he contacts this group of commanders, how can he escape? This can only be understood, not explained. Wu Tianqing couldn't explain it in detail. This kind of silent parasitism. It is estimated that only Wu Tianqing will be caught, but Lu Jie will not, because he sees through the logic inside. He understands the inevitability of this kind of parasitism. There are two conditions for parasitism. First, see the truth of the world clearly, no more fog in your eyes. Second, contact the commander who commands the monsters, even if they have not yet attacked you. If these two conditions are met, he will be parasitized. And the suppression effect of the church. It is itself divided into camps. It is also a part of the giant tree. Whether to suppress this parasitism depends on whether the parasite is useful to the giant tree, whether it can be used by the giant tree. Xiong Biao is still in a coma. The giant tree cannot judge whether he will join the church, so it suppresses him together. Wu Tianqing was awake. If he didn't join, he would die here. This was also the reason why the person in charge was so sure that Wu Tianqing would join. He didn't even ask, but directly welcomed him to join. Wu Tianqing endured the severe pain, stared at the person in charge fiercely, and made him feel uneasy. In order to ease the embarrassment, the person in charge also explained why he was found so quickly. The reason was not that the staff confronted him. On this point, Wu Tianqing's previous judgment was not wrong at all. What he was wrong about was that from the beginning, when he approached the staff, someone had already reported to the person in charge. Indeed, Wu Tianqing's infiltration was unmatched, and it was difficult for the naked eye to tell if it was really a human patrolling. He would most likely not be discovered. He was very sure of this. After all, he was experienced. But he overlooked the most important point. The one wandering around him was not a human at all. From the various intelligent races in the universe, some always have talents that humans cannot have. For example, the intelligent races like bats use some kind of sonic radar to judge the environment. It does not need to use the naked eye at all, and can directly use ultrasonic waves to judge the surrounding environment. Based on this alone, Wu Tianqing's infiltration would not be successful. It's just that the boss has never revealed it before. The purpose is to let Wu Tianqing know more. The more he knows, the more he contacts them and understands their operating mechanism. Then these church personnel don't need to take action. Wu Tianqing will be parasitized. This kind of active parasitism will not appear immediately. Instead, when the boss, or any commander here, reveals his cards, this kind of parasitism will emerge. Wu Tianqing could understand the operation of the treacherous inner logic. As the parasitism became more and more serious, Wu Tianqing was determined and chose to resist. If he could only choose one between survival and freedom, then his choice must be freedom. His life could be short, but he could never be imprisoned. And he could never be numb like these church members. He endured the severe pain and shot out a hand of cards. In such a close-range AoE card explosion, no one could escape, whether it was the person in charge or the believers in the audience. All were hit in the fatal weakness by Wu Tianqing's cards. If they were human, they would have died long ago. But they are not human. After the commanders were cut, the remaining flesh and blood gushed blood. But the blood vessels twisted and wriggled little by little. Soon, the blood vessels penetrated into the air, twisting and waving. Wu Tianqing had seen this situation before. On the first day of his journey into the mist, he saw it when he faced the first monster in the journey. Blood-threaded strange bat. This kind of wriggling blood vessels is like an immortal body. Every commander has this ability of the blood-threaded strange bat. Wait, is this ability unique to the blood-threaded strange bat? Or do most of the monsters here have it? Wu Tianqing could not think more, and his brain was stabbing. The terrifying monsters surrounded Wu Tianqing, and a sense of despair and powerlessness enveloped his body. Is he going to die here? Chapter 202 Near Death. From the comments, we know that the commanders here come from various races. It is impossible for all of them to have the ability of the blood-threaded strange bat. There is only one answer. It is the giant tree that gave them this ability. Even all the fog monsters here can have this ability, as long as the giant tree is willing to give it. Originally, the monsters here are endless. If these monsters can also have this almost immortal ability, then what is Wu Tianqing doing? Don't forget, the blood-threaded strange bat, you still need Lu Jie's cooperation to kill it. A violent physical warrior like him can't do anything about these wriggling blood vessels. No wonder all the parasitized people have purple-red blood vessels. No wonder these blood vessels are like parasites. The giant tree recognizes you. These blood vessels are the basis of your immortality. If you don't recognize you, you will be killed by this terrifying existence. The parasite could not kill Wu Tianqing directly, and the silver blade was waving wildly in the church. Wu Tianqing's perception also made such a serious mistake for the first time. Speaking of mistakes, it seems that these individuals from various intelligent races, although their abilities are different, are indeed weak in combat. Even if they have the abnormal ability of immortality and the talents of various races, they still can't do anything to Wu Tianqing. After all, they are the kind of people who failed at the beginning of various races, and naturally they can't compare with Wu Tianqing in combat power. The sense of crisis never came from the church. So Wu Tianqing did not sense the danger before and after entering the church. The source of the crisis has always been the giant tree. The giant tree symbolizes the rules and environment of the foggy journey. The terrifying knife light chopped all the tables and chairs in the prayer area, and the surrounding facilities were cut into pieces. The flash of swords and sabers. I don't know how many times the commander's body was chopped, but they were able to jump up and down soon, and all their efforts were in vain. Wu Tianqing tried to use infinite cards to get stuck in their heads, but it still didn't work. They were not strong in combat, and could not even get close to Wu Tianqing. But they just could not die. No matter how they fought, they could not die. The loss of mana was not great. But Wu Tianqing was increasingly unable to support himself. The burden on his brain became heavier and heavier, as if he had a high fever. And he felt dizzy. It was as if a big stone was forced into his head. And he felt dizzy from time to time. And even his combat posture began to deform. And his combat effectiveness plummeted. It was raining cats and dogs. And these commanders were not without temper. After being beaten by Wu Tianqing, they also started suicide attacks. When the opponent attacks desperately, Wu Tianqing has to spend more mana to block. But his mana is limited. When there are more and more monsters around, when countless monsters rush out from a basement, Wu Tianqing's failure is inevitable. He is a human, not a god. He can't succeed all the time. The blood vessels are waving in the church, and countless blood vessels are like vines crawling all over the prayer area. Even the blood vessels under the surface of the church gradually became thicker, sticking out of the soil bit by bit, and opening their eyes. If no one challenges the rules will continue to operate like this. If someone challenges the rules, before the rules are completely torn apart, they will change on their own to prevent anyone from being so bold as to challenge them. The monsters were torn apart by the silver light, and they simply did not restore their human form, but simply fought with Wu Tianqing in the form of blood vessels. There were too many people on the opposite side, so that the blood vessels merged with each other, forming a picture that made people's sanity value drop wildly. Countless blood vessels climbed randomly on the ground. The walls, the ground, the ceiling, are full of these twisted blood vessels. Wu Tianqing finally couldn't help it, and fainted little by little. He was too tired of the giant tree's mental attack. It was not something he could bear. Just when all the blood vessels were piercing Wu Tianqing, just when his skin was about to become riddled with holes, a blood shield surrounded Wu Tianqing. In the midst of danger, Xiong Biao actually woke up early. The whites of his eyes turned purple, and the blood vessels all over his body were twisting wildly. But he still woke up, pouring his mana into the skill, and erecting a blood shield with amazing defense for Wu Tianqing. The nearly endless blood vessels stabbed at Wu Tianqing like spears, but all stabbed on the shield. Xiong Biao spat out a mouthful of blood, and the rapid loss of mana caused him, who was already parasitized, to suffer another serious injury. The flushing of water and the illumination of light were useless to these blood vessels. They were not vampires, and they were not afraid of light. Lu Jie's magic seemed to be ineffective. No matter how she cast it, she could not stir up any waves. The giant tree made a move. The scene in front of him became more and more blurred. The blood shield was like glass, and cracks appeared. Are all people going to die here? I really can't accept it. The giant tree's mental power hit Wu Tianqing's mind again and again, like a hammer hitting his head hard. Among the three people present, Wu Tianqing was the most difficult bone to chew, and he was also the one who advocated resistance. The giant tree's primary target was him. Everyone's consciousness was like an iceberg floating on the water. The conscious mind floated on the water, and the subconscious mind was below the water. Now, Wu Tianqing's iceberg of consciousness was bombarded by the giant tree. The giant tree's attack was like a huge hammer, slamming the iceberg over and over again, waiting for the iceberg to gradually break into pieces, completely lose consciousness, and become its puppet. Wu Tianqing could feel it. His consciousness was gradually dissipating. The iceberg also had cracks. It seemed that in the next second, he would completely lose himself and become a puppet controlled by others forever. In a trance, he could feel that perhaps those blood-threaded strange bats with wings, but some of them in human form, were the players who had once resisted. The consciousness gradually blurred, and the sight in front of him also blurred a little bit. The fierce sounds of the battle around him also gradually weakened. It was as if everything around him was a slideshow. There was no sound of the computer turning on. The sounds around him gradually weakened until they completely disappeared, and there was silence. He could still see Lu Jie and Xiong Biao. The team members were still fighting desperately. They tried desperately to drag themselves out of the center of the prayer area. They rushed to the prayer area again and again, but were pulled back by the thick blood vessels. Their vision was blurred, and only blocks of color remained. It was as if they were mosaicked. Nothing could be seen clearly. The blood vessels waiting in the air, in Wu Tianqing's sight, gradually turned blood red. It was as if the whole world had turned blood red. Another voice of Wu Tianqing sounded softly in his ears. This voice was sinister and cruel. But when it sounded in his ears, Wu Tianqing felt strangely like a spring breeze. I really can't do anything to you. I wanted to see how you beg me. Forget it this time. Who made me so kind to you? I can't bear to watch it anymore. Chapter 203 Dark Wu Tianqing resurrects. Perhaps the most serious mistake of the strange giant tree was to attack Wu Tianqing's mind. The subconscious was in a dormant state. If Wu Tianqing did not hypnotize himself and search deeply in his subconscious, perhaps Dark Wu Tianqing would never wake up. But the giant tree attacked Wu Tianqing's consciousness. When the iceberg cracks a little bit, the subconscious will begin to resist. The awakened Dark Wu Tianqing was full of anger. At this time, Wu Tianqing was no longer able to resist. The conscious mind gradually fell into a dormant state, and the body's actions were controlled by the subconscious. The Dark Wu Tianqing who could perfectly control the cells was so terrifying that it was impossible to estimate. Wu Tianqing, who was originally lying on the ground and dying, disappeared as if teleporting when the blood shield was completely broken and countless blood vessels were inserted into that position. Countless blood vessels did not react and pierced straight into the ground. And the afterimage that stayed in the original place completely dissipated. No! It was not teleportation. It was because his speed was too fast. So fast that he left an afterimage in the original place. Wow! The Dark Wu Tianqing smiled. So cute, ha 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 ha, when the voice sounded. The weird feeling caused both sides of the battle to fall into a brief stalemate. Only a weird laugh remained at the scene. The blood vessels gradually twisted, and the ends were facing the ceiling. Lu Jie and Xiongbiao also raised their heads. Wu Tianqing seemed to have changed into a different person, no longer as low-key and calm as before, and the whole person was hanging upside down on the ceiling like a bat, like a humanoid bat standing on the ceiling. The upside-down Wu Tianqing exuded an evil aura. Looking at all the lives, it seemed that he was not looking at lives, but at a pile of flesh and blood on the dissection screen. What the hell is this principle? Why can he stand on the ceiling? Even Newton's coffin lid can't hold it down. Dark Wu Tianqing would not pay attention to the surprise of the team members. In his eyes, the wriggling blood vessels were not scary at all, but rather like a child seeing a new toy, thinking it was something very novel. Toy? Yes, it was a toy. In the eyes of Dark Wu Tianqing, life was like a toy, which could be played with at will. These blood vessels stabbed at Dark Wu Tianqing. But Wu Tianqing seemed to have become a different person. He did not need to defend himself at all, and walked leisurely on the ceiling. At this moment, he was like a real spider, and could walk freely on the ceiling. Soon, a blood vessel pierced Wu Tianqing's arm by luck. This piercing caused blood to fall from the sky, and the two teammates watched with worry. Dark Wu Tianqing ignored them, but blinked and tilted his head. Silver light flashed, and the blood vessels around him broke one after another. Wu Tianqing had had enough. He summoned the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade and used the 8 diagrams palm. Countless silver blade lights burst out crazily, and all the blood vessels around him were cut into small pieces. These blood vessels fell from the sky like rain. But Wu Tianqing did not let them go. With a light step, he rushed back to the ground from the ceiling, accompanied by countless cards that burst out. Each card hit a small blood vessel. All the twisting blood vessels, each section corresponds to a card. The card pinned all these things to the wall, the ground, the ceiling. They are like real parasites. It's just that each parasite is pinned to a specific position. No matter how they twist, they can't connect with each other. This is the Dark Wu Tianqing. He can perfectly control cells. Whether it is computing ability or deduction ability, he is not comparable to Wu Tianqing. The monster that Wu Tianqing is powerless against, Dark Wu Tianqing kills it instantly, compared to these real monsters. Wu Tianqing at this time seems more bizarre and terrifying. His eyes, that ignore life, even his teammates can't help but feel a chill down their spines. The scene was extremely bizarre. Countless blood vessels inserted into the inner walls, and the ground were like parasite specimens, firmly inserted under the cards. If they were dead, it would be fine. At least, they would be spared from torture. But these were all living specimens. No matter how they struggled and twisted, they could not break free from the cards that were staring at them. At this moment, the creator of terror was no longer these so-called church members, but the Dark Wu Tianqing who admired his masterpiece. Lu Jie had never thought that the combination of cards and silver light could achieve this level. The most terrifying thing was that Wu Tianqing's body was already deeply parasitic at this time. Look at Xiongbiao. He was almost rolling on the ground in pain. The more the purple-red blood vessels on his body drilled, the more painful he was. This kind of pain will not weaken with the passage of time. So Xiongbiao couldn't help lying on the ground. as if he wanted to twist himself into a knot to relieve the pain. But the purple-red blood vessels on Wu Tianqing's body drilled back and forth more horribly. The giant tree's attention was on Wu Tianqing, and he suffered more intense pain. Even his whites of the eyes. The purple-red whites of his eyes had blood vessels wriggling. Even so, Wu Tianqing seemed to be fine, and didn't care about the pain in his body at all. The dark Wu Tianqing looked at Lu Jie and Xiong Biao with extremely indifferent eyes, even though they just risked their lives to save him. But the dark Wu Tianqing didn't care. What are teammates? Only he needs these burdens. He doesn't need them. After walking a few steps, even the blood vessels on the soles of his feet were pulsating. Wu Tianqing glanced at the thick blood vessels twisting on his arm, and ordered in a cold voice, "Be quiet." As the two words came out, the blood vessels on Wu Tianqing's body surface actually quieted down, and stopped pulsating. This scene made Lu Jie dumbfounded. She also saw the look Wu Tianqing gave her. That look was extremely strange. Is it a dual personality? Or a split personality? Lu Jie was so surprised that she was speechless. She knew too little about Wu Tianqing after all, and could not see through this person at all. Ordinary people could not suppress this parasite at all. Only the dark Wu Tianqing who could control it at a microscopic level could control the blood vessels freely. Even if he was infected with some kind of parasite, the blood vessels were still his blood vessels. As long as the blood vessels were his, they were under his control. Looking at the arm that was pierced by the twisted blood vessels before, under the dark Wu Tianqing's gaze, the flesh and blood at the wound squirmed, as if it was a cancer that was proliferating and dividing crazily. Without drinking the red agent, the wound on Wu Tianqing's arm was squirming and healing on its own. Soon, the flesh and blood adhered little by little, and the wound scabs fell off. His arm recovered to its original shape. This recovery effect is only slightly worse than Xiong Biao's passive skill. The draw indestructible, also parasitized, Xiong Biao's embarrassment at this time is in sharp contrast to the calmness of dark Wu Tianqing. Xiong Biao is about to cry, a big man with tears in his eyes. "Brother, can I call you brother? How did you do it?" Chapter 204 I Save Him. Who saves me? Tiantianqing Lu Jie tried to call Wu Tianqing, wanting to ask about his current situation. However, the moment the dark Wu Tianqing's eyes focused on Lu Jie felt as if she was wrapped in the breath of death. These eyes were extremely strange. Dense blood vessels covered his eyeballs, and the terrifying purple-red eyes were as if a humanoid monster was staring at her. The rage and violence in his eyes could not be suppressed, and it seemed that in the next second, Lu Jie's head would be cut off. Lu Jie's heart trembled. The threat from Wu Tianqing, this dangerous aura, is more terrifying than any monster she has faced before. With the strange feeling that life could wither at any time, Lu Jie's forehead was covered with cold sweat. It was difficult for her to describe this feeling. The moment the dark Wu Tianqing looked at Lu Jie, he subconsciously stared at the fragile life in front of him. Temples, aorta, heart, brain. Wu Tianqing was not looking at a person. He was looking at Lu Jie's human anatomy diagram. Her skeleton, her flesh and blood structure, were all visible to Wu Tianqing. This look that could see through everything and finish off the enemy at any time. Looked down at her from above like a natural enemy. If someone could detect Lu Jie's heart rate at this time, they would find that her heart rate remained high. Dark Wu Tianqing did not kill her. After all, for him, this guy was still a little useful. A little useful, but not much. Better than nothing. But as for Xiong Biao, let him die here. Anyway, he wouldn't be sad, right? Wu Tianqing looked at the world outside the church. That was the world of monsters. What a coincidence, he was also a monster. As a monster, it was more appropriate for him to live in the world of monsters. Wu Tianqing grinned, his purple eyes looked weird and scary. He looked at the outside world, the map of fog. There were endless monsters. He didn't have to worry about the slaughterhouse not being big enough. At this moment, compared to the outside world, the scene inside the church was the real horror. He completed an excellent masterpiece, the blood vessels twisting and struggling wildly in the church, as if foreshadowing the arrival of the devil. Wu Tianqing was just about to go back to join in the Scarlet Carnival, when he suddenly heard a strange noise. Bang! Bang! Ah, bang! Ah, it was Xiong Biao. He was almost insane, and his head hit the ground hard. And soon, his head was bleeding. The pain became more and more intense, and he became more and more crazy. On his temple, purple-red blood vessels bulged, as if his head would explode at any time. Lu Jie used her fluorescent energy to comfort Xiong Biao as much as possible. In a panic, she could only put her hope on Wu Tianqing. Tianqing, save him! Her voice was full of pleading. She was helpless. She really didn't want to see anyone die in front of her. However, her request was destined not to cause the dark Wu Tianqing to have any sympathy. Instead, in the next second, Wu Tianqing disappeared from the spot, rushed directly to Lu Jie, tightened her neck with one hand, and lifted her up. Tianqing, you can also call? Originally a divine warrior, Wu Tianqing's strength can be imagined. His fingers exerted force little by little, and Lu Jie was suffocated. She felt that even her eyeballs were about to be squeezed out by the terrifying force. One more death. It wouldn't make a difference to him. Anyway, he wouldn't be sad. Lu Jie was frightened by the sudden change, and was completely stunned. She didn't expect that. Wu Tianqing would really attack her. She could feel the terrifying force on her neck. If she didn't take action, she would really die. Blue fluorescence flashed in Lu Jie's pupils, and the surrounding water flow gathered. However, Wu Tianqing just stomped his feet, and the water flow that had finally gathered together actually collapsed in an instant. The rushing water flow seemed to have thrown away its armor and scattered around, but it couldn't hurt Wu Tianqing at all. Lu Jie's hands tightly grasped the fingers that were strangling her neck, but her strength was too small compared to his, and she couldn't break free at all. Why? Why did you kill me? Although the dark Wu Tianqing was evil, he was also smart. He could see through Lu Jie's doubts. The hand that was strangling her neck pressed her against the wall. Why? Ha ha ha. The dark Wu Tianqing laughed. His hoarse voice was like the whisper of the devil. Of course, it's because of your hypocrisy. Pretending to be kind, who are you pretending for? Calling my name, asking me to help you, who do you think you are? Are you taking yourself too seriously? Wu Tianqing's suspicion and questioning, like a hammer hitting Lu Jie's heart. At this moment, she couldn't care less. Xiong Biao was really going to die. Save him. Seeing her dying, and still thinking about saving people. Wu Tianqing suddenly felt that this toy seemed a little different. He asked jokingly, if I save him, who will save me? Lu Jie was a very smart person. When she was dying, her mind worked very fast. Judging from the current situation, Wu Tianqing saved me must not be about force. Nor was it about someone threatening his life. She had read the internal information, and knew about Wu Tianqing's situation. His words, who will save me, sounded more like an accusation. Even though he said it calmly. When he was in danger, who would save him? When he was abducted, raised by a gu, and participated in endless fighting, who would save him? Since no one saved him, why should he save others? The anger and resentment hidden in his heart had never dissipated. Even if he slaughtered the entire terrorist organization. If he could really let go of the past. How could such a terrifying dark Wu Tianqing be born? The scenes in his memory were like branded deep in his soul. Like fear from the abyss of the ground, which he could never get rid of. How can a person not have emotions? He doesn't seem to be sad. Doesn't have negative emotions. Is he really? The situation when he was weak made him lack a sense of security at all times. And the sense of crisis always enveloped him, which made him the god of death today. He just buried all these emotions in the deepest part of his heart. He just tried his best to forget these unbearable past events. But one day, it will always burst out. Who will save him? No one. Then he can only watch others die leisurely. Only endless blood, painful wails, flesh and blood tearing, and broken bones can make him feel refreshed. Don't let him go to hell alone. Let's go to hell together. The pupils of the dark Wu Tianqing became more and more crazy, and the purple-red blood vessels on the whites of his eyes bulged, as if he wanted to tear Lu Jie apart. The stumbling sound sounded softly. I'll save you. A soft golden magic circle lit up on the ground. Lu Jie's tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the wrist that was tightening around her neck. Chapter 205. Teaching. Golden fluorescence, like a silk ribbon, surrounds Wu Tianqing. The fluorescence skill finally reveals its power. Lu Jie is a magic master. She has her reasons for choosing this skill. Fluorescence is more than that. After entering the fog map, fluorescence seems to have little effect. She seems to be paddling all the time. In fact, she chose this skill. There are other uses, but she has never had the opportunity. It just so happens that the opportunity has come now. Fluorescent energy did not attack Wu Tianqing. The soft golden fluorescence could not bring any threat to Wu Tianqing. Because of this, Wu Tianqing did not rush to crush the golden magic circle under his feet. As a light skill, Lu Jie can use different colors of light to combine into different pictures. Eyes are windows to the soul. Using fluorescent energy as a medium, she can make her mental power have a brief contact with Wu Tianqing's mental power. Fluorescent energy, as a light skill, can only heal injuries on the surface of the body, and cannot heal mental trauma at all. Perhaps psychological theories can deny this kind of trauma, but they cannot eliminate the resentment hidden deep in the heart. Even magic cannot do this. Happiness and pain, like good and evil, yin and yang, will not disappear, but can only be transferred. And Yin Yun wants to transfer the resentment in Wu Tianqing's heart to her. When the spirit forms a connection, she regards herself as an emotional trash can, receiving all kinds of resentment and anger from Wu Tianqing, and the pain will be transferred to her. This is the only way for Lu Jie. If someone must die at the scene, then let her come. More than 10 years of fear and anger, if they are really instilled into another person, the recipient will definitely go crazy. The fluorescent energy had just been used. Lu Jie's pupils shrank slightly. A huge sense of fear enveloped her whole body, as if it wanted to swallow her whole. Wu Tianqing's eyelids drooped a little, and the strength in his hands was reduced. As the dark Wu Tianqing, he naturally did not pity Lu Jie. Lu Jie's behavior was good for him, since he has value. It's not too late to decide whether to kill him later. He knocked out the wailing Xiong Bian next to him. He didn't want Lu Jie's skills to be interrupted. Now that he has started, he shouldn't stop. He wants to transfer all the pain in his heart. Lu Jie has this ability, which is something that dark Wu Tianqing didn't expect. Killing is also one of his ways to relieve pain. Obviously, Lu Jie's move is more satisfying than killing. However, Wu Tianqing doesn't think Lu Jie can hold on for long. The strength of mental power does not represent mental toughness. He had completely let go of Lu Jie, but Lu Jie did not notice it at all. She was receiving Wu Tianqing's past pain, and the boundless despair seemed to make Lu Jie fall into the abyss. Wu Tianqing did not strangle her neck anymore, but she still felt that she could not breathe. It was as if there was a terrifying man strangling her neck. This man had scars all over his face, and smiled very strangely. He put a large mirror in front of her, and then used a scalpel to dissect her. He seemed to be teaching her, and also seemed to be torturing her. Look! The beating organ here is the heart. Look how powerful it beats. Lu Jie was going crazy. This horrible man opened her skin, let her look through the mirror, and saw her beating hard with her own eyes. She was really going crazy. In his eyes, human organs were like parts that kept the machine running. Such teaching. How could it not be profound? Such fear. Anyone could remember it at a glance. Although she was not parasitized by the giant tree, Lu Jie's eyes were full of bloodshot. It's so scary. So terrible. Who will save me? Lu Jie wanted to escape. She couldn't accept this kind of teaching. More than 10 years. This kind of terror lasted for such a long time. How could she bear it? There was only one way in front of her. If she wanted to escape, there was only one way. Stop the fluorescent light. This was the only way for her. The illusory pain and the real reality intertwined. Lu Jie collapsed, trying to look up at Wu Tianqing, as if begging for his mercy, asking him to let her go. Whether to let Wu Tianqing let her go, or to let the scary scarred face let her go. She was a little confused. The mental trauma made her feel both painful and confused. However, when she saw Wu Tianqing's face clearly, her heart ached again. His eyes were still playful, as if he was saying, "That's it? You can't bear it anymore?" He didn't say anything, but the disdainful expression on his face seemed to accuse her of hypocrisy all the time. Since you can't do it yourself, don't ask others to do it. Isn't it disgusting? You just use the fluorescent energy, and you can't even survive one teaching. How dare you say you can save him? Teaching is not the most terrible, nor is it the most frightening. There is an abyss hidden in his heart. You just received a small part, and you can't survive? The golden light under his feet flickered, and the golden fluorescence swaying around him began to twist and dissipate. Dark Wu Tianqing was disgusted. What a waste. This sentence hurt Lu Jie again. Yes. It's all because she's too weak. She's just a waste. Otherwise, those dragon people who followed her wouldn't have been killed or wounded. Thinking of so many people who died tragically, Lu Jie's fear suddenly faded a little bit. The dead seemed to become a wave of courage, injected into her heart. The golden magic circle lit up again. Lu Jie's efforts, in the eyes of the dark Wu Tianqing, were not worth mentioning, and even found it interesting. He smiled in his heart, mocking the so-called scholars for being just like this. He did it on purpose. He just wanted to provoke her. Otherwise, who would receive his endless pain? With an evil personality? How could he have compassion for others except himself? Look, this rubber band-like thing on your body is the tendon of the human body. Isn't it interesting? This is the aorta. As long as you cut it, the blood will spray out like a fountain. Ha ha ha, my description is really great. The extreme pain poured into Lu Jie's heart. Her voice began to become hoarse, and her eyes gradually became indifferent. But the person in her memory seemed to become her spiritual pillar, trying hard to support her, trying to prevent her from mental breakdown. She could feel that. She could not hold on any longer. She was going to die here. She could die here anyway, but she hoped that Wu Tianqing could take more care of humans after all. They were of the same race. Tiantianqing. Am I qualified to call you by your name now? Wu Tianqing's eyes moved slightly. You still want to brainwash him? Let him let you go, and then be his tool. Fool, are you overthinking it? Wu Tianqing wanted to mock her hypocrisy, but she never thought that her next words, even the dark Wu Tianqing did not expect it. Chapter 206 Last Words. Lu Jie did not talk about any great principles with Wu Tianqing, but instead talked about trivial things she had experienced. The terrible teaching made her numb, and she gradually adapted to this pain, even if the degree of this adaptation was very shallow, but it also allowed her to speak fluently. There was a sense of relief in her voice, as if she was saying her last words. She saw Wu Tianqing's cruelty. She didn't think she could escape, and she didn't want to escape again. When I was in college, there was a roommate who was very stingy, and always asked people to bring her food, and didn't pay. We were all roommates, and we would see each other every day. We couldn't fall out over $12. This was the mentality she took advantage of. One day after class, she called me several times and asked me to bring her food. She had many requests, such as no coriander and more sauce. I endured the scorching heat to bring her food. She complained when I got home, saying why it took so long. I put the food on her table and asked her for money. She started eating and said she would give it to me after she finished. I was determined to see if she would pay. It wasn't that I was stingy. It was just $12. I didn't take it seriously, I just couldn't swallow this anger. She ate for a long time, until everyone started to take a lunch break. She finished eating. At that time, the other roommates were all asleep. She wanted to delay paying, but I just didn't sleep, waiting for her to pay. She saw my attitude, said she didn't have money now, and would get money tomorrow to pay me. This is her routine, delaying today, delaying tomorrow, delaying for a long time, and no one was embarrassed to ask for it. I didn't want to pamper her anymore. So I said directly, "You don't have money. So why do you give it to me after you finish eating? Do you know how to write the word integrity? Give it to me now." She was stunned for a moment. Her face looked very ugly. And she retorted, "It's just $12. Is it that serious? It's like you're asking for a debt." I said, "It's that serious. When have you ever asked someone to bring you food and pay for it? Who knows how long you will delay this?" She got angry and kicked me on the chair and said, "When did I stop paying? Be careful with your words." It was such a big noise that it woke everyone up. My roommates looked at us in confusion. I slapped her in the face and cursed. "Didn't your father teach you to pay for meals? You are a slacker, and you are pretending to be your mother?" While my roommate was still in bed, I took the opportunity to slap her a few times before I could pull us apart. Can you imagine? It was so cool. My roommate came down to pull us apart. And I also hit her. After that, she didn't pay for the meal. So I gave it to her as alms. I just couldn't stand her. And I also helped other roommates vent their anger. After this incident, my relationship with her was completely broken. And I didn't care. I was too lazy to maintain such a hypocritical relationship. Besides her, there was another student in the class who had a good relationship with the counselor. He usually spent money lavishly. But when he applied for a scholarship, he dressed very casually and talked about his poor family situation on the stage. He had a rich father, but he said he was a farmer. His mother was healthy, but he said she was disabled. The counselor knew his situation, but still gave him the scholarship. Afterwards, he sensibly gave the counselor a big red envelope, and then spent several thousand yuan on a feast. I couldn't stand him, and I couldn't stand the counselor either. During the class meeting, I took the initiative to speak on stage, openly mocking a classmate, saying that he ignored his parents for a few thousand yuan, and was a filial son. The counselor's face turned pale, and the unfilial son was so angry then he trembled all over. The counselor called me to his office. But I was a grade skipping student, much younger than other students. And he couldn't do anything to me. I didn't want to listen to what he wanted to teach me about how to behave in the world. I just wanted to ask for help that the scholarship evaluation must be fair. Otherwise, I would go to the education bureau. The counselor couldn't do anything to me, and the scholarship had to be given to those who really needed it. At that time, I was very proud. I felt like a Superman. Even though I was younger than my classmates, I could save everyone from danger. Later, I didn't know why things turned out like this. I helped my roommate vent his anger. But later, everyone laughed at me for fighting over $12. After the scholarship incident, the counselor kept finding fault with me and making things difficult for me. None of the classmates I had helped stood up to speak for me. I felt my heart was cold. I just wanted to work harder and climb higher. I didn't want to get stuck in this quagmire. As she spoke, Lu Jie's tears kept flowing, and her voice became more and more painful. However, she was not doing it for herself. But now I understand that the bad people I have seen are just like this at most. Greedy for a little money, spitting everywhere, smoking in the elevator, borrowing money, and not paying it back. I never dreamed that people could be so evil. Throwing a 10-year-old child into a snake cave full of snakes. Treating a perfect person as a piece of rag. Cutting and mending repeatedly. It turns out that I am nothing special. I am just born with a good life. I don't have to worry about food and clothing. I can study peacefully. My parents can take me on a trip when they are free. I have everything I want. I thought that taking the bus and eating at a street stall was the experience of life. I thought that as long as I was strong enough and worked hard enough, I could save this terrible society. In the end, I found out that I was so hypocritical. If I do this, others will think I am great. I have been satisfying myself. I even look down on those who give up easily and don't want to work hard. Because in my opinion, success is earned through hard work, not given by others. Now I realize that not everyone can strive for it. I can strive for it, and I can easily get in touch with the upper class. But many people, let alone strive for it. Even survival is so difficult. Lu Jie is also dying. She is afraid of death, and she doesn't want to die. Therefore, her last words are a bit confusing, and it seems that she can't find the key point. But Wu Tianqing still listens quietly, as if it were a last breath. She gritted her teeth to accept the pain deep in Wu Tianqing's heart, and she didn't stop using her skills even when she was dying. She still had the most important thing to tell him. At least she had to finish the most important thing. Tianqing, I was wrong. It's already so hard for people to survive, so hard that people feel numb. I can't blame them for being numb. We can't look down on them and think that numb people are not worth saving. I don't ask you to be selfless, I just ask you to give people a push. Push them. Help them. Even once it's fine. Lu Jie knew that Wu Tianqing must have a way. Even if he turned into the unfamiliar Wu Tianqing now, he was still so strong, like an undefeated god of war. Don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering. Lu Jie knew that she was not qualified to make demands on him. But if she sacrificed her life for him, she would be qualified to make demands. At least, she could make a last wish. This was her only chance. Compared with others, her life before the game came, she was already happy enough. Her parents gave her enough love, which gave her the courage to love the world. At this moment, she finally stopped avoiding it. She was not a Superman, nor a great man. Everything she did was not to show how great she was, but to give back what the world gave her. Dark Wu Tianqing was silent. After a long time, he slowly stretched out his right hand, wanting to transfer all the pain in his heart to her. He knew that this would inevitably cause her to have a mental breakdown and die here immediately. Transferring negative things to her little by little, so that she could adapt and better receive this huge and boundless negative emotion. But such an adaptation process, isn't it also torturing her? He didn't want to torture her. She was a person worthy of respect. Just transfer it all at once. She had to die anyway. So it was enough to relieve her pain as soon as possible and help her fulfill her last wish. Because this became a deal. It was the condition for Lu Jie to relieve him of his pain. Being evil does not mean not abiding by the agreement. As we all know, demons have a stronger spirit of contract than humans. The hoarse voice of the dark Wu Tianqing sounded, with a rare hint of pleasure. As you wish. You can die. Chapter 207. All humanity owes me a favor. The spiritual powers of both parties are connected. As long as Wu Tianqing puts his hand on her head, he can transfer all the pain to her. The past memories still exist, but these memories will all become a cursory movie, completely eradicating the source of his pain. No one will become miserable because of a tragic movie. As long as he presses his hand down, he can be completely freed from the pain. Dark Wu Tianqing is in a very happy mood, and the blood vessels nailed to the ground twist more and more crazily. The densely packed parasitic blood vessels, which made people with intensive phobia almost attack. Just when the Dark Wu Tianqing's right hand was about to touch Lu Jie's brain, he suddenly found that his right wrist was held. And the one holding his wrist was not someone else, but his left hand. Wu Tianqing's pupil shrank, his eyes stayed on his left hand, and his eyebrows and eyes wrinkled unconsciously. Obviously, this is his original body. You won't be sad anyway, why stop me? It's just a little bit away from being free, I'm helping you, my original body. Thinking of this, Dark Wu Tianqing wanted to disobey the deity, and stretched out his right hand. However, the strength of his left hand tightened a little, and he refused to kill Lu Jie. The evil personality could not understand the deity's behavior. They were the same person. If the deity fell in love with Lu Jie, then this behavior could be explained. But the deity clearly did not love her. They were the same person. If he fell in love with her, how could he not feel anything at all, and even feel happy because he could kill her? He was the god of death, and he had killed countless people. Why is it that at this critical moment, he is unwilling to take action? Dark Wu Tianqing's mentality is a little explosive, but facing his true self, he is somewhat helpless. Anyway, he will not harm me, so kill him first. They have completed the deal. As long as he is relieved of his pain, he can help humans assassinate the giant tree. This is a deal. He is not wrong. As if sensing Dark Wu Tianqing's thoughts, the clenching force of his left hand became very strong. Even the wrist of his right hand was clenched so tightly, so that a red mark appeared. In order to prevent the Dark Wu Tianqing from being defeated, his left hand pulled back uncontrollably, and Wu Tianqing involuntarily took a few steps back, crushing several blood vessels under his feet. The perfect masterpiece was crushed, and the Dark Wu Tianqing's face darkened a little. Lu Jie, who thought she was going to die, looked up in a daze. She didn't think Wu Tianqing was soft-hearted. His eyes were full of violence, and he didn't know what soft-heartedness was. Looking at the original body like this, Wu Tianqing sighed a little decadently. This is a great opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss this store. I don't know what I am thinking. I really can't do anything to you. This is the first time I feel so stubborn. Perhaps it was because he sensed the Dark Wu Tianqing's giving up that he regained control of his left hand. Wu Tianqing stomped his feet hard, and the golden magic circle under his feet was crushed. The fluorescent yin skill was interrupted, and the connection with mental power was disconnected. Lu Jie could no longer spy on Wu Tianqing's memory, and even the things he had just spied on were forgotten because of the interruption of the skill. All the negative emotions instilled in the past were taken back, and Dark Wu Tianqing's face was as stinky as anything. Lu Jie escaped death. Even though the dark and negative things were taken back, she still felt a lingering fear. She looked at Wu Tianqing's confusing operation, and didn't understand what was going on now. The longer the incomplete self stayed in reality, the more serious the conscious mind would solidify, and the more difficult it would be for the original body to return to reality. His time was limited, and he couldn't waste any more time. Remember, all mankind owes me a big favor. If you owe me, you will bear the consequences yourself. The deal was not reached, and Dark Wu Tianqing was furious. He also received what the master meant. The pain in his heart could not be transferred, so he could only settle for the next best thing and get some benefits. Hope ignited in Lu Jie's eyes, and her eyes were red. In the 2 days the team stayed here, many people in the suicide squad had died. Now, there are still many suicide squads exploring the fog map. Many people are dying. Lu Jie is a scientist from the Dragon Kingdom, so she naturally knows a lot of inside information. She hopes Wu Tianqing will help humans, and she also doesn't want to see the Death Squad die. They shouldn't die here. And now, Wu Tianqing didn't kill her, and promised her, if he can really break the fog map, all of humanity really owes him a big favor. When the spirit connected, she saw part of Wu Tianqing's memory, and naturally saw part of the truth of the fog. When she looked up at the fog map again, it became the same as when Wu Tianqing broke the fog for the first time. The fog gradually became thinner in her eyes, and the more she saw, the thinner the fog became. The thinner the fog became, the more she could see. Finally, in this weird cycle, Lu Jie saw through the fog at a very fast speed. Fortunately, She was in the church, at the wound of the giant tree. And the big eyeball could not look directly at the wound. Nor could it stare at her. The giant tree could not attack normally. At least, she would not die in a short time. Dark Wu Tianqing was very unhappy at this time. He felt that he had lost a lot. Even if he did this, all mankind owed him a favor. He still felt unhappy. Who wants their favors? It's useless. Dark Wu Tianqing was like a naughty child with a bad temper. He simply started to tear down the house. Afterwards, waves of silver light flashed, and the whole church was cut into pieces by him. The church was like a building block disintegrating, and Lu Jie was dumbfounded. Although Wu Tianqing was tearing down the house, it looked very violent. But for some reason, she suddenly felt that he seemed a little bit cute. He took out his temper on the church. Like a large canine, he would tear down the house when he was wronged, and Lu Jie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But she still needed help from others, so she couldn't show a smile on her face. The roof of the church was blown off. The walls were broken, and the debris spread outward, injuring many wild monsters. Lu Jie was still laughing in her heart. But now she couldn't laugh, because as the church broke, all the monsters around were staring at them. This was embarrassing. It would have been fine if there were walls, and they were like in a monster world, hiding in a safe house. Now he demolished the safe house, and all the monsters were staring at them. It happened in a flash. Even though Wu Tianqing demolished the church, it only took a few seconds. Lu Jie took Wu Tianqing's words to heart and quickly turned on the recording function of the game panel. The whole human race owed him a big favor, so there must be evidence. Right? If there was no evidence of his contribution, people would not let him take the blame for no reason and owe others a favor. Therefore, this time, even if Lu Jie didn't want to record it, she had to record it. It seemed to be gradually developing in a strange direction. Chapter 208 I am crazy. The violence in my heart cannot be removed by Lu Jie, so I can only get rid of it through these cute monsters. I am soft-hearted towards my teammates, but I will never be soft-hearted towards monsters. The church suddenly broke apart. Such a loud noise naturally attracted the attention of countless monsters. Luckily, Lu Jie did not look at the monsters, but lowered her head subconsciously. The monsters did not notice her sight, and directly judged that she could not see through the fog. Just like Wu Tianqing in disguise before, the monsters could not judge, and could not take action. Therefore, the hostility of the monsters will not fall on Lu Jie. Lu Jie was originally wondering why Wu Tianqing had to wear a ribbon to cover his eyes when fighting monsters before. But now she understood. On the other hand, Wu Tianqing stared at the monsters, and he almost slapped them in the face to tell them that he could see them. With such an obvious sight, these monsters could naturally judge it. He could see through the fog. This was what Wu Tianqing wanted. He walked out of the church step by step, directly stepped out of the broken wall, and did not go through the door at all, highlighting his willfulness. Although Lu Jie was looking at the ground and not the monster, it did not affect the recording of the game panel at all. I am watching you, the violent god of death. A precious recording of the early human beings being tamed by the god of death. The recording function of the game panel is also very strange. If you can't see through the fog, then the video can only record the fog and nothing else. But if you can see through it, the vision will be clear, and even the video will be immune to the fog, and the pixels will be twice as high. It is obvious that a group of monsters are staring at Wu Tianqing and surrounding Wu Tianqing. But when Wu Tianqing walked out, these monsters didn't dare to attack. With the blessing of the giant tree, their white skin highlighted the purple blood vessels. Countless blood vessels twisted and wiggled under their epidermis. And each monster was extremely strange. They were not stupid. The commander who directed their work was dead, and their blood vessels were still twisting and struggling in the broken church. Not to mention this group of monsters. Maybe they looked more terrifying on the outside. But in fact, the power that the giant tree gave to the commander was stronger. Even the commander was killed so easily. They would only seek death if they went up. Lu Jie widened her eyes, never expecting that Wu Tianqing now had such a terrifying deterrent power. Every time he took a step, these monsters only dared to retreat one step. Obviously, the monsters surrounded him, forming layer after layer of encirclement. But no monster dared to really get close. Under the eyes of the giant eyeball, a figure walked onto the road of travel. The bloody road is like the tongue of the jaw, and the rough ground is like tongue coating. For the player who sees through the truth, the giant eyeball will blow his head off, and that's it. But today, the headshot that has always worked, is ineffective on Wu Tianqing. The giant eyeball stared at the player. It was still daytime, and the blood vessels on both sides of the road gradually became thicker. The roots of the trees were like sharp teeth, piercing from the ground. Countless eyeballs stared at Wu Tianqing. But no matter how they stared, the mental power that came over was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any waves, in the sky and on the ground. Endless monsters were raging, but they were shocked by a small figure. After walking for a distance, Wu Tianqing slowly turned around, looked up at the giant eyeball, and a weird smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. The purple-red eyes looked extremely strange, and an invisible energy field condensed around Wu Tianqing. The eyeballs on the giant tree stared so hard that their eyeballs almost popped out, and they couldn't understand the current situation, the weird laughter, always mocking the surrounding environment. The principle of the giant tree blowing up the player's head is to make him crazy. When he is so crazy that his brain can't bear it, his head will explode under the impact of its mental power. But what if I am crazy? I am a madman who has not been locked up in a mental hospital. I am crazy calmly, crazy soberly. I don't fit in this weird world. But it is precisely because of this that I can survive. Isn't it? Wu Tianqing's mouth was grinning, laughing very wantonly. All players avoided the scary eyes, but Wu Tianqing looked at them without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Dark Wu Tianqing laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. Such a crazy world. It really suits him. All monsters have a pair of purple eyes, just like him. All monsters have purple blood vessels under their skin, just like him. We are the same kind. Ha ha ha. What do I like to do the most when I am crazy? Well, kill these monsters of my kind. The fawn-like tree roots gradually become thicker, countless air roots hang down, the canopy that blocks out the sun covers the sky, and the blood color gradually buries the world. The monsters surged like a tsunami, squeezing each other to form waves. They didn't want to get close, but under the parasitic control of the giant tree, they had to go up. Silver blades swung across the sky, and purple-red cards were densely distributed like rain. Countless monsters were instantly turned into mincemeat, and blood and flesh continued to pile up on the road. Gradually, the bodies of the monsters piled up like a mountain, and the blood gushing out flowed like a river. Even the giant trees could not give all monsters the ability to be immortal. The strong smell of blood permeated the entire fog map, and even some players who entered the fog map could feel a wave of palpitations. The entire fog map was slightly shaken, like a small earthquake. Thick tree roots, air roots waved towards Wu Tianqing. Lu Jie sent a message to the organization, asking the team that originally wanted to investigate the fog map to stop the action. She didn't dare to send the truth about the fog journey now. If Wu Tianqing failed, the unknown fog could protect humans. But things often go against one's wishes. Because the giant tree's attention was all on Wu Tianqing, some teams wanted to find the truth as soon as possible, and actually dug out the secret of the fog. If the giant tree was still watching, these suicide teams would probably have died long ago. But the problem is, now Wu Tianqing has tied up the giant tree, making it unable to pay attention to other players. The giant tree has no time to deal with these players, who see through the fog, and the death squad immediately sent out the situation. With videos and photos, the news can no longer be covered up. For those who have come to the fog journey, after seeing the videos and photos, the fog in their eyes quickly dissipated. Players who have not entered the fog map shivered at the terrifying scene. More and more people know the truth about the fog, and everyone is paying attention to the situation in the fog map. This is a big deal. Because if Wu Tianqing can't deal with this giant tree, it means that all mankind will die here. Because no one can pass through the fog journey safely after knowing the truth of the fog and the secret of the giant tree. The human journey game will end completely in the second game section, and will never be able to advance again, unless Wu Tianqing can completely remove and change the fog's environment. At this moment, Wu Tianqing carries the hope of the entire human race. If he dies, everyone will fall into a slow death. Chapter 209, Fighting of Gods. Emergency notice. All players who have reached level 10 are prohibited from advancing, and are prohibited from entering the foggy journey. Emergency notice. All players who have reached level 10 are prohibited from advancing, and are prohibited from entering the foggy journey. The entire human group sent messages one after another, and everyone's heart began to panic. The human group was in a state of silence, only notifications kept popping up, to ensure that every player who opened the game panel could receive them. People could not send messages in the group, and could only speak in group chats in major areas, to relieve the fear deep in their hearts. The journey through the fog is like this. Why is it like this? So scary. If you know the truth, you will die. But now, all mankind knows it. Doesn't that mean all mankind will die? Death God, we only have the Death God left. It's over. I didn't check the game panel just now. I didn't know there was a notification. Now we have entered the journey through the fog. Help. So scary. Upstairs, are you okay? No. For now, all the monsters rushed in one direction. Can I see a high mountain? It's a mountain of flesh and blood. That giant eyeball is so scary. I feel dizzy when I see it. Wu Tianqing can still fight. It's worthy of being the Death God. His killing is so scary. I saw a river of blood flowing down from the mountain of corpses in the photo. Look at what I took. This place is really much scarier than the journey through the ruins. Even the entire road on the journey feels like a long, oversized tongue to me. No wonder the human advance team. All the members of the team died. The big guys stayed in the ruins and did not dare to enter the new territory. With the terrifying game mechanism of fog, how could anyone survive? The heads of the death squads exploded after just one look. According to some members of the death squads before they died, it was their gaze that could drive people crazy. No wonder even the Grim Reaper looked so crazy. It turns out that these monsters did it. The crazy Wu Tianqing seems to be even stronger. Only monsters like the Grim Reaper can dare to fight head-on. I look at that eyeball, and my legs go weak with fear. Wu Tianqing, please, you must hold on. Death looks like he has turned evil. He is 10 times stronger when he turns evil. Death can do it. Death, you are my hope. Please kill that giant tree. I am hiding on the side of the road, and I am shaking with fear. When the fog is completely cleared, the players who have already entered the fog journey in the distance can also see the situation on the scene clearly. At this moment, it was not only Lu Jie who was recording. Many players in the foggy map saw the bloody mountain from afar, and the terrifying giant tree that blocked out the sky in front of the road, the giant eyeball on the trunk of the giant tree, with a diameter larger than a football field, stared at Wu Tianqing who was fighting on the bloody mountain. The terrifying fight between gods made everyone numb. The tree roots in the sky and underground all stabbed at Wu Tianqing, and were all chopped into pieces. The blood was like a rainstorm that sprinkled the world, and the blood and flesh hit the ground like hail. Without the fog to block it, some players could also see other humans not far away. These players hid in different places, quietly hiding their bodies, and secretly sticking out half of their heads, praying with their hearts pounding for the victory of the god of death. The foggy journey is not a ruins journey, not a city ruins map. There are not so many shelters, but there are some small earth pits and mounds, which can be used as hiding places for a short time. Some people also believe in the shielding effect of the journey road, choose to stay on the road, and quietly wait for this fight between gods to end. It's just that the roots of the giant trees are moving violently, causing the foggy map to be in a state of earthquake all the time. Everyone was shocked and felt uncomfortable, and their hearts were beating fast. Some players who were caught off guard were shocked and had diarrhea. Fortunately, no monsters were paying attention to them at this time, and they all rushed towards Wu Tianqing. Otherwise, once these people's eyes were focused on them, they would be easily noticed. Endless monsters, endless flesh and blood. Under Wu Tianqing's fighting, there was more than just a mountain of flesh and blood. Soon, as if it were a real mountain range, the flesh and blood piled up into mountains. Some of the wise bosses who stayed in the ruins were silent when they saw the scene on the game panel. This kind of horror is something they have never seen before. Countless flesh and blood piled up into a mountain. The visual impact can be imagined. The large-scale wars in history were not so exaggerated. How many dead monsters must have been, or tens of millions, to pile up such a terrifying mountain of flesh and blood? Even if so many people died in the journey to the ruins, there was no such shocking scene. How strong is the god of death? Before the game came, many leaders of countries were troubled by it. After the game came, with the blessing of extraordinary power, I don't know when, he has left everyone far behind. Now he is challenging the most terrifying boss in the fog map. Even the game environment is more perverted than the boss of the map. The bosses can still vaguely see the first message in this small group that was sent by Lu Jie. And it was also the news brought by Wu Tianqing. He said, "Don't explore the fog. Otherwise you will bear the consequences." But the old guys didn't believe it. Now, the truth of the fog has really been explored, and they feel regretful. Humans must explore the unknown, and it is impossible to put the future on an individual. But the answer that comes with the truth is death. This is unacceptable to everyone. No wonder Wu Tianqing gave them a hint very early. It turns out that he had already seen the truth. At this time, they had only seen the world on the surface of the fog, and had not yet seen through the logic inside. Nor had they contacted the commander of the church. However, the church had been destroyed, and all the church personnel had been killed. So there was no need for others to understand. They only knew that if Wu Tianqing failed, all mankind would fail. Everyone would be trapped in the ruins journey, and they could not even upgrade, and would be trapped here to death. The people in the ruins journey, no matter who they were, no matter where they were, looked at the death in the video with worry in their eyes. It was still this figure, fighting and fighting for all mankind. He obviously did not come to these people, but he really made them benefit. It was like this before in the ruins journey. Unexpectedly, after he left the ruins journey and entered the new territory, it was still like this. Countless people became fans of Wu Tianqing, and even many of them called themselves brainless fans, just hoping to give him a little spiritual strength, even if it was only a little bit. People's eyes were wet, and they prayed for him secretly. In the video, there were endless monsters. Even if they just watched the video, they made people feel desperate. How would Wu Tianqing feel when he was in it? Come on, the god of death. The god exclusive to humans. Chapter 210 Demonic Plants. Not only humans. In places that humans cannot see, most of the intelligent species in the universe are also looking at humans. This is a situation that has never happened in the entire cosmic society. There are so many intelligent species, and naturally there are many who participate in the journey game at the same time. It's just that they are not all in the same game server, so the species participating in the game will not meet each other. The cosmic society can see many intelligent species struggling in the game, and rarely focuses on a single species. But now, Wu Tianqing's live broadcast room is full of dense bullet comments. Fortunately, it is black technology. Otherwise, with at least trillions of viewers, the game server will inevitably crash, and the reason why the attention of the universe society is gathered here is all because Wu Tianqing broke the fog on the moon. Wagner Warner watched the live broadcast with great satisfaction. He is a monitor who invests in humans. Seeing this situation, he is naturally happy. He knows that Wu Tianqing will not have his head blown up. This top human individual, the live broadcast during the journey to the ruins is recorded. Although the recorded video is not complete, it can still show a lot of things. Wagner Warner dares to invest in humans, so he must understand the situation of humans. The reason why he only tested on Wu Tianqing and did not find others is because only Wu Tianqing has the possibility of killing the giant tree. As an immortal species, his vision is too sharp, and it is easy to judge that Wu Tianqing can see the Soul Clan, the Moon Eye, as a demon plant of the environment. The civilization level is at the same level as the Moon Eye Soul Clan. That's right, the demon plant and the soul race are both among the strongest races in the universe. Even the most ordinary individuals in these races can crush most of the middle and lower races. As a human of level 07 civilization, Wu Tianqing was able to survive under the gaze of the Moon Eye, which is already a problem. Even when dealing with certain humans, Wu Tianqing can use the Moon Eye to kill them. Even the most ordinary individuals of the strongest civilization in the universe are used without knowing it, which has damaged the reputation of the strongest civilization. Although the Soul Clan's combat power is much stronger than Wagner Warner, as an immortal species, it is smarter than it. This is also the reason why Wagner Warner dares to invest in humans. And it is also the confidence for him to invest heavily. Others underestimate Wu Tianqing, but immortal species will not. Moon Eye is just passing by the human playground, and Wu Tianqing has no chance to kill it. But an ordinary individual demon plant of this race is in it, which is part of the game and has been weakened too much. Under the game balance mechanism, Wu Tianqing has the possibility to kill it. Therefore, Wagner Warner would continue to test Wu Tianqing, because he knew very well that if Wu Tianqing could survive under the Moon Eye, he could survive under the eyes of the demon plant. He could even kill the demon plant. Wu Tianqing, who had escaped death many times, proved himself again and again in desperate situations. Wagner Warner trusted him more than Wu Tianqing himself. Once the environment of the mist was reversed and the demon plant was killed, the mist map would completely become the second novice village for humans. This was a situation that had never happened to any race. Humans, perhaps through this incident, could be recorded in the history of the cosmic society. This was something that most intelligent races did not have. Most intelligent races became extinct after a period of activity in the universe, not to mention being recorded in the history of the universe. Except for the strongest civilization that created the journey game, No other race can transform the foggy journey of the game into a game novice village. Can you break the precedent? The god of mankind. Looking at Wu Tianqing's live broadcast room, the monitor was too lazy to send a message to show how good his vision was. Even if he sent it, it is estimated that not many people would see it. Because his live broadcast room will refresh very quickly, trillions of intelligent individuals are watching, even if it is a semi-transparent bullet screen. It is so dense that the live broadcast screen can hardly be seen. What kind of race is this? I was recommended to watch by a good friend. It seems to be called something like human beings. The hot search in the universe society is that this race individual broke the fog. Oh my god, we old guys who have completed the game don't know the situation of the fog, and it was cracked by someone who is still participating in the game. There is no way. Each race has only one chance to participate in the game, and it will be gone after it is over. My god, the environment of the fog turned out to be a demon plant. The race individual of the strongest civilization. It would be a miracle if it could be seen through. The truth of the fucking fog is even more terrifying than the subsequent game board. The second game board that comes out of the novice village, naturally, is to give players a show of power. No wonder no race can break through the fog journey. How can it be possible to break through? This is a demon plant. I don't understand this guy's situation at all. Why didn't he get his head shot? Is he a killing god? How many monsters did he kill to pile up his flesh and blood into mountains? I just feel it's a pity. After killing so many monsters, the level can only reach level 20 at most. Because a map can only be upgraded to 10 levels at most. If you want to go higher, you have to enter the next game map. I never expected that. The first official game map of the novice village, the environment is actually a demon plant, and it's normal that we races can't see through it. Legend has it that changing the game's environment can also transform the game map into a novice village. So, this human, with his own strength, forcibly raised the individual combat effectiveness of the entire tribe? Damn! Why? Other humans won without doing anything. The current civilization level assessment of the 7-level civilization will inevitably change after the environment is changed. It depends on whether this human can kill the demon plant. If it is killed, the human race will counterattack. If it cannot be killed, the entire race will perish. People and non-people were all watching. Wu Tianqing, who was killing, had no idea that the entire universe had changed a little. Countless people gathered here, watching the bloody storm. Wu Tianqing didn't care whether others could see it or not. He was indeed a little crazy when he was killing. But that didn't mean he was stupid. Players in the foggy map could see him. And he could naturally see those timid players. They just didn't bother to pay attention. The strong smell of blood stimulated his taste buds. And he strangely felt relieved. The scene of corpses everywhere. As an individual of the strongest civilization, this demon plant felt a little annoyed. If it hadn't been weakened, it would never tolerate an ant jumping in front of it for so long. It happened to be in the game, and its strength was reduced by 99%. Damn it! The demon plant tribe has been roaming the universe for so many years, and it felt a little panic for the first time, because of participating in the game. Some treaties have been signed long ago. If it really died here, the tribe would not help it to avenge. Even, it might become the nourishment of this tribe. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Die! I want to kill the entire human race. Roar! Chapter 211 Getting Serious. Roar! Roar! Countless monsters roared. Their eyes turned red and purple. The twisted blood vessels under their bodies were as dense as a ball of intertwined silk threads. With the power of the demon plant strengthening, their blood vessels gradually became thicker, like little snakes drilling in their bodies. Even on the way to Wu Tianqing, many monsters would explode into countless little snake-like blood vessels, sprinkling towards Wu Tianqing. The monsters rushed more and more frantically, but died under the blessing of empowerment plus infinite cards, Bagua Palm plus Qing Longyanhue's sword. If it was Wu Tianqing himself, he would have been dead by now. But what they were facing was the dark Wu Tianqing. The snake-like blood vessels only made him feel fresh. There was one more toy to collect. The neat and dense silver knife light. Wu Tianqing seemed to be the most exquisite chef. The blood vessel snakes that came over in front of his knife skills were cut into thin slices of meat. These slices of meat were so thin that if you looked closely, your eyes could penetrate the slices. No matter how strong the demon plant was, these monsters living on its body could not do anything to Wu Tianqing. After all, they are not the real body of the demon plant. The parasites living on it, no matter how they are strengthened, it will be useless. The demon plant is angry. It is a shame that it cannot deal with the ants in front of it. The players don't know about live broadcasting, but it knows. The old monster who has lived for so long personally participated in the Journey game, and compared with the audience watching the live broadcast in the universe, it knows no less than that. Now, it is ridden on the head by an ant and shits, it can be sure that its embarrassed appearance will definitely be on the hot search in the universe. Don't underestimate the power of the demon plant. As the demon plant gets angry, the earthquake degree of the entire fog map is exaggerated a lot. Those players hiding in the pits and piles of dirt, looking at the cracks that appeared on the surface, which seemed to be about to break apart in the next second, hurry to the road. Although the road of travel would not completely block the monsters from entering, its texture was the best. Even if the sky collapsed and the earth broke apart, the road of travel would still be intact. The players fled to the road one after another, and only then did they avoid being buried alive. The ground shook violently, and large areas of the surface of the foggy map collapsed. The tree roots buried deep underground, one by one, pierced the surface like Optimus Prime. Tree root eyeballs, air root eyeballs. These were just the hair on the monster plants. These Optimus Prime-like tree roots are its real body parts. Any one of these pillar-like tree roots can bring down a building. Squeaked the little mink sensed something was wrong very early and ran away. Or, before Wu Tianqing caused trouble for the church staff, he had already asked the little mink to hide. At this moment, Wu Tianqing seemed to have become a different person. The little mink did not dare to approach him, and could only stand on Lu Jie's shoulder and look at the figure worriedly. At this time, Lu Jie also came to the travel road early. She was much smarter than other players. Even at this point, her sight was focused only on the ground below her feet, pretending that she couldn't see through the fog. She couldn't look directly at the figures fighting in the distance, but she could see the situation on the scene through the videos uploaded by other players. The giant tree was angry, and the level of this battle rose to a new level. All the players could only watch, and many Death Squad players wanted to help or assist, but found that they couldn't even assist. It was good enough for them not to cause trouble. In a battle of this magnitude, they could only stand aside and watch. Everyone was praying, but more and more giant pillar roots were sticking out from under the ground. The terrifying giant pillar roots, if hit once, even just once, a level 20 player would be crushed. Many peripheral players who tried to avoid it would be crushed to death by the roots if they were not careful. Dark Wu Tianqing was not stupid before he really faced the giant tree. The reason he killed monsters in a venting manner was to upgrade his level and strengthen himself. As his teammates, Lu Jie and Xiongbiao won without any effort. Especially Xiongbiao. He was defeated when he used the shield at the beginning. He was defeated. He was defeated. As he was defeated, his level soared to level 20. Many smart players even took advantage of the chaos to hit these monsters a few times, and joined Wu Tianqing in the same camp, becoming teammates for a short time, and madly gained experience. Wu Tianqing didn't care about these people gaining experience, because his level had already reached level 20, and he couldn't level up any further. It doesn't matter to him whether others are trying to get experience or not. It just so happens that all mankind still owes him a big favor. On the premise that he doesn't suffer any loss, he doesn't mind making this favor bigger. Many of those who are trying to get experience are members of the Death Squad. This kind of people are the most grateful. They lay the foreshadowing casually, and perhaps they can gain something in the future. Evil doesn't mean stupid. If kindness can be used, he doesn't mind making himself look kinda little. A large number of giant pillar roots are thrown at Wu Tianqing. In front of these terrifying giant pillars, Wu Tianqing's figure seems extremely small. At this moment, Dark Wu Tianqing suddenly remembered what happened before, when the master was dealing with the giant salamander, the little mink's operation. He has all the memories that the master has. It used its petite figure to perfectly restrain the giant salamander. Even though there was a huge gap in combat power, it turned into a mink show. The god of death is not an omnipotent god. Where there is room for learning, I will learn humbly. At this moment, he learned the trick that the little mink used to deal with a giant salamander, using the giant pillar tree roots as petals, dodging back and forth in front of the weird giant tree. The giant pillar tree roots are different from the sweat hair tree roots. The eyeballs of the sweat hair tree roots can be cut off with one strike, but the giant pillar tree roots can only make a cut at most. In front of the huge size of the giant pillar tree roots, this cut seems extremely small. Instead of wasting time on these giant pillars, it is better to think about how to find its weaknesses. As time passed, the demon plant could not take down Wu Tianqing for a long time. and the whole tree began to become restless. It was like a mosquito sucked the blood of a human, and sucked out a big bag. But this human could not hit it no matter what. You can imagine how upset it was. No matter how it slapped this mosquito, it just couldn't hit it no matter what. This movement made the giant tree demon plant have a myocardial infarction. If it had a heart. Only the little mink standing on Lu Jie's shoulder, watching Wu Tianqing's fighting style, twisted its head in confusion. Squeak. Then, the big hamster-like head nodded. Squeak. The battle continued, and the entire road had already been dyed blood red. The monsters were slow to take down Wu Tianqing, and the strange giant tree finally decided to do it itself. When it did it, it would not pay attention to these useless monsters. The giant pillar roots could not hit Wu Tianqing, but hit the wave-like monsters. Large groups of monsters died in the hands of the giant tree. With its huge size, its efficiency in killing monsters was countless times higher than that of Wu Tianqing. After all, it was just a parasitic monster, and it was usually just its domesticated food. Now, it was serious. Even the sky was drizzling. That was not rain. That was blood. Chapter 212 Bloody Storm. Monsters like the sea were killed one after another, and the whole foggy map was raining blood. Many players who thought they had a good hard resistance regretted it after coming to the foggy journey. Blood and mincemeat fell from the sky. What a horrible scene it was! As the roots of the giant pillars waved, the foggy map also raised gusts of wind. These gusts were accompanied by a pungent smell of blood, and all the players on the foggy journey could feel their lungs filled with the smell of blood. Blood and rain. The four words, originally used as a metaphor, make the description more appropriate. But now, these players of the foggy journey are truly experiencing the real version of blood and rain, the real literal meaning. As time goes by, the battle becomes more and more intense. Both sides are killing each other, the land is torn and collided, collapsed and bulged. The endless treetops, the 2-meter-long leaves are like a rain of sharp blades, madly stabbing at Wu Tianqing, but he hides under the roots of the giant pillar and avoids it. As we all know, if you slap a mosquito hard and fail to hit it, you will only hurt your palm. The intensity of the battle is still escalating. But it is hard for all the players on the foggy journey. All the players who are hiding on the road on the journey have their clothes soaked in blood. Everyone is drenched in this exaggerated blood and meat. At the beginning, it was okay. Just a little blood. But it will gradually become a bloody trend. Players wearing dark clothes are fine. And those wearing light clothes seem to have just been fished out of a pool of blood. This fight between the gods became more and more terrifying. And it was almost like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. No one knew how things would develop next. They could only watch the tiny and terrifying figure constantly shuttling through the blood rain. The demon plant became more and more irritated. But Wu Tianqing's eyes became brighter and brighter. For someone like him, either kill him with absolute power, or run away quickly and don't look back. The longer it drags on, the stronger Wu Tianqing's targeting will be, and his combat power will become more and more terrifying because of his proficiency. This is the god of death. He became familiar with the giant tree's fighting habits little by little, and could even rehearse the enemy's attack methods in his mind. The attack force of these giant pillars, the attack angle, the attack range, the sharp leaves on the treetops, the countless air roots hanging in the air. The strange giant tree revealed more and more cards, but Wu Tianqing gradually mastered the information of this giant tree. It was almost the same as what the original thought. For him, the most terrifying thing about the giant tree was its mental impact. When he was immune to headshots, the one who should run away was no longer him. The situation was reversed little by little under Wu Tianqing's operation. This time, Wu Tianqing did not perform a miracle in front of all mankind, but in front of the entire universe. An intelligent race, individual of level 07 civilization, hardly confronted an individual of the strongest civilization in the universe, even if this individual was not good, and most of his combat power was reduced by the game. It was enough to show the strength of this human. To some extent, Wu Tianqing showed the terrifying potential of human beings to the entire universe. Only the weak need to hide. The strong only need to emit pressure. This pressure could overflow through the screen. Wu Tianqing's aura is getting more and more terrifying. Even the strange giant tree has to face it. Being able to become one of the strongest civilizations. The intelligence of the demon plant is naturally not low. It knows that many players have seen through the truth. However, it has no time to kill them now. And it does not want to take them as hostages. Using hostages is a good way. But now it is a live broadcast across the universe. It can't lose the face of the demon plant. Right? This is also the reason why it has been reluctant to use hostages. Anyway, as long as these players see through the truth, it can take action against the players. This is the rule of the game, and it has not violated it. But now, Wu Tianqing's tiny figure has brought it a stronger and stronger sense of oppression, and even made it feel a sense of crisis. How is this possible? A tiny human can really threaten it. Although according to the balanced gameplay of the game, it is theoretically possible to kill it by weakening most of its power. But that is only a theory after all. How can a race that does not even have a first-level civilization do something that countless intelligent races cannot do? There are so many game servers, so many intelligent races, and similarly, there will be many demon plants in the fog journey, acting as the environment of the fog. With so many colleagues, it can't be the only one to fail and die here. Wu Tianqing hadn't attacked for several seconds, only dodged. It's not that he didn't want to attack, but he was accumulating power. But Wapom plus Qing Long Yanwei's sword. Accumulating power can increase the power. The longer the power is accumulated, the more exaggerated the attack power will be. He wanted to hurt this giant tree. He just cut off the tree root eyeballs and those air roots, and at most, he would just shave its hair. These giant pillar roots have suppressed him for a while. Not fighting back is not the style of the dark Wu Tianqing. As Wu Tianqing accumulated power, the patterns on the jade handle of the Azure Dragon Crescent blade became more and more vivid and lifelike. The Azure Dragon engraved on it seemed to be alive at any time. The silver blade emitted a faint light, and as Wu Tianqing moved, these fluorescent lights also had residual images, and even the residual images stayed in the air for a long time before dissipating. Another giant pillar attacked, but Wu Tianqing just moved and avoided this fatal attack. Under his feet, there were also giant pillar tree roots, which served as his petals. His primary target of attack was the petals under his feet. Strength gathered, and silver light flashed. Dark Wu Tianqing swung with all his strength, and the silver knife light, which was several times more terrifying than before, stabbed from top to bottom at the huge tree roots that spanned the entire journey road. The terrifying knife light flashed, and the giant pillar tree roots seemed to react, and were cut off by Wu Tianqing. This time, the giant tree was really hurt. Boom! The giant pillar tree roots, which were as big as skyscrapers, fell to the ground, and the tree roots seemed to be made of flesh and blood. The blood flow in the cross-section gushed out continuously. The blood vessels in the tree roots were like sewer pipes, and like a cut aorta, blood gushed out, and the blood flow was really like a pillar. The smaller blood vessels were also like the opening of a fire hydrant, and a large amount of blood gushed out, which happened to spray on the faces of many unlucky players. After all, they were all hiding on the journey road. The roots of this giant pillar were just above the journey road. Many players seemed to have choked on a mouthful of water while swimming. But unfortunately, it was blood that was choked on. They were also showered. These players were dumbfounded. They were almost too happy with the gift from nature. They even suspected that the god of death did it on purpose, so that they could watch the show and feel a sense of participation. This time, the strange giant tree was completely hurt. It twisted in pain, and countless roots twisted like parasites. Because the giant tree was hurt, it gradually became a little crazy, and even its huge eyeballs had many strange changes. Chapter 213 Twisting and Twisting. Blood streaks began to appear on the white of the giant eyeball. Because the eyeball was too large, the blood streaks were also unusually thick. At first glance, it looked fine, just a red-eyed monster. A closer look was worse than the first glance, and people were stunned. How could these blood streaks be blood vessels? These thick purple-red blood streaks were clearly tree roots. A large number of tree roots were circling on the white of the giant eyeball, entwined with each other, as dense as a group of snakes in a snake cave. At the end of the tree roots, small eyeballs opened. A super large eyeball, countless tree roots, eyeballs dotted, dense eyeballs randomly distributed on the big eyeball, which makes people with intensive phobia. This scene makes people's sanity go crazy. Luckily, Dark Wu Tianqing is crazy to begin with. It doesn't matter if he gets even crazier. Wu Tianqing threw out the infinite card, trying to cut off the small eyeballs on the giant eyeball. Because these eyeballs grow on the giant eyeball, it seems to have some kind of blessing effect, making Wu Tianqing's brain swell and ache. The purple-red cards were thrown at the giant eyeball frantically. The aerial roots on the tree canopy tried to stop them, but were chopped up along with them. Countless cards pierced the eyeball of the giant tree, exploding small eyeballs one by one. For most creatures, the eyes are their weaknesses, But infinite cards bombarded the eyeball of the giant tree, but could not hurt it. Wu Tianqing was still thinking about the weakness of the strange giant tree, when he suddenly found that the giant tree's 1-meter diameter pupil was staring at him. Wherever he moved, the pupil would shift its position and focus, as if it wanted to stare at this enemy to death. Logically speaking, this is a normal phenomenon. After all, they are mortal enemies. But Wu Tianqing's infinite card has been inserted into its big eyeball without moving. Why did its pupil move? But the infinite card did not move. As we all know, the eyeball is a sphere. When the pupil moves, the white of the eye will also move. Why did the pupil of the giant tree move? But the white of the eye did not move. Wu Tianqing dodged the attack of the giant tree while quietly approaching the giant eyeball, wanting to see clearly what its eyeball was. Another card, Wu Tianqing deliberately shot it off. The purple-red card cut off a small piece of the giant eyeball's white, and Wu Tianqing realized that, where is the white of its eye, it is a strange plant tissue, not the white of the eye at all. The process of Wu Tianqing studying the white of the eye tissue, the giant tree naturally saw it. As if stimulated by something, the giant tree's attack frequency suddenly increased, and the attack force was much greater. The sudden change in the attack pattern, Wu Tianqing almost didn't react, and was almost crushed by a giant tree root. The battle was already very fierce, and the giant tree's crazy attack, trying to kill him immediately, made Wu Tianqing realize that, perhaps the eyes are really its weakness. A large number of cards exploded, and the endless silver knife light protected Wu Tianqing well. There were too many tree roots, and the attacks were too dense. It was impossible to avoid them completely. It was necessary to cut off as many of their roots as possible. However, just as Wu Tianqing was thinking about managing the situation and gradually building a victory, a large number of roots of the giant tree rose from the ground, ready to go all out. At the same time, the previously cut giant pillar tree roots also suddenly regenerated, and flesh and blood exploded in its cross-section. A new giant pillar tree root appeared in front of everyone, and it was restored to its original appearance, along with the countless cut-off tree root eyeballs. The air root eyeballs also began to regenerate. It can give monsters the ability to regenerate. How could it not have this ability? It was just that the skyscraper-like tree roots suddenly reborn. How much flesh and blood would be needed? Realizing this, Wu Tianqing looked down at the ground. Countless tree roots were eating away at the mountains of flesh and blood. These dead monster bodies were the best nutrients for the demon plants. The eyeballs at the ends of a large number of tree roots were suddenly dug out. The tree roots had no eyeballs, and turned into pipes, like snakes, madly swallowing the flesh and blood on the surface, to maintain the life signs of the giant tree. Yes, these monsters are the food of the giant tree. The scarlet hidden under the surface told Wu Tianqing the truth from the beginning. Even the giant pillar tree root that was just cut off also began to be eaten by the giant tree. Can Wu Tianqing bear this? Although these monsters are disgusting, Wu Tianqing can't eat such things. But it doesn't mean that he will hand over the prey to the tree. Click to use the picking function of the space backpack. Wu Tianqing took away all the flesh and blood at the scene, including the super large tree root. The scene was like a locust passing through. Whether it was a mountain of flesh and blood or a river of blood, all of them were cleared out by Wu Tianqing. The weird giant tree was embarrassed. Halfway through eating, the food was all taken away. Even many tree roots were like snakes. Only half of the flesh and blood was swallowed, and the flesh and blood was pulled away like pulling out a carrot. It was almost a pop sound. These tree roots shrank the end of the root in disbelief. Feeling the flesh and blood that they had eaten half suddenly disappeared. The whole tree root was dumbfounded. There was still its saliva in the flesh and blood. Brother, be a man. Some tree roots that recovered halfway have no source of flesh and blood, and cannot grow out after half a recovery, and the young are very embarrassed to see. Just like giving birth halfway, it's stuck there and can't be born. The young tree root twists there, can't shrink or shrink, can't grow. The giant eyeball and Wu Tianqing stared at each other, and fell into a brief stalemate. Whether it was Wu Tianqing or the giant tree, they all stopped fighting tacitly. Both sides seemed to have turned into wax figures, staring at each other quietly. Only the young tree root was like a newborn baby that had not yet grown up, in the cross-section of the cut tree root, twisting and twisting in the middle of the small tree root. This is not good. The scene was silent for a while. Whether it was Wu Tianqing and Jushu who participated in the battle, or the players watching around, they all felt that the atmosphere on the scene was a bit subtle. Many players opened their mouths unconsciously, looking at the scene in amazement. And because blood was still falling from the sky, they accidentally choked and coughed awkwardly. Lu Jie lowered her head, looking at the live broadcast video on the game panel, pursed her lips, and her expression became very distorted. The little mink stood on Lu Jie's shoulder, feeling that he had discovered a new world, and his little expression was like he had discovered something new. Wu Tianqing felt that his behavior was reasonable, and he handled things very well. This battle situation, this method, was a little outrageous, but it worked. The seedling was stuck there halfway through its growth. It was uncomfortable, and he was very comfortable. This statement, if you don't want to be distorted, is still a very appropriate description. The strange giant tree thought this guy was very immoral. That was the food it tamed. It was too much to take it all away. The situation on the battlefield is unpredictable. This battle profoundly showed the entire universe what it means to be on the battlefield. And anything can happen. Chapter 214. Will you let him down? Oh my god. Ha ha, I thought this was a passionate battle. I didn't expect I was still too young. It turns out that this battle has a halftime break. It's too cruel to be stuck halfway. Help. This is a demon plant. This human has beaten the demon plant's dignity. Each individual of the strongest race is majestic. It's rare to see a demon plant embarrassed. Record it. Must record it. That demon plant is in trouble. It has brought shame to its own race. Obviously, the individual combat power is so strong. But he was played with like this. Let me explain the play. The name of this human is Wu Tianqing. Very good, I'm paying attention. What a magical race, a magical individual. Countless cosmic races watched this battle, and the giant tree in front of Wu Tianqing was almost mad. As an individual of the strongest civilization race, its fighting is not as relaxed as Wu Tianqing. For example, when Wu Tianqing is dodging, he often looks a little embarrassed. But as long as he can manage the situation, he doesn't care whether the fighting process is a little despicable, whether the fighting is good or not, or whether it is aesthetically pleasing. But the giant tree can't do that. Countless eyes are staring at this place. It has to maintain its status as a demon plant. It was because of its attitude at the beginning, looking down on these ants, that the situation has gradually turned around. At this moment, Wu Tianqing has completely threatened it. Taking away these flesh and blood is equivalent to cutting off its retreat. Without the source of flesh and blood, it is a bit difficult to recover. This is a battle. If you want to win, you have to do whatever it takes. At this moment, the strange giant tree finally regarded Wu Tianqing as a real opponent. An opponent who is on equal footing with it. But it didn't know at this time that it had missed the best opportunity. Every life and death battle must go all out. It is an individual of the strongest civilization, and the power of the demon plant is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Long-term comfort, it has lost its sense of crisis. In Wu Tianqing's view, it has already lost. But the strange giant tree doesn't think so. Yes, if you want to win, you have to do whatever it takes. Compared to the so-called prestige and face, life is more important. Countless tree roots rushed to the players, this time, but not to deal with Wu Tianqing. It wanted to take the players as hostages. These players don't have such good skills as Wu Tianqing. It is impossible to cut off or avoid the tree roots in the sky and underground. At this time, Lu Jie's caution let herself avoid the fatal crisis again. Her eyes were always on her feet, which meant that the giant tree could not attack her. This was the rule, and the demon plants had to abide by it. The hostage-taking trick completely stunned everyone. Even the dark Wu Tianqing, who claimed to be evil, was a little confused. Everyone. Are you serious? Although he is Wu Tianqing's incomplete self, he is also an evil personality. Who are you looking down on with these few people you held hostage? If you kidnapped all of humanity, he might consider reconciliation for the sake of his own better life. But with just this few people, who are you threatening? He feels for you that there are too few hostages. Dark Wu Tianqing even began to consider whether he should kill the hostages first to prevent them from being killed. This move of the strange giant tree completely detonated public opinion on various platforms. Whether it is the travel game platform, or the quantum network in the universe. Regional channel. Fuck, it's okay that this tree has become a spirit, but it's so insidious. I wanted to laugh when I saw its seedlings half grown before, but now I can't laugh at all. Despicable and shameless giant tree, it already has the advantage, and it still does this kind of thing. If you can't beat them, you take hostages. That's too despicable. I recognize these people's uniforms. Many of them are members of the Death Squad. Damn, don't catch them. These are all human heroes. This tree is too disgusting. Can the god of death save them? Don't die, please don't die. Ah. So many people have died in the suicide squad. Every time I see them sacrificed, my heart is in knots. It's unlikely. After fighting for so long, it's hard for the Grim Reaper to protect himself, let alone save people. It can be seen that the Grim Reaper is turning the situation around little by little. It's about to win, but this tree flips the table. If you can't afford it, don't play it. Okay, it's obviously a battle between the two sides. How can you take hostages when you can't win? I'm so angry that I want to chop down the tree. It's over now. It's hard to fight. And the Grim Reaper is being clamped. Game live broadcast room. The demon plant actually took hostages. If it had just blown off the heads of these hostages, no one would have said anything. That's the rule, nothing to say. But taking hostages to threaten the hero of another race is a bit unkind. Although, it complies with the rules, but it's a bit like what the above said, be careful in what you say. Anyway, it's a demon plant. We can't afford to offend low-level civilizations like us. Alas, there's nothing we can do. The strongest civilization, see through it but don't say it. I hope Wu Tianqing doesn't fall into the trap. Because the two sides are already at a life and death battle, there's no way to reconcile. The game's mechanism is there, that is. One side must die in battle. We know the game mechanics, but the first-time players don't. If Wu Tianqing shows mercy, he will definitely die. If a battle is overturned by a conspiracy, it will be very unpleasant to watch. Can you be more open and above board? I thought it would be a miracle, but it seems that I was expecting too much. There is no way. The opponent is a demon plant. It is normal to lose. The human race is useless. There is no need to watch it. It's gone. It seems that everyone does not think highly of Wu Tianqing. Lu Jie sighed and lowered her head without saying anything. She didn't know what to do. She could feel that this strange Wu Tianqing would not show mercy and would kill when necessary. But if he really did it, public opinion would probably turn around. When the giant tree used these people as human shields, someone would definitely madly blame Wu Tianqing. After all, these members of the Death Squad have been sacrificing for humanity. Will humanity betray him? Lu Jie was not sure. The words Wu Tianqing said before he walked out of the church still echoed in her ears. Remember, all mankind owes me a big favor. If you betray me, you will bear the consequences yourself. The situation fell into a brief stalemate again. Wu Tianqing, who was fighting for humanity, no one knew his specific situation. The giant tree also believed that people who could fight and struggle for the entire tribe would definitely be restrained. As long as humans were used as human shields, they could counter him well. However, this was an evil personality. For ordinary people, it was a difficult choice. But for the dark Wu Tianqing, it felt particularly ridiculous. This kind of choice, let alone an evil personality, would not be lenient even if he were to appear. After all, he was not an ordinary person. Just when Wu Tianqing was about to take action, something he did not expect happened at the scene. This was the Death Squad. Chapter 215 The Nameless Man. Everyone, including the intelligent species in the universe, thought that Wu Tianqing would be restrained. However, Wu Tianqing was ready to take action. Everyone felt that this battle would be difficult to fight, and Wu Tianqing would soon become a nobody. However, the Suicide Squad helped him make a choice. It would be fine if they couldn't help, but they couldn't tolerate themselves becoming the weak spot of the god of death. They were not as hypocritical as they were in the TV series. When they became hostages, they said, "Don't worry about me," while looking at their own people with pleading eyes, making the rescuers feel like nobody in the world many times. Wu Tianqing scattered too many cards in this battle. Many members of the Death Squad picked up the scattered cards, wanting to take them as souvenirs. If they were lucky, they could get his autograph. Wu Tianqing was their idol. But now, since they have become members of the Death Squad and call themselves the Suicide Squad, how could they become a stumbling block for mankind? Rather than dying in the hands of the giant tree, they would rather die under the cards. Death, help me get revenge. The purple-red fluorescent card flashed and cut the throat of a Death Squad member. But it was not Wu Tianqing who did it. He did it himself. Wu Tianqing was stunned. And the giant tree was also stunned. Looking at all the intelligent species here, they were all stunned. The giant tree did not believe in evil and grabbed another human member as a human shield, standing in front of both sides. As long as Wu Tianqing dared to do it, he would be the first to suffer. But even if he was covered in blood, his uniform was still recognizable. There is a general group of humans, and the government allowed most people to stay in the ruins novice village and let the Death Squad explore the new territory first. After the investigation is clear, people will be allowed to enter the second map and start to improve themselves. Because of this, most of the players who enter the fog map are members of the Suicide Squad who signed up voluntarily. Knowing it means death, they still voluntarily signed up to participate. You can imagine their awareness. How can such people tolerate themselves becoming a weak point? They also know in their hearts that if the god of death loses this battle, all humans will perish. At this critical moment, they must not drag their feet. It's still the same purple-red card. The bloody setting sun on the back of the card flashed with a faint light. Long live humanity! The Death Squad roared, as if to encourage themselves. The sharp card cut his throat again. A small blood lotus blossomed, with a touch of sadness in its strangeness, like a flash of demonic flame. It is true that the giant tree can kill him, but it cannot stop him from committing suicide. Compared with the giant tree, he is obviously just a tiny figure. But the figure of this nameless person is deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. At a certain moment, the words Lu Jie said seemed to echo in Wu Tianqing's ears. When one's country is in crisis, when one's loved ones are threatened, the brilliance of humanity they display will be more dazzling than you can imagine. Wu Tianqing's battle could not break the giant tree's psychological defense. Wu Tianqing's calculations could not cause much ripples in the giant tree's heart. But the suicides of these players completely broke its defense. It is an individual of the strongest civilization, but it does dirty things. An individual who is not even at the first level of civilization, but has a dazzling spirit. The strong contrast makes this individual of the most powerful civilization look extremely embarrassed and disgusting. Everyone is watching, and everyone will despise its character. Even its own tribe will probably look down on it. It's finished. Even if it wins the final victory in this battle, it will definitely die socially. Originally, no matter which choice Wu Tianqing makes, it can use the excuse of battle is so cruel to shut everyone up. Its behavior of taking hostages to protect itself has an excuse no matter how you look at it. But Wu Tianqing hadn't made a choice yet. The hostage committed suicide for his own race. This great character made him look like a parasite in a stinking ditch. Such a strong contrast made him look even darker and more unbearable. The strange tree was angry. He didn't believe that all these humans had such high character. Unfortunately, most of the players in the Foggy Journey were members of the Death Squad. They were the pioneers of mankind. Players, like Wu Tianqing who entered the new map in advance were actually a minority. After all, there was only one life. And the human race had already issued a notice that someone was exploring the way. For most people, wouldn't it be good to have someone to scout the way for them? This also led to the surrounding players, who were all members of the Death Squad. Long live humanity. Long live the god of death. Wu Tianqing, I believe in you. Please kill it. The scene was silent for a while, with only the shouts of the nameless people. At a certain moment, Lu Jie also wanted to look up. She felt that her tears were so fake, but she couldn't help but shed them. In her private message, there were many orders, requiring her to stay alive. One sentence said this: if you are unwilling to give up, just live on, and become crazy and strong, avenge them, live for them. In the blurred vision, Lu Jie looked at the figure of Wu Tianqing on the panel. As her mental power was disconnected, the memory she had previously peeked into gradually disappeared. She didn't understand why Wu Tianqing was so crazy. But now, she suddenly understood a little. Perhaps, she should also try to be crazy. Like him, go crazy calmly, go crazy soberly. Lying next to him, Xiong Biao, his heavy eyelids slowly opened, and there was a blurry little figure in his eyes. It was still Wu Tianqing. Xiong Biao's parasitism was the most serious among the players present, and he also suffered the most severe pain. But when he saw the suicide of the Suicide Squad members, he suddenly felt that what he had suffered was nothing. He was in pain, but he didn't want to die. His eyelids closed again, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Staying with Lu Jie, the tree roots could not attack because of the rules, indirectly protecting Xiong Biao. The more people committed suicide, the angrier the strange giant tree became. The more people watching this battle were shocked. They had never thought that a human who could not even reach the first level civilization could achieve this level. If there was only one individual, it would be fine, and it could only be said to be an exception. But so many people, so many exceptions, are enough to explain the problem. Humans, perhaps more special than they imagined. No wonder the immortal species are optimistic about humans. Perhaps humans are a little weaker now. But as long as they are given time, They will definitely dominate the universe. Dark Wu Tianqing stopped the desire to take action and looked down at his right hand. At this time, his right hand became somewhat thick. Purple-red blood vessels swelled and exposed, and the muscles of his entire arm bulged, and even became somewhat uncontrollable. Is this the deity? After fighting for so long, the deity secretly used Bagua Palm to accumulate strength. This battle should also be over. There are hundreds of players on the surface, and only a few have died now. It is still not too late to kill it now. After all, humans still owe him a big favor, especially these guys on the surface. And the favors they owe are not small. He will lose if too many die. Dark Wu Tianqing raised his eyes, with a strange light in his eyes. Big guy, please die. Chapter 216 Shadow of the Pure Silver Dragon. The purple-red cards streaked across the sky, like a series of gorgeous meteors. The cards in the sky, but it seemed that they could not cause any damage to the giant tree. But is that really the case? Wu Tianqing, is he the kind of person who would do such useless work? After fighting for so long, he has found the weakness of the giant tree. For ordinary trees, the roots are the weakness of the tree. If the roots are cut off, the tree will die. But this is a monster, and it cannot be treated with common sense. The only part of its body that was not hit is its pupil. The eyes are not its weakness, so it is indifferent to the attack on the white part of the eye. But the pupil has never been attacked. It's not that Wu Tianqing doesn't want to shoot, but its pupil moves very fast, and can always avoid his attack. This is not a genuine big eyeball. It's like a super large screen in the shape of an eyeball. The pupil can move freely in the entire white tissue at any time, just like moving on the screen. So, the card is inserted in the white of the eye. The movement of the pupil will not cause the movement of the card. The pupil is the part where it launches mental attacks. The storage location of mental power is the brain. The brain is also the most vulnerable part of a living thing. This dense hand of meteor cards is intended to fill its whites with blood, imprison its pupils, and make it unable to move. Everything happened so fast that the giant tree didn't even have time to react. Wu Tianqing had just finished throwing the cards, and was already in the javelin position. This is the most standard position for an athlete to throw a javelin. And what he held in his hand was not a javelin. It was the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. The power of the original body. Bagua Palm. Fusion and empowerment. Dark Wu Tianqing's full output. 5 levels of power superposition. At that moment, Wu Tianqing's mana was drained in an instant. The muscle strength of his right arm couldn't even withstand the huge force. And the purple-red blood vessels burst open. This full-strength throw even slightly distorted the air. The entire space seemed to be rippled on a calm lake. Wu Tianqing used a powerful attack that was impossible to perform at the current player stage. The moment the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade was thrown out, a powerful dragon roar sounded in the air. The Azure Dragon on the hilt shone brightly, as if it had transformed from the hilt into reality. The Silver Blade Light, a pure silver dragon. The Emerald Blade, Emerald Dragon Scales. The purple-red fire stepped on by the dragon claws, as if it was riding on the meteor firework that flew out a second ago. Roar! It was the roar of the dragon, the illusory shadow of the dragon, like a flash of fireworks. The Azure Dragon Crescent Blade was located between the brows of the giant dragon's phantom. With such an exaggerated power, the giant tree pupil wanted to hide, but found that there was no place to hide. The white of the eye was densely covered with cards, which had already injured the white of the eye. The pupil could not bypass the cards, nor could it move under the cards. This was something Wu Tianqing had already calculated. The white of the eye had been injured before, and the pupil could only bypass the position of the cards. When the white of the eye was filled with cards, the pupil became a fixed target. The attack and defense of the tree roots required charging in advance. Wu Tianqing seized the opportunity to attack, just when it relaxed. It was even thinking about taking hostages at that time, and even its attention was distracted. The shadow of the giant dragon rushed to the giant tree's pupil, and the Qinglong Yinhue's sword was shining. The sharp tip of the knife pierced directly into the center of the pupil, and half of the blade was inserted into it. The pupil was like a marble with cracks, and silver light emanated from the cracks. Then, the cracks shattered like spider webs, and became more and more dense. The shadow of the giant dragon was still rushing into its pupil, and endless silver light raged in the giant tree. Boom! The pupil, which was originally extremely hard, like marble, instantly became like fragile glass. Shattered. The pure silver dragon exploded in the giant tree, and the terrifying silver light rushed to the sky. The foggy journey is the bloody sky. The silver light rushing straight into the sky seemed to tear the whole sky open. The crown of the giant tree was torn in half, as if the budding flower was completely blooming. The silver light that penetrated the sky and the earth, like a magic needle that fixed the world, the materialized light broke through the bloody shackles. The bloody sky was rolling with large patches of blood mist, with the silver light column as the center, and was driven out frantically. The blood mist was expelled, and the original appearance of the sky was revealed. The blue sky was originally covered by blood mist, but the silver light column pierced through the sky, clearing the blood mist around. Large tracts of blood mist were cleared away. With the silver light column as the center, the blue sky gradually appeared before people's eyes. The countless giant tree roots seemed to accelerate time, and it was like a documentary watching flowers being played at an accelerated speed. These tree roots withered at a very fast speed, and all the flesh and blood returned to the earth, becoming the nutrients of this world, and will eventually become the nutrients for the rise of mankind. The pupils of the eyes shattered, and the whites of the eyes exploded. The countless cards inserted above were like a gorgeous purple-red stream of rain, scattered between the sky and the earth. The rain of cards fell one after another, and the light cards drifted in the wind, like snowflakes falling from the sky. The explosion of the giant tree was like a salute fired into the sky, and the blizzard-like cards landed in any corner of the foggy map. At a certain moment, the blue sky finally smoothed out the world, and even above the rain of cards, there were bursts of blue aurora. The silver light column was also spreading outwards, and people's vision was gradually enveloped by white light. The silver light was like a tsunami of flowing light, completely clearing the blood mist around, and the whole world seemed to be washed by a rainstorm, and it was full of vitality everywhere. In the center of the silver light column, there was a Qinglong Yanhue sword floating in the air. Suddenly, the Qinglong Yanhue sword flew in one direction, and while rotating, the silver blade light flashed between heaven and earth, and the shadow of the giant dragon returned to the pattern of the handle. The figure lightly grabbed the flying handle and held it above his head. The purple-red fluorescent cards were still floating around him, and the blue aurora was swaying above his head. The figure stood on the remains of the giant tree, overlooking the entire land. With the death of the giant tree, everyone was freed from the parasitic state. The blood vessels gradually returned to normal, and the crazy purple-red pupils faded. The clear pupils reflected the entire world, which could accommodate mountains and seas. With a light wave, the Qinglong Yanhue sword began to rotate at will, and the right hand was lightly lowered, and the blade was placed behind him, with the tip of the blade pointing diagonally to the ground. The sharp-edged face was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Wu Tianqing's expression was unusually cold. His eyes were like a mirror, taking in all the scenes. A gust of wind blew by, and his soft hair fluttered lightly, also blowing away the bloody smell that was always present in the misty journey. The remains of the dead giant tree, the blood-red color on the roots gradually faded, transformed into the yellow-brown color that the tree should have. Its remains will be decomposed in the misty map, baptizing every human who enters the misty journey. In the misty journey, the remaining players all looked up at that figure, and could not forget it for a long time. Chapter 217 Fighting for Cards. The battle has ended, and the situation on the scene has already spread. The video is like a virus, invading all regional channels, and is also stored in the database of the human population. No one expected that. The strange and terrifying journey game would have such a beautiful and dreamy scene. They wish they could come to the scene in person and experience this baptism of cleansing the body and mind. Cards scattered all over the world, purple-red meteors flow around. The azure aurora soothes the entire land, as if you can reach out and touch the dream above your head. All the people who watched the video and photos were stunned. Even countless regional channels fell into a brief silence. It seemed that everyone was watching the miracle on the fog map, and could not come back to their senses for a long time. The brief silence was like the calm before the storm. Soon, all the regional channels were boiling. Their god brought them a miracle. An impossible miracle. Wu Tianqing. He won. He won, ha ha ha, he really won. He saved everyone. The hero of all mankind. He really saved all mankind. Oh my god. Almost all the members of the death squad present were saved. He is really my god. The god of the world. Wu Tianqing. So handsome. So handsome. So handsome. Is this the god of death? I love him so much. I was so happy. I couldn't help crying. I saw my son in the video. He was saved by the god of death. The purple and red light scattered all over the sky. The soothing blue aurora in the sky. It was so beautiful. Does this dream scene really exist? I regret staying in the ruins journey. I should have gone to the fog journey earlier to witness this battle with my own eyes. It's so beautiful. I was stunned. Such a scary place. It turns out it can be so beautiful. Countless regional channels. Countless cheers. Even though many people were scattered, and many were alone. But at this moment, they didn't seem to feel lonely. The god of death seemed to be right beside them, helping them clear all obstacles. They were never alone. They, and their god, the god of the world, their god, was actually always by their side. The long-term fear was released, and countless people burst into tears. In their game panel, there was still the figure of Wu Tianqing on the rooftop in the rain. It must be said that this figure is very useful in the journey through the ruins. And most people can survive with this figure. Now, looking at the figure on the remains of the giant tree, many people want to follow it to the death. This is just the beginning. The scattered cards quickly attracted everyone's attention. Don't forget, this is a weapon exclusively for the god of death. Infinite cards are much more useful than some daggers. Although ordinary people may hurt themselves when using them. This is an infinite card. The edge of the infinite card is very sharp. As long as it is used well. It is better than most weapons in the mall. And now, the cards are scattered throughout the fog map. A large number of players with full level 10 are sprinting madly towards the front of the journey road, wanting to enter the fog journey. The danger has been eliminated by the god of death. And at best they can only enter another novice village from one novice village. It makes no difference to players in the ruins journey. After knowing the truth, the fog has no effect on everyone. Entering the fog in advance, you can collect unlimited cards in the hands of the god of death. Many people realize this, and there are also many players who are not at level 10. No matter how they sprint, it is useless. They cannot enter the next map if they are not at level 10. This makes many people want to cry. Because the god of death is ridiculously strong, he has accomplished such a great thing just a few days after entering the fog journey. From entering the game to now, it has only been a few days. In such a short time, most people cannot reach level 10. They could only watch those players collect unlimited cards. But they couldn't catch up. Countless people even begged the players in the regional channel to let them pick up a few more cards to give away. The relatives of the death squad also enjoyed a benefit, and were able to get a lot of unlimited cards. My son was there. He picked up a lot of cards. Ha ha ha. Maybe he could get a signed version of the Grim Reaper card. What? The signed version of the Grim Reaper card. I want it too. I'll pay a high price. Give me one. I'll give you all the 10 gold coins I saved. Just one signed version of Wu Tianqing's card. I want one too. Leave one for me. There are a lot of cards. And there are tens of billions of people in the world. I know it's impossible to get a signed version. But I can. Can't you just pick one up for me, for the sake of the Dragon Country people? I'm begging you on my knees. Although many people died, many survived, there are probably billions of people alive. Please, give me a card. I also want to practice the card ejection of the god of death. Now I just need a card to practice. Damn it. I'll go level up right away. Instead of begging people, I might as well reach level 10 and pick it up. Countless people scrambled for the card that Wu Tianqing ejected. He was a smart man. So he naturally thought about selling cards. Cards were unlimited anyway. But he really didn't lack money to kill so many monsters. And his gold coins were always sufficient. He had everything he wanted. And he didn't need to waste time selling cards. Not to mention, almost all the monsters in the fog map were killed by him. Even if the level had reached level 20. The monsters could not drop experience. But they could still drop gold coins. In the game panel, the gold coins were all over the tens of millions. Which was one of the benefits of challenging the giant tree. That's it. Does he still need to covet the single-digit gold coins in other players' hands? And the members of the death squad who were trying to gain experience also made a lot of money. They also got a lot of gold coins. Now, the empty treasury of Dragon Country is completely full. These death squads, who have been going to die, finally succeeded in leading their country, gradually becoming stronger. Before, their sacrifice was not favored by many people. Even the god of death said, "Don't do useless work." They know it in their hearts, but still want to seize a glimmer of opportunity and create an impossible thing. And now, along with Wu Tianqing creating a miracle, they also fought for this glimmer of opportunity. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. They really succeeded, and won for their country. Many times, battles require logistical supplies. You can't fight without money. If the logistics can't keep up, you can only pay with your life. But now, a lot of gold coins have been poured in, the treasury is sufficient, and can buy a large amount of red agent, blue agent. Even so, would you still be afraid of fighting? Before, other countries naturally had such death soldiers and members of the death squad. But the number they sent out was too small. They even secretly mocked the Dragon Kingdom as a fool, leading people to die. But now, they were also dumbfounded. Perhaps it was because Liu Jie, a scientist, took the lead that stimulated so many death squads in Dragon Country. Now, they really reaped the fruits of their labor. In the foggy territory, Dragon Country made the right move, and became the most powerful country among all countries, and these, Wu Tianqing was too lazy to care about. He did not participate in the game between countries, he just wanted to be neutral. In addition to the human side, the countless intelligent species in the universe were also dumbfounded. Chapter 218 Personality Switching. An ordinary 7-level civilization. A simple human individual. Obviously without any special racial talent, how did Wu Tianqing kill the demon plant? Other intelligent species, more or less, have racial talents. For example, the Immortal Blood Clan, although their potential is low, their ability to survive is ridiculously strong. Each person has the ability to regenerate broken limbs, and their vitality is ridiculously strong. Another example is the Demon Ape Clan, who are born with supernatural powers. The Mermaid Clan, who are born water mages. Only humans. They have no racial talents. At best, the game can awaken some talents for them, and these talents have also been awakened by intelligent races in the universe. It is precisely because they have no talents that humans are rated as level 07, which is not an exaggeration at all. But now, such an inconspicuous intelligent race, whose rating is even the bottom of all intelligent species, has made an impossible move. A demon plant. That is an individual of the strongest civilization. One is worth 100, no, one is worth 10,000, and one of the individuals of humans killed the strongest civilized race. The demon plant. The demon plant defined by the game as environment. He destroyed not monsters, but environment. A player destroyed the game environment. This is the most terrifying point. Throughout the ages, none of these intelligent species can do this. Even Wu Tianqing's game panel, the bullet screen prompts. Pause for a short time. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. How is this possible? The demon plant is dead. It is actually dead. It was weakened by 99% by the game. But it is also very powerful, and it was killed. The demon plant is a race that has trained the divine tank system to the extreme. It is precisely because of this extraordinary system that they have achieved the strongest civilization. Each demon plant has a terrifying vitality. If it is not weakened by the game, not to mention humans, almost none of the intelligent races watching on the scene can deal with it. The demon plant, the game weakened it too much. If it hadn't been weakened, the demon plant would only be defeated at most, but not killed. A real demon plant, even if only a branch of its body was left, can gradually recover by absorbing nutrients, and the more abnormal ones can infinitely split and grow infinitely. That pupil may be the weakness of this individual demon plant, but it is definitely not a fatal point. The game still weakened it too much. The above, can you stop being jealous? Admit it. Even if it is weakened, you can't beat it. Maybe you can beat it now, but you can only beat it after you level up. Think about it. When you are level 20, can you beat it? Can you compete with a level 20 monster plant at level 20? Humans are really a magical race. In the future, perhaps there will be a place for humans in the universe. Everyone, please read the announcement. The rating of humans has changed. They are no longer a level 07 civilization, but are rated as a level 1 civilization. The gods of humans have raised the height of the entire civilization. The vision of the immortals is really sophisticated. This is just the initial stage of the game. The rating of humans has been raised to a level 1 civilization for intelligent races. The journey game may be a doomsday disaster, but if it is overcome, it is an opportunity. Although the journey game pulls intelligent races into a weird game, is it not a kind of protection for intelligent races? If there is no mandatory game period of the journey game, other races cannot interfere. Otherwise, most intelligent races will be enslaved the moment they set foot on the interstellar. For most intelligent species, the initial level is level 1 civilization. After a year of game, it is still level 1 after the game ends. A small number of races can upgrade their civilization level to level 2 or level 3 during the game. A small number of species have a relatively high innate rating. It is rare for humans, who have a very low innate rating, to be upgraded to level 1 at the initial stage of the game. I don't know what level humans can be rated at after the game ends. Perhaps by the end of the game, humans will no longer be easy to mess with. At this time, a lot of important information slid lightly on the game panel. Unfortunately, Wu Tianqing saw nothing, because now is the time when Dark Wu Tianqing gradually falls asleep. And it is also the time when the original body begins to wake up. After fighting for such a long time, Dark Wu Tianqing has stayed for long enough. If he does not wake up, the original body will be affected, and it may lead to destruction. Extremes are not desirable. Appropriate madness may help survive better, but extreme madness will inevitably lead to destruction. Wu Tianqing stayed on the remains of the giant tree for a long time. Not because he was pretending, but because he was experiencing a personality switch. The incomplete self gradually fell asleep, just like those who were furious and lost their minds, and gradually regained consciousness. On his right arm, due to the huge force, the blood vessels burst, and it was close to collapse. But the Dark Wu Tianqing was no longer able to recover, and had to switch to normal as soon as possible. There was a problem with his own state. How could he have the spare energy to pay attention to the barrage on the panel? His brain was in a mess. Wu Tianqing endured the pain in his brain, took out a dose of red medicine from his backpack, used his mouth to open the cork, and poured the red healing liquid into his mouth. His right hand couldn't move, so he had to do this. The scene of him feeding himself the red agent with his left hand was also recorded. The blood vessels in his right hand burst, and the blood was still trickling down, hanging there, unable to control it. People were so distressed that they wanted to raise money to get him a truckload of red agent. Unfortunately, Wu Tianqing didn't know about this, and just endured the stabbing pain in his brain and the pain in his arms, trying to keep himself on his feet, so as not to fall off the remains of the giant tree. At first, people thought he was enjoying the attention of the crowd. After all, he is a hero. With such treatment, no one said anything. But gradually, people found something wrong. He was not enjoying people's gaze at all. He just couldn't even stand steadily, trying to keep himself from falling off the wreckage. So sad. Death looked so tired, so exhausted. I used the photo of Death as the background of the game board. I thought he was just resting there for a while. But suddenly I felt something was wrong. Death is not the kind of person who likes to show off. Now he has been standing there, letting his arm bleed. It looks wrong. Members of the Suicide Squad, dare you be a little slow? Go up and help him. He's about to fall. Oh my God. I saw him trying to bite off the cork of the red agent with his teeth, and I was so sad that tears were about to fall. Will you die if you help him open the cork? Go up and help him. The members of the Suicide Squad were shocked by the scene and stood there for a long time. Naturally, they didn't react so quickly. Many members even looked surprised, looking around at the purple-red lights floating around, and the beautiful blue aurora in the sky. They didn't react. They always thought that the idol death god was omnipotent and could do everything. Now they realized that the death god also needed help. Chapter 219 Energy Conversion. By the time everyone reacted, Wu Tianqing no longer needed help. He drank the red agent, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. Since he had no shortage of gold coins, Wu Tianqing drank another bottle of blue agent, and filled up his blue energy, and his mental state improved a little. The members of the Death Squad were still thinking about how to climb up the giant tree wreckage, but Wu Tianqing had already jumped down. The battle was over, and the full version of the video was also sent out. In the general human group, the video introduction of Wu Tianqing's battle with the giant tree has this sentence: I think all of humanity owes him a favor, and perhaps we will never be able to repay him in this lifetime. Wu Tianqing naturally watched the latest video file of the human race. However, he just clicked on the beginning and then closed it. He had no expectations of others. So what if he owed someone a favor? There are many great men in human history, but not many people really repay their favors. Let alone repaying a favor. It's good enough if he doesn't blacken him. What's more, he is not a great man. Every move is full of calculations. It just happens that his interests are tied to the human race, so his actions are always mutually beneficial with the entire race. The little mink jumped and ran towards Wu Tianqing. Its perception was very sharp. It realized that the real Wu Tianqing was back. No hysteria, no extreme madness. Wu Tianqing at this moment became unusually calm and gentle. This was the Wu Tianqing with a complete self. After killing the strange giant tree, he did not show much excitement. If it was the dark Wu Tianqing, he might have laughed with excitement. Squeak! At this moment, the little mink was like a little kitten, standing on Wu Tianqing's shoulder, and rubbing his face with the top of its head. I couldn't help it, and I rubbed it. Wu Tianqing's gentle appearance was also recorded in the video. So, on major regional channels, it captured the hearts of many girls. Before, I saw the crazy look of the Grim Reaper. To be honest, I was a little scared. Yes, he looked very fierce, and I felt a little scared. Now I see him return to his normal appearance. And sure enough, this is the Grim Reaper I know. My girlish heart melted. The interaction with the mink is so warm. The blue sky and white clouds. The gorgeous light. My heart is moved. My girlish heart is also moving. Stop. Heart, don't move first. Let me analyze it carefully before you move. Please start your performance. The heartbeat will cause venous blood to flow back to the right atrium. The right atrium blood flows to the right ventricle through the tricuspid valve. The right ventricle contraction will eject blood through the pulmonary valve into the pulmonary artery, and the pulmonary artery passes through the pulmonary capillaries, the pulmonary veins, and finally flows back to the left atrium. The left atrium blood flows to the left ventricle through the mitral valve. Stop! Shut up! Wu Tianqing didn't watch what everyone was doing in the regional channel, but looked around a little tiredly. Then he set up a recliner on the road, and the mink fed him fruit. One for each of you and one for me. Everyone. Lu Jie opened her mouth, a little speechless, and held her forehead. The familiar Wu Tianqing is back. But can you not be so casual? Squeak. The members of the Brothers' Death Squad were all jealous. It was not just the members of the Death Squad who were dumbfounded. Ah! Let him go. Let me do it. I'm different from you. Let it go. Let me do it. Why do you feel that the different one is more perverted? The above person answered correctly. Why do you feel that the mink is a bit like rubbing the edge? I missed the time before the game came. When I was watching videos, I also saw the rubbing cat. It's similar in nature. The god of death is so rich. I want to eat fruit too. This is what life is like. I envy you. In the following videos, most people's eyes fell on Wu Tianqing. Only a few dead comrades were collecting the bodies of the victims. Without saying it deliberately, it was as if they were trying to forget this pain. It was like a fuck-up life, as if as long as they forgot the unpleasant things, the pain would not exist. Some members of the Suicide Squad did not have much sadness on their faces, because they had known each other for less than a day, and many of them did not even know each other. Although they felt bad, the emotional bond was not deep. Before the game came, they were a team, and it was unlikely that they would gather together and form a team. The game disrupted everyone. Every team in the previous army was disbanded. They volunteered and gathered together to form a death squad. And there were so many death squads, but there were fewer casualties in this battle. As long as they were far away from the battlefield, they were basically fine. The team that happened to be closer was targeted by the giant tree. For Wu Tianqing, it was normal for people to die on the battlefield. He didn't feel anything at all, and even ate the fruit comfortably. His health and mana gradually recovered, his arm healed a little bit, but he was still a little tired. Wu Tianqing was lying down and receiving food from the mink, while meditating with his eyes closed. After a short rest, the pain in his head eased a little, and he opened the game panel. After fighting for so long, the StarCraft netizen should have revealed a lot of useful information. Then, Wu Tianqing also began to get information about the demon plant. The barrage was a bit confusing, and there were a lot of them. Wu Tianqing could only check as much as possible. He didn't know if these messages were useful or not, but they might bring some benefits. After all, he didn't know how to deal with the remains of the giant tree. Oh no! It's a demon plant. After all, it's the strongest civilized race in the universe, so it should be full of treasures. Right? After reading the comments, Wu Tianqing felt sick. A demon plant died, and it's a must-pass road on the journey, so humans are going to rise. The demon plant is full of treasures, and whoever eats it will say it's good. The demon plant is also a plant, and most of the spiritual herbs in the universe may belong to demon plants. This super large demon plant, the extraordinary system, is still the divine body tank system. All human players who choose the tank system are blessed. Eating the remains of the demon plant helps to enhance the ability of the tank system. It's a pity that it is useless for other systems. Wu Tianqing lost a lot. Just as he thought, the demon plant is indeed full of treasures. But you are going too far. Its extraordinary system is the tank system. So only players who choose the divine body tank system can benefit. Then he fought hard. And this is the only benefit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Tianqing shifted his attention away from the bullet screen and carefully checked the kill prompt. Anyway, the demon plant is already a supermodel among the fog monsters. Kill it. At least the game will give you a good reward. The demon plant larva has died. Congratulations on obtaining the red passive skill of the divine tank system. Energy conversion. Energy conversion when attacked. 10 of the attack energy is converted into health and mana, and the enemy's attack strength is reduced to 90. As the level increases, the conversion percentage increases, and the enemy's attack strength decreases. The player's level is over 100. Chapter 220 Tank Skills. When he looked at the kill dialog box, Wu Tianqing felt his heart twitch. Junior, you call this? Junior? This terrifying giant tree blocks out the sun and sky, and its roots cover the entire foggy map. The area of the fog journey is not smaller than that of the ruins journey. It can even be said that it is bigger, and the map of the ruins journey can easily accommodate 10 billion people. This is it, and it is still. Junior, so he was just playing in the mud with a child? How strong is the adult demon plant? The world tree? No wonder it is the strongest civilization race. It's outrageous. Looking at the red skill he had obtained, I never expected that a divine warrior type would actually obtain the passive of the tank type. This passive looked a bit useless. It was only immune to 10. But as he looked at it, Wu Tianqing suddenly felt something was wrong. This skill, maybe it was a magical skill of the tank type. It's just that it's a late stage skill, so it looked useless in the early stage. At the beginning, it was only 10, he was already level 20, and each level increased the conversion rate by 0.5, which looked a bit shabby. When he obtained the skill, his level was originally decreasing, but fortunately, although the killing reward of the giant tree did not give experience, it still raised his level back to level 20, which was considered as compensation for killing the demon plant. Although these 10 seem useless, they will gradually become unsolvable as the level increases. Suppose he is now level 100. Then the enemy's attack conversion rate will become 50. As long as the enemy cannot be killed with one blow, the enemy can't do anything to him even if he stands still. In order to reflect the bug of this skill, there is even a second tip. The maximum level of the player is not level 100. This means that as long as he is above level 100, standing still, others will restore his health and mana when they hit him. Even without reaching level 100, the bug of the skill will gradually appear, because he is not completely defenseless. The Divine Warrior system will also strengthen the body, but it is not as strong as the tank system. Assume that the enemy's attack is 100 points, and his defense is 60 points. The attack power must exceed 60 points to break the defense, and cause damage to Wu Tianqing. Subtract 60 points, the actual damage is 40 points. At this time, as long as the conversion rate reaches 20, he can be perfectly immune to damage. When the conversion rate exceeds 20, the enemy's attack is restoring his health and mana. How is this calculated? Because the skill introduction says, enemy attack strength is reduced. With a conversion rate of 20, the enemy's 100 attack points will become 80 attack points, and 20 will be converted. 80 points of actual attack power minus 60 points of defense, the actual damage is only 20 points. And the converted 20 is equivalent to 20 points of blood recovery. Just this, do you think it is a bug or not? As long as the level reaches a certain level, it is simply a walk on the side. A player of the Divine Warrior system gets the divine skills of the Divine Body Tank system. It is also unique. Of course, no skill is invincible. The premise of this skill is to be able to withstand the enemy's attack. If the enemy's attack is a one-hit kill, even if the attack strength is reduced by a certain percentage, it can still kill him. Then there is no time to recover blood, he is already dead. This skill is useless. Even so, the value of this skill cannot be denied, because it immediately abolished many terrible playing methods, such as Legion Flow. How terrible the Legion Flow is obvious to all. But now, whoever dares to use the Legion Flow in front of him is digging his own grave. The monsters rushed up, and can no longer grind him to death, but instead gave him crazy blood. Wandering in the group of monsters, he doesn't have to worry about being grinded to death. He only needs to find the key figure of the Legion Flow, and he can take the enemy's head. Looking at the panel, the red skills have accumulated to 4. The warrior's power is the foundation of the warrior's extraordinary system. Every warrior has a red skill, which is also the way for mortals to become extraordinary. The rest are the warrior's empowerment and bagua palm, and the exclusive red passive skill rewarded by killing the demon plant larvae, and the tank's magic skill conversion. 2 bound red equipments. Infinite Card, and Qin Long Yanhui's sword. Total, there are 6 times the experience stacking. Every upgrade in the future, you need 6 times the experience. With this calculation, by the next game map, just from level 20 to level 21, you will need 1260 experience points. Wu Tianqing understood the upgrade mechanism of the game. The sum of the level you want to upgrade x 10x the number of skills and equipment is the experience required for each level. For example, Wu Tianqing's current situation. If you want to upgrade to level 21, the experience required for a single multiple is 21x10, a total of 210 points. The sum of skills and equipment is exactly 6 times, 210x6, the result is 1260 experience points. As you acquire more skills, the number of equipment, the larger the multiple, the level will be dragged down and regress. Therefore, whether it is skills or equipment, you have to choose carefully. Otherwise, not only will it not enhance the combat power, but it will also drag the player to death. While thinking, Wu Tianqing took away the most precious things in the giant tree wreckage. The space backpack has the property of taking things from a distance. And Wu Tianqing took it easily. Not many people even noticed that something was missing from the giant tree wreckage. What he took away was the broken pupil. As we all know, the human brain is the most vulnerable part, and also the most important part. Similarly, the same is true for monsters. The most important part of this demon plant is not the roots and leaves, nor the canopy that fills the sky. It is its pupil. A spherical pupil with a diameter of 1 meter. As the most important part of the demon plant, eating it must have the best effect. Of course, in order to prevent himself from thinking about it wrongly, he deliberately looked at the sour words on the barrage to confirm the importance of the pupil. The pupil of the demon plant. The most precious part of this demon plant. I really want to eat it. Although it is definitely not delicious. It will be painful to eat. But this is a demon plant. Even in the universe, it is priceless. There is no way. The demon plant is the strongest civilization in the universe. Who dares to hunt the demon plant? Even if there is a demon plant that dies, the remains will only fall into the hands of the demon plant. Even if you are lucky enough to have a monster plant remains, the monster plant is not allowed to be sold. It is related to the reputation of the monster plant tribe. Only the game can be so unique to get such a thing. So sour, the most important part of the monster plant remains, can be said to be the most precious treasure of the tank system. The effect of the pupil can withstand other remains. Even though those remains are large, the energy is actually very small, and it is difficult to digest these tree roots and barks. Only the pure energy of the pupil can be swallowed up at once. As he watched, Wu Tianqing also started to feel jealous. He killed the monster. Why couldn't he use it himself? Wu Tianqing ate some of the pupil fragments in disbelief. It was like eating glass shards. It would cut his tongue if he wasn't careful. He swallowed it with all his might. It was really useless. He was not a tank after all. Such a precious treasure. If he ate it, it would only turn into shit. Chapter 221 The Price of Becoming Stronger. Wu Tianqing suddenly remembered the skills of the tank system. We are all human beings. There is no reason that only the tank system can eat it. The reason for the difference is that all tank system players have the body of a tank. Like his warrior power, it is a common and important red skill. What a pity. My heart is bleeding. Although I don't know what the benefits are, but the effect must be amazing. Otherwise, those old players who have played the game would not be so jealous until now. Just when Wu Tianqing was still eating fruit comfortably, Xiongbiao came over a little shakily. Was he coveting his pupil fragment? No. No one at the scene thought that this demon plant could be eaten. Only he had a barrage and knew this news. Otherwise, so many players would have rushed up to eat it long ago. Boss. Wu Tianqing opened his eyes and signaled him to continue. Boss, are you accepting me as your disciple? I want to become stronger. This is a bit embarrassing. Wu Tianqing is not necessarily older than him. Seeing Xiongbiao's serious expression, Wu Tianqing thought silently for a while. Hearing Xiongbiao's voice, many members of the death squad looked eagerly. They also wanted to come over to say hello, and more than half of them wanted to become his apprentice. But Wu Tianqing ignored them, and they didn't want to disturb him. They just wanted to wait until the boss had a good rest, and then see how he felt, and see if they could find a chance. Xiongbiao and Wu Tianqing were familiar with each other, and knew that he didn't mind, so he would come over to talk. Looking at Xiongbiao's smooth and shiny bald head, Wu Tianqing almost couldn't help laughing out loud in such a serious scene. although his expression was very serious. But he looked silly, and the light reflected on his head. Fortunately, Wu Tianqing's acting skills were strong enough, so he didn't laugh. There were many people who became bald due to parasitism at the scene, but Wu Tianqing was not among them. Dark Wu Tianqing was so awesome, he could manipulate cells in a subtle way, and easily prevent hair loss. Looking at Xiong Biao's worried look about being rejected, Wu Tianqing suddenly remembered the time in the church before. After he woke up, he risked his life to build a blood shield for him, which delayed the awakening of the evil personality. If all the church staff had not focused on him, Xiong Biao might have been shot in the head. He could have survived by just hiding. But he still rushed out, facing the danger of being shot in the head at any time. It seemed worth it to give him the treasure. At least it was better than turning into shit on his body. His character and personality were trustworthy. Wu Tianqing took another bite of the fruit, hesitated for a long time, swallowed the pulp, and then slowly spoke. Becoming stronger requires a price. Hearing Wu Tianqing's words, Xiong Biao's eyes lit up immediately. Why would he worry about the price? He was only worried that he was not strong enough. Even the death squads that were far away and did not dare to come to disturb were all ready to move. Will the god of death accept disciples? I will wash your feet. Please accept me. Boss, I am willing to pay any price. I am willing. I am willing too. Wu Tianqing. Several members of the death squads in the distance could not help but shout out, which made Wu Tianqing puzzled. Little guy, do I know you? You are willing to give up, not bothering to pay attention to others. Wu Tianqing directly asked Xiong Biao. Are you afraid of pain? No, even if I am parasitized by that terrifying giant tree again, I am not afraid. Xiong Biao has really made up his mind. As long as he can become stronger, he is not afraid of anything. However, there are still members of the death squad who interrupted, looking at Wu Tianqing expectantly, as if they are ready to pay homage to him at any time. I am not afraid. I am not afraid either. Me too. Wu Tianqing's mouth twitched. Bringing a teammate, making him stronger is fine. At least he can benefit from being a partner in the fight. There are hundreds of people here, and they will be separated soon, so he is too lazy to waste time teaching them. Since you are not afraid, Wu Tianqing said, and snapped his fingers in the air. Suddenly, as if by magic, a large round dining table suddenly appeared next to him, and on an oversized plate, there were piles of black gravel. These gravel were the broken pupils of the demon plants. Then eat these. The large pieces looked like gravel, the small pieces, and some ground into powder looked like glass slag. Fortunately, there is the picking function of the space backpack. And this function is amazing enough. Otherwise, just collecting it would be exhausting. If these broken things are reassembled, they can form a giant pupil with a diameter of about 1 meter. Looking at the super large plate on the table and the pile of gravel, Xiong Biao was stunned and felt that Wu Tianqing was joking. At this time, he had no idea how precious these gravel-like things in front of him were. How many intelligent races would beg for something that they couldn't get? Although it didn't look good. Seeing that Wu Tianqing was not joking, Xiong Biao gritted his teeth and really picked up a piece of gravel. Except for Wu Tianqing. No one here knew what these things were. After all, the pupils and the gravel were too different. No one recognized what the gravel originally looked like. Real pupils don't look like this. Only the demon plants look weird. With so many gravel, let alone digestion, you will die of bloating. They seem to be a test for Wu Tianqing. Only by eating them, you are qualified to become his apprentice. However, how could these people know that? Who would take such a precious thing as a test? After holding it in his hand for a long time, Xiong Biao suppressed a strange feeling and put the gravel into his mouth. It was really as hard as marble, and the sharp gravel scratched his mouth in an instant. Xiong Biao tried hard to grind the gravel flat, but he couldn't bite it, and he felt terrible. But he didn't spit out the gravel, still tried to grind it a little flat, and then swallowed it with all his strength. Only he, who was a tank engineer, could do this. For an ordinary person, even if he didn't choke to death, the gravel would scratch his throat, which would be very dangerous. It was just a small gravel, but he was already sweating profusely, and even had many scars in his mouth. Xiong Biao could clearly smell the bloody taste. Eating this kind of thing was undoubtedly very painful. The other members of the death squad sweated on their foreheads. They didn't know what the god of death meant. Was he teaching people? Or torturing people? Wu Tianqing was still lying on the recliner, unmoved, eating fruit leisurely. He had warned in advance. If you want to become stronger, you have to pay the price. If you can't even bear this little pain, don't come to be your disciple, he will think it's embarrassing for you. Not to mention, this thing is the treasure of the tank series. It's good enough to be given to you to eat. This is because Xiong Biao risked his life to save him. This is the reward Wu Tianqing gave to Xiong Biao. And Lu Jie, the reward, was also given. He opened a way for mankind. This is what she wanted. It was just a small piece of gravel. Xiong Biao was already very embarrassed. However, Wu Tianqing didn't soften his heart at all. Want to become stronger? Eat it all. Xiong Biao gritted his teeth. Wu Tianqing didn't say to stop. He kept eating. He will let the boss see his sincerity. Chapter 222 Split. After eating a few pieces of gravel, Xiong Biao couldn't hold on any longer. Who would eat stones if they were fine? Only Wu Tianqing's test was the most outrageous. At this time, everyone still thought that this was just a test from Wu Tianqing, and they had no idea how precious the gravel in their eyes was. Seeing that Wu Tianqing ignored him and continued to accept the feeding from the little mink, Xiong Biao gritted his teeth, no longer caring about the sharpness of the gravel, and began to swallow it frantically. He ate until blood flowed from his mouth, but he still tried to swallow the gravel. In a place that people couldn't see, on Wu Tianqing's panel, these interstellar netizens were so distressed. Brother, can I call you brother? Don't give it to him. It's such a waste. Leave some for me. I don't mind his saliva. I just want a small piece. Just a small piece will do. Too extravagant. Such an expensive treasure. Wu Tianqing directly put it on a big plate. That bald guy swallowed it whole, without carefully sensing the energy contained in it. At his level, he probably can't sense it, just like humans can't sense the power contained in their bodies, and can only use it roughly. They have only been in contact with the extraordinary system for a few days, and they have already started using this kind of treasure? At his level, it is estimated that he will not be able to exert the effect of the demon plant in a short time. At most, his skills will be strengthened. The real terrifying power can only be digested by high-level players. Not seeing any valuable information, Wu Tianqing waited for Xiong Biao to finish eating these pupil fragments. Even if this guy is slow, he should have some feelings. Right? After eating so many gravel. If it is really gravel, can his stomach hold it? Xiong Biao, who was originally a little worried that the gravel would cut his throat, gradually felt something was wrong. At first, his esophagus was very fragile. Every piece of gravel could scratch him, causing him severe pain. Although it was nothing compared to the parasite on the giant tree, the feeling of his life being threatened at any time still made him sweat. Gradually, he felt that his vulnerable parts seemed to become tougher and tougher. His mouth also gradually healed. His tongue was obviously soft, but now it seemed like the tough skin of some kind of creature. The sharp gaps of the gravel could no longer scratch his mouth. The more he ate these gravels, the more he enjoyed them. Moreover, after eating so many gravels, his stomach did not feel uncomfortable, nor did it swell up. It was like a bottomless pit, absorbing these gravels crazily. At this moment, no matter how stupid Xiong Biao was, he reacted. Those members of the death squad who were watching the fun all watched eagerly, and also wanted to participate in this alternative test. What Xiong Biao could see, they also saw. This is not gravel. This is some kind of rare treasure. I don't know where the god of death got it from. After eating gravel, Xiong Biao put a cup on the table, filled it with water, mixed with black powder and glass shards, and drank it all. On the big dining table, the gravel, which was as big as a small mountain, disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiong Biao swallowed faster and faster, and in the end, blood no longer flowed out of his mouth. He wiped his mouth, as if he was really enjoying a delicious meal. As the gravel began to work, Xiong Biao seemed to be steamed in a steamer. He began to sweat and his skin became red, as if he was roasted by fire. Out of courtesy, Wu Tianqing moved the recliner a little further away. After all, his sweat smelled a little unpleasant. With the help of sweat, his bald head became brighter. It could even reflect light. If he used it to fight the enemy, at least half of the enemy's attention would be on his bald head. The bald head was like a big bun. The mist was floating straight up. The clothes looked like they had just been fished out of the water, and a small pool of sweat gathered under his feet. Seeing the bald head's pressure getting stronger and stronger, and his body also undergoing some changes, the death squad was so sad that they wanted to cry. Without the permission of the god of death, they dared not eat the gravel. The things that I just disliked, in the blink of an eye, made my heart beat fast. Unfortunately, Xiongbiao, who was eating, didn't notice the expressions of the death squad members. He was focused on eating, and his attention was all on the table. Gradually, the mountain of pupil fragments all went into his stomach, and Xiongbiao's whole person changed dramatically. If his height was about 1.8 meters before, now his height is at least 2 meters. This pupil also has the effect of increasing height. In addition to his height, Xiongbiao's tonnage has also increased a lot, estimated to be at least 100 kilograms. He is not the kind of fat 100 kilograms, but the kind of classic bodybuilding. He is tall enough, but he doesn't look fat. It's just that his body grows too fast, and his clothes are torn. Fortunately, his pants are the same as the Hulk's, and they didn't tear. Otherwise, everyone's expression here would be torn. After eating the food on the table, Xiongbiao looked back and realized that the master had moved away. Xiongbiao grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Master! Xiongbiao was so shameless that he called the master right away. Wu Tianqing's eyebrows jumped wildly. Damn it! Don't call me master. Call me boss. I don't accept disciples. As he said, Wu Tianqing suddenly shot a card at Xiongbiao, the originally slow Xiongbiao. After eating the pupil fragment, his reaction speed became amazing. Gently turning sideways, the infinite card flew past him by a hair's breadth. Good fellow. Is he going to become a flexible fat man? Wu Tianqing's mouth twitched. This time he ejected several cards at the same time, blocking his movement. Do you really think that you can dodge just by being strengthened? Seeing the boss's real move, Xiongbiao was dumbfounded. Is the boss worried about the treasure? Yes. He didn't even eat it himself. Okay. You'll have to take it. Wu Tianqing is not that bored. He can't use this treasure. It's useless to leave it there. He wanted to test how much this treasure strengthened him. A card hit Xiongbiao's shoulder without any surprise. If it was before, this shot would have cut off his arm. But this time, the card couldn't even hurt the bones. It just pierced the epidermis, and was blocked by the tough flesh and blood, and couldn't move forward an inch. This is a real tank. The indestructible vitriol was strengthened to this extent, and this is just his passive skill. Wu Tianqing became interested, reached out to grab in the void, and grabbed a Qing Long Yinhue's sword. Use your shield. Xiongbiao pulled out the card on his left shoulder with his right hand, and immediately released the blood shield after hearing this. Sharp silver lights flashed by, but only sparks were created on the shield. The rogue AoE card skill could only create a large area of sparks, and the Xiongbiao inside the shield was unscathed. After a long time of slashing, the blood shield was still strong. If it were in the past, the shield would have been broken long ago. It's not that the shield is too bad, but the Xiongbiao's mana is not enough to support such intensive attacks. But now, the shield is like a turtle shell, motionless. There is no sign of breaking at all. The tank and the team finally passed the test. Chapter 223 Sky Blue Windbreaker. When Xiongbiao finished eating, the beautiful dream scene left behind gradually disappeared. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white, and the ground was full of cards. Only the remains of the giant tree told the story of this place all the time. Finally, a member of the death squad couldn't help but say, Death? Since he had promised Lu Jie, Wu Tianqing didn't mind making it clearer. The rubble just now is the pupil of the giant tree. The remains of the giant tree, only tank players will see the effect after eating it. That's all. Eat it if you want. After hearing his words, these people all understood something, and immediately some members of the death squad began to gnaw on the roots and bark of the tree. The scene was so beautiful that I couldn't imagine it. And the news spread quickly. The death squad was not just made up of dragon people. All of a sudden, everyone knew the function of the giant tree debris. Some players who were not tanks were heartbroken, and couldn't help but gnaw on the bark. Anyway, the giant tree was big enough. Even if all humans gnawed together, they might not be able to finish it, and no one stopped other players from gnawing on it. Unfortunately, useless is useless. These things are only effective against tanks. The last floating purple-red fluorescent card landed, and then the game panel sounded an announcement. The long-lost game announcement popped up 3 times in a row, making sure that all players could receive it. Congratulations to Wu Tianqing for killing the young plant of the Mist Journey, changing the environment of the Mist Map. The Mist Map was transformed into a human novice village. Congratulations to the Mist Journey players. All players who enter the Mist Journey reward exclusive equipment. Seeing the new pop-up announcement, Wu Tianqing was stunned. Wow! There are also rewards for killing. I finally get to be a human in the game. Perhaps There is also the reason for the surveillance secretly operating. After all, this guy has been emphasizing in the live broadcast room how much money he has invested. The last one is his exclusive equipment reward. Congratulations on getting the exclusive red equipment. The Azure Windbreaker. When the Azure Windbreaker is attacked, the Azure Windbreaker will defend against 9 of the enemy's attack power. As the level increases, the Azure Windbreaker's defense percentage increases accordingly. The Azure Windbreaker has a self-repair function and is not afraid of damage. Obviously, the Azure Windbreaker is specially matched with energy conversion, just like empowering with infinite cards. With the effect of the match, Wu Tianqing's current defense is not weaker than those tanks. Wait, why is it 9? Damn! The Azure Windbreaker is also a bound red equipment. It was originally upgraded to level 20, but it dropped back to level 18. The game gave him a reward, but also cheated him. For a moment, Wu Tianqing was dumbfounded. He looked at the energy conversion. Sure enough, the conversion percentage also dropped back to 9. It's outrageous. Forget it, since this place has become a novice village, it's not difficult to gain some experience. Let's take a look at the equipment first. A sky blue windbreaker looks quite elegant. It has the air of a fairy. Other people in the Mist map also showed their exclusive equipment one after another. Lu Jie's is Jie's coat. Like a doctor's white coat, it has the air of an intellectual big sister. And Xiong Biao himself has abnormal defense. The game rewards him with a Mahatma badge. According to Xiong Biao, every time this Mahatma badge is activated, it takes some time to charge. Its defense is similar to that of the blood shield, but it is 100 times more powerful than the blood shield. The panda bamboo that Long Wu prepared for Xiong Biao is also a stick weapon. A stick for a month, a knife for a year, and a gun for a lifetime. It is also suitable, and you can use it after practicing for a while. With Wu Tianqing's personal teaching, Xiong Biao's stick skills will improve greatly in a short period of time. Wu Tianqing was still thinking, but an interesting barrage popped up on the panel. This barrage attracted all of Wu Tianqing's attention. As we all know, there are benefits in the novice village. Yes, the benefit of the novice village in the ruins journey is the eyeballs everywhere, which are used to improve the player's mental strength, so that their psychological quality is not too fragile, and their legs become weak when they see monsters. Then what are the benefits of the Mist journey? It's really ridiculous. The vampires really spent a lot of money, and actually arranged an exclusive equipment for each player in the Mist journey. That is the benefit given by the supervisor, and only the players who have entered the Mist have it. Players who enter later will miss this battle, and the supervisor will definitely not give it to them. Yes, so the exclusive equipment is not the benefit of the novice village itself. The benefit of the novice village should be the kind that everyone has. Before Wu Tianqing's transformation, no race transformed the Mist journey into a novice village. I'm curious about what benefits the Mist novice village will have. Seeing this, Wu Tianqing's eyes lit up. The reason why he can fight the giant tree is not entirely because of the appearance of dark Wu Tianqing. More often, it was during the ruins journey, whenever he had the chance. He would exercise his mental power. Even at the end, large groups of eyeballs together improved his mental power. His mental power was so tenacious. Dark Wu Tianqing himself could not improve the strength of his body. He could only use this body perfectly. The deep development of mental power made him immune to the headshot of the giant tree. In essence, his spiritual power did not grow too much, but was limited by the flesh, and the power could not be used perfectly. The consequence of Dark Wu Tianqing's overuse is that he now lies on the recliner all the time, like a corpse, and is exhausted. It's really exhausted. Not a drop left. Ahem, here the spiritual power is compared to a drop of water. Yes, that's it. So now, what benefits will the fog journey bring? Wu Tianqing is looking forward to it. Luckily, the level dropped, otherwise, if he is not careful, he will enter the next journey section while moving forward, and he won't get the benefits of the novice village. It will be a big loss, thanks to the monitor. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the monitor gave out equipment. It was because he was afraid that these players would leave before receiving the benefits. Now, even Wu Tianqing didn't know what to say. Say good things about him. He tested himself and almost killed himself. Say bad things about him. He gave so many things and was so considerate. Really? Considering that you were so sensible in the end. I'll just cross out your name in the grudge book. While thinking, he slapped Xiong Biao's thigh with a ruler. Squat down a bit. This horse stance has been deformed. No way. No way. You don't really think that you don't need to exercise after eating the treasure? Xiongbiao had no complaints. After all, he was too lazy to teach other members of the death squad when they wanted to practice. Perhaps because he was scared by the look of these tough guys, Wu Tianqing finally couldn't help but said, I don't accept disciples myself, but what, brother? Speak louder. I'm listening. Kneel down and listen. As long as they can call you master, these death squads are almost happy to howl like wolves. Wu Tianqing lazily ate another bite of fruit to whet their appetite. But I don't care if other people accept disciples. At first, these people didn't react. Soon, they reacted. The god of death himself was too lazy to teach, and only taught one person, and then he said he didn't care if other people accepted disciples. This means that, through Xiongbiao as a medium, you can learn something indirectly. I don't know if Xiongbiao will cry in the toilet in the future. Obviously, he is the master of this group of people, but they don't feel grateful to him, and only regard him as a mouthpiece for the real master. Maybe, this is the cruelty of the world. Men are silent, and women are crying. Wu Tianqing never thought about what kind of surprises the people he taught on a whim would give in the future. After all, he is just one person. After all, in unknown places, someone is deliberately mass-producing the god of death. Chapter 224 Teaching. The battle with the giant tree lasted for a long time. And it was dark soon. Teaching an apprentice is never a matter of me pushing him. And then the apprentice takes a step forward. It is the master who leads the way. And the practice depends on the individual. Wu Tianqing only needs to make a training plan for him, and then explain the key points clearly. And the rest, Xiongbiao has to practice by himself. He himself is not a good person, so he naturally won't say a lot of rules for practicing martial arts. You have to have a high moral standard to learn, which he himself is annoyed by, so he naturally won't give these rules to his apprentice. In movies and TV series, how many disciples with high moral standards have stabbed their masters in the end? Come on! These disciplines are useless. Using some hypocritical disciplines. Not treating people as human beings. What moral standards are you talking about? Wu Tianqing only gave one rule. And for the rest, just treat these people as people like him. He doesn't care how high your moral standards are. As long as you become stronger. Excellence is not a behavior, but a habit. This is a sentence Wu Tianqing left for Xiongbiao. This is also for the members of the death squad. If you want to become stronger, you must accumulate time. You must have the thickness of time to have the texture of strength. Even if a small number of people can learn it, or even challenge him, or defeat him, Wu Tianqing is not afraid. He can teach someone stronger than him. Isn't that a skill? Although, he doesn't think they can surpass him. Wu Tianqing's teaching philosophy is contrary to that of most people. Many so-called masters, just like parents, seem to have to establish their authority in front of their children, which is essentially a kind of control. Even if it is for his own good, pushing him hard from behind, not asking whether he is willing or not, forcing him to be excellent. If he is not excellent, he is not worthy of their attention and love. This kind of expectation, itself, is a kind of subtle violence. Wu Tianqing will not do that. He accepts the ordinariness of these people, treats them as people, not as tools to realize some ideals, not as capital for a comeback. Instead of expecting others, it is better to expect yourself. If you want to realize any ideal, just realize it yourself, don't force others. It just so happened that these people all had the ideal of becoming stronger. It just so happened that Wu Tianqing had received a lot of benefits at this time, and was in a good mood and willing to teach. The sky gradually darkened, and hundreds of people were practicing desperately. Everyone has a different path. For example, some people specialize in spearmanship, some specialize in swordmanship, knifemanship, and so on. It is impossible for Xiongbiao to be proficient in everything. He only learned stickmanship, and he had just started to learn it. Only Wu Tianqing had a cheat. There were hidden game dungeon rewards, and he copied himself with the same proficiency level, and he copied himself into an all-round master. This Wu pulling is unique in the world. No matter what these people specialize in, Wu Tianqing's words can hit the nail on the head, and he can point out the shortcomings with just a casual finger. Of course, he will not admit that he is the master. These people are generally older than him, and calling him that will make him look old. What's more, he doesn't want to take them, and he is too lazy to care. They are just disciples accepted by Xiongbiao, and he says a few words casually, and he doesn't want to listen or not. So, a weird scene appeared. Someone was lying freely on the road, and the recliner was like a baby cradle, rocking, and there was a servant Martin feeding him fruit. Next to them was a large group of people practicing martial arts. Men and women practicing desperately. Even Lu Jie, waving the infinite staff. The realm of the ejection technique was too high. After copying the realm, Wu Tianqing also mastered these methods. He closed his eyes, just listening to the wind, and knew how to guide. The gap was too big. Like a doctoral student teaching a child how much 1 plus 1 equals. It was only at this time that they realized the horror of the death god, which was more than just combat power. As long as he wanted, he was still a high-end combat power individual batch production machine. Just like this, he was already a treasure of mankind. How could someone be so perverted? As long as it was in the field of combat, he was proficient in any field. He was just a young man lying dead. Various martial arts can be seen through at a glance. The game gives humans various skills, but the skills fall into the hands of different people, but the effects are very different. It's like empowerment. In Wu Tianqing's hands, it's the nightmare of monsters. In other people's hands, at most it's a thrown thing, with a little more power, which is not painful to monsters. No matter what kind of skills, they are for combat. And as long as they are for combat, Wu Tianqing is proficient. There are many middle-aged people practicing here. The extraordinary power gave them a second spring. And they had parents and children. Admittedly, they had weaknesses. But it was these weaknesses that made their will so firm. They knew it in their hearts. This young man would not stay for too long. The time to get taught was extremely limited. Perhaps there was only a short night. Looking at everyone fighting desperately, Lu Jie's eyes were moist. If she could be like him, perhaps so many people would not die in the journey to the ruins. Lu Jie tried to adjust her mentality. At this moment, even if she gave all the gold coins in her pocket to the national treasury, she would not be a so-called people's hero. She was just an apprentice. Even the magic master had to admit that she was just an apprentice. Lu Jie's state of mind began to change. And she even realized some indescribable state. Only by realizing her own insignificance can she become powerful. Sweat was sprinkled on the yellow-brown land. And there were mountains of monster plant debris around. Monster plant debris needs to be digested by the stomach. Unlike the pure energy of pupil fragments, many tank players, after chewing tree bark, come back to practice. And after practicing for a while, when the bark in their stomachs is almost digested, they go to chew tree bark again. Fortunately, there is a game panel to read the bark. Otherwise, chewing tree bark one by one, it will be pulled off. Wu Tianqing looked at these people and gave them some instructions secretly. The members of the death squad understood Wu Tianqing's meaning in seconds and replaced the bark they chewed with the white part of the monster plant's eyes. The pupil has been eaten. And the second most important part is probably the white part of the eye that allows the pupil to move. Maybe it is much worse than the pupil. But in comparison, the energy purity is still higher than the tree root. Xiong Biao, the sixth player, also ate the eye white. He was unwilling to eat gravel before. Now he ate happily. And other players couldn't drive him away. Fortunately, there were enough eye whites in the monster plant, with a diameter of more than a football field. So they couldn't eat them all. Compared with pure energy like the pupil, the eye white needs to be digested. Many people ate too much. And their movements were deformed and exaggerated when they practiced martial arts. Wu Tianqing simply didn't give any instructions. Only tank players could control their appetite, avoid overeating, and focus on martial arts training. Wu Tianqing's teachings are not always available. But the remains of the giant tree are here. It's not too late to eat later. He taught all night like this, which can be regarded as a perfect fulfillment of his promise to Lu Jie. Give humans a push. This push, is it powerful enough? There are so many martial arts skills, people teaching people enough. It was dawn, and a red sun rose from the east. The members of the death squad watched Wu Tianqing's back reluctantly as he left. The red light of the morning sun stretched his back very long. Although Wu Tianqing was only a short-lived passerby in their lives, he left a strong mark in their souls. In the future, will we meet again? We will definitely. If one day we become familiar with each other, I will grab the back of the little mink's neck and feed the god of death fruit myself. You will not mind. Right? Chapter 225 Robot and Bandage Girl. The blue sky was covered with a layer of clouds at some point. It was cloudy, and a cool breeze blew across the earth. As it blew, it seemed to roll down the clouds in the sky. It was different from the strange fog before. This time, the fog seemed to be just the morning fog, slightly cool with a hint of dampness. The sun had clearly risen, but the fog did not become thinner, but became thicker and thicker. Wu Tianqing stopped, and the moment the fog covered him, the blood shield blocked all the fog outside. The team looked ahead with some confusion. If they were hunting monsters, it was normal to encounter enemies. The problem was that they hadn't started hunting yet. They were just walking on the road. How could they encounter a sudden disaster? In the fog ahead, two strange figures appeared. In the thick fog, two figures were looming. It was different from the strange fog before. When they first came to the foggy area, the visibility on the road was only 2 or 3 meters, and the sight was locked at this distance. But now the thick fog, it was sometimes thick and sometimes thin, and the visibility was also increasing and decreasing. When the fog was thinner, Wu Tianqing saw two strange figures in front of him. One was a robot, with a certain mechanical horror. Compared with humans, this was called cold eyes. The whole body was densely covered with mechanical parts, and the eyes were azure blue, with a faint blue light. The other one was a girl with bandages all over her body and a red hood, which made people think of the little girl in Wolf Grandma. However, it was a weird version of the little girl. Compared to the wolf grandmother, she is more like the wolf king hidden in the dark. Hee 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 ha ha ha, the laughter of the little girl sounded. But it did not make people feel healed. The crisp and slightly crazy weird laughter made the scene suddenly cold. Wu Tianqing felt a sense of oppression from them. He could not even tell what they were, whether they were human or monsters, and why they stayed in the middle of the road. The two sides were deadlocked for a while, and chose to attack at the same time. Compared with the bandaged girl, the robot, which had less presence, was earth-shattering as soon as it attacked. His eyes burst into azure rays, which were clearly a laser eye with super strong attack power. Even the strengthened blood shield, at the moment of being attacked by the laser eye, had some cracks on the shield. The water suddenly wrapped the entire venue, and the silver knife light flashed, even cutting through the fog. The knife light easily cut off the robot. However, the robot also dissipated between heaven and earth like the cut clouds. What the hell is this? In the clouds, a pair of azure blue eyes stared at everyone, shooting azure blue rays from time to time. Even if the dense silver knife light cut on these azure blue eyes, it was useless. They seemed to be made of mist. Any attack was ineffective. Soon, the bandaged girl also launched her own attack. She just chuckled, and one monster after another came out of the bandages. These monsters, the 3 members of the team are very familiar with them. This is the special product of the monsters in the fog map. We fought with these things yesterday. The team is very familiar with them. The white skin, purple blood vessels, shed hair and strange body shape. It is impossible not to remember them vividly. It is obviously just a little girl in bandages, but the bandages seem to be full of secrets. Countless monsters rushed out of the bandages. Wu Tianqing charged a blow. Silver light swept, spread out in a fan shape, cutting all the monsters that rushed in half. The upper bodies of the monsters flew into the sky. Strangely, their blood vessels could be connected instantly. Under the pull of the blood vessels, the upper bodies of all the monsters just shook in the air for a while, and were dragged back to their original positions by the blood vessels, and instantly healed. This is even more outrageous than the previous blood vessel monsters. Wu Tianqing was stunned. Even Lu Jie's water flow stagnated in midair for a while. I wanted to wrap them with water flow and use the drowning attack method. But now I suddenly felt that the drowning attack effect was a little weak, and it would not work on these monsters. Thinking of this, Lu Jie knocked the infinite staff hard on the ground, and the water flow suddenly spread out from the end of the knocking staff, sweeping across the entire battlefield like rippling water waves. The monsters that were about to rush up were instantly affected by the ripples of the water. Under the lubrication of the ground by the water flow, all the monsters fell to the ground and found it difficult to get up. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Wu Tianqing aimed his attack at the bandaged girl, but when the infinite card shot at the head of the bandaged girl, a strange knife suddenly stabbed out from the mist and split the infinite card in half. Wu Tianqing was quite familiar with this strange knife. Back then, it was also one of the knives he used very well. Three-edged thorn. This three-edged thorn, also known as the three-edged military thorn, has a 3-sided blade and a 3-sided blade. The three-edged thorn has a blood groove. Once it pierces the human body, the blood will be discharged along the blood groove. When the muscles contract, they cannot stick to the bayonet surface and will not suck the bayonet. In this way, the thorn can be pulled out of the human body calmly for the next step. The wound caused by the three-edged thorn is generally a square hole. The sides of the wound cannot squeeze each other, so it is impossible to stop bleeding and heal. In other words, This kind of knife is extremely destructive to the human body. Once stabbed, it can easily cause a wound that cannot be bandaged, and the mortality rate is extremely high. In ancient times, this was a very terrible offensive weapon. However, in modern warfare, close combat, assassination, etc. are gradually eliminated. Even if the army uses knives, it no longer relies solely on stabbing, and the triangular bayonet is gradually eliminated. With the emergence of travel games, the terrible weapon of triangular bayonet also appeared. But this kind of thing, shouldn't it be a human weapon? Why does it appear in the hands of monsters? The clouds here are very wrong. It is not a simple cloud. I can't control it. Lu Jie's solemn voice sounded, and Wu Tianqing's sight also fell on these clouds that seemed to be there and not there. Most of the clouds are made of water. Under normal circumstances, they are also within Lu Jie's control. But these clouds, Lu Jie lost control, and can only control the water flow she condensed. Kill the bandage girl first. Wu Tianqing gave the order directly, aiming at the bandage girl, who controlled the monster. He attacked other monsters. These monsters were not on defense, and it made no difference whether he attacked or not. But when he attacked the bandage girl, a three-edged thorn appeared to stop him. Obviously, the bandage girl was the key. Just as the team's attention shifted to the bandaged woman, the clouds seemed to realize it, wrapped the bandaged woman completely, and immediately disappeared from the field. Not only that, the blue rays also shot at the team frantically. If the previous Cyclops was just a test, then this time it was a full-strength attack with the power adjusted to the maximum. If Xiongbiao had not been strengthened, I am afraid that this time, the blood shield would have been broken on the spot. Even so, more cracks appeared in the blood shield. Xiongbiao had to take out the best thing in the bottom of the box, and put the golden shield of the Mahatma badge on everyone, which perfectly defended against Cyclops. This battle is not easy to fight. Chapter 226 Yunting and Ruashi. Yunting, this dress is so beautiful, I didn't expect the game reward equipment to be so good. A little girl wearing a Lolita dress smiled happily. Under the background of the white feathers of the Lolita dress, the little girl was as beautiful as an angel lost in the world. Yeah. The one who responded to the little girl was a cold man, who had an oriental face, but had a pair of sapphire eyes. The man was wearing a black cloak, and the black feathers on the cloak seemed to cover his entire body. Such a pair is like a devil and an angel. The little girl chattered non-stop. But Yunting was not impatient at all. However, he just listened quietly and rarely responded. The little girl seemed to have gotten used to Yunting's personality and only cared about talking. She knew that Yunting had been listening. Suddenly, Yunting stopped and looked ahead with a heavy face. Logically, there should be no monsters on the road. But in front of them, 3 terrifying monsters appeared. On the road, walking straight towards them. Yunting had excellent eyesight. He saw the 3 people from a long distance. If it were in the eyes of others, they might just be a few dots. But Yunting saw the 3 monsters coming towards them from such a long distance. Yunting suddenly stopped, and the little girl also noticed something unusual. The chattering stopped, and a white fox suddenly emerged from under the little girl's Lolita skirt. Yunting slowly stretched out his right hand and grasped the void, and the surrounding clouds and mists suddenly enveloped them. It was as if the clouds in the sky were swept down by the breeze, enveloping the 2 people. The cloud and fog area spread rapidly, gradually approaching the 3 monsters. The leading monster was like a puppet, indescribably weird. The puppet had a long knife in his right hand, and there were holes all over his body, which seemed to be some kind of hidden arrow holes, and could shoot hidden arrows at any time. The second monster was a jelly-like monster, with a translucent body emitting fluorescence, leaving a water mark when it crawled on the ground. The third monster was a black bear. I just don't know why, I feel like this bear's head seems a little bald. The 3 monsters exude a strong sense of pressure. Even this magical combination has to deal with it carefully. Even though the fog has already covered them, the 3 monsters are surprisingly rational, staring at them intently. Soon, the long sword on the puppet suddenly swung down at them. Fortunately, the fog field combined with the white fox's illusion allowed them to hide in the dark. Otherwise, just one knife is enough to threaten their lives. Yunting, who was wearing a black feather cloak, suddenly had blue light in his eyes. A terrifying laser eye instantly shot towards the ferocious monster. However, the black bear roared, and a translucent red shield appeared, which actually perfectly blocked his azure rays. How is this possible? As a soul assassin and a supernatural person, who was promoted to a hidden profession in the extraordinary system. Yuan Ting's output ability is extremely terrifying, having fought against so many enemies, whether they are monsters or humans. No matter how strong the opponent's defense is, whether the enemy is a tank or not, they basically cannot block his azure rays. But that inconspicuous black bear just roared and erected a red shield to block it. What the hell is this monster? The battle was about to break out. The jelly monster on the opposite side twisted strangely. The surrounding water began to gather, and even had a tendency to disperse the clouds. Fortunately, his cloud field is a dual field that cooperates with the White Fox illusion field. Otherwise, even the field site would be fought over by the opponent. The little girl, who has always acted as a mascot, now realized that she had met an opponent. She looked ahead with a serious look, and a faint white light flashed in her eyes. She was able to team up with Yuan Ting, and her own ability should not be underestimated. Although she was just a player of the Godhead support system, she was promoted to a hidden profession, Summoner. That's right, Summoner is actually a professional branch of the Godhead support system. The most outrageous thing is her talent, Lucky Aura. A player of the support system, but she has the aura of the protagonist in the movie. Along the way, they also encountered many desperate situations where they were almost certain to die. Every time they were able to turn danger into safety, the aura of luck played a vital role. But this time, they seemed to have hit a wall. The delicate little girl, holding a white fox, then, clouds and mists covered, countless monsters rushed out of the clouds and mists. These monsters were all illusions of the white fox, but they had the magic power of the summoner. The monsters created by the illusions were even stronger than the real body. This was the bug of the little girl. The little girl smiled at the monster. I like to be buried in the fog. As long as you can't see my face clearly, you have to face unknown dangers. The white fox's illusions are ever-changing, and Yuan Ting's cloud and mist cover. The little girl's battle can be said to be invincible. As long as she makes a move, there is almost no failure. It's a pity that the enemy didn't react to what she said, as if they didn't understand human words. However, they thought the Legion illusion could bring them victory again. But they never thought that the long sword on the puppet, who looked ordinary, was so powerful. With another sword, all the monsters were cut in half. What the hell is this monster? You are a monster version of the Grim Reaper. The little girl widened her eyes, with a look of "Are you kidding me?" The strongest illusion that the 18th level White Fox can create is those blood vessel monsters. The level of the giant tree is too high, and it cannot create an illusion. Even so, a single sweep of the sword is too much. The little girl got serious, and magic power poured in. All the monsters with severed blood vessels recovered at an extremely fast speed. Originally, they had a different kind of immortality, and now, with the blessing of the summoner, the physique of this bug is only stronger, not weaker. However, just when the monster was about to drown them, the jelly monster suddenly stretched out a jelly tentacle and slapped the ground hard. Water ripples appeared on the ground, and all the monsters fell. The little girl was dumbfounded. She never thought that the illusion could be so broken. While she was stunned, a hidden arrow suddenly shot out from a hole on the puppet monster's head. A tall man appeared in front of her almost instantly, and chopped down with a 3-edged spear, and only then blocked the hidden arrow. The mist swept, and the little girl no longer had the heart to play. How can these monsters be so strong? The little girl gritted her teeth. Her eyes were solemn. They are stronger than those ghosts in the golden Buddha statue. Hearing the little girl's words, Yuan Ting hurriedly stopped her. Ruashi, don't mention that place in the future. You finally escaped. Don't get caught back. This is the last time. Yuan Ting has always been a man of few words, but when it comes to the golden Buddha statue, he is still very taboo. Don't mention this again in the future. Yuan Ting was serious, and the little girl had to compromise. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's deal with these monsters first. Chapter 227 Fog Benefits. The battle between the two sides gradually escalated, and everyone felt a strange feeling. Fighting with humans and fighting with monsters are two completely different feelings. Humans can make plans and have certain human temperaments, but the opponent is obviously a monster, but it gives people the illusion of being human. Even if they notice something unusual, both sides did not stop. In a high-end battle, once the fight starts, it is not possible to stop just because you want to. If you retreat or stop, you may face a hopeless situation. It is a pity that Wu Tianqing was not distracted during the battle and did not look at the game panel. Otherwise, he would immediately understand that it was two groups of humans fighting. Who said that fog must be visible to the naked eye? The journey game here is a map of fog. Invisible fog is still fog. Therefore, From the perspective of God, you can see the real scene. Wu Tianqing focused on killing, and the monsters around him seemed endless. Just like facing monsters raised by demon plants, which could not be killed. Yunting was very cowardly, hiding in the distance and shooting cold arrows. Wu Tianqing's silver blade light is naturally terrifying, but it also has a fatal weakness. That is, the attack range is short, unless he throws the Azure Dragon Crescent blade like he did against the demon plant. Otherwise, the small range attack is the fatal flaw of this combination. Even if the sword light and sword shadow are dense, these two guys are not within his attack range. The pair of blue eyes in the mist are just the result of the combination of mist and illusion. Yunting himself is far away, but the blue ray passes through the pair of illusion eyes, giving people the feeling that the blue ray is shot out from those eyes. For Yunting's side, it was okay at the beginning. They only needed to hide in the distance and attack, and they could wear down the enemy. But gradually, it became more and more difficult for them to resist. It seemed that every move was controlled by the opponent. Did they master the movement and attack rules? After all, they were human beings with brains. Yunting's side also began to change tactics, but it was still difficult to resist. They were adjusting their tactics, and Wu Tianqing was also adjusting. Wu Tianqing's attacks gradually became more targeted. He would not fight to the death with the combination of Bagua Palm and Crescent Blade. Since the sword light was ineffective, he switched to infinite cards. Even if the double domain obscured their vision, Wu Tianqing could still use a rogue card to throw and sweep the entire field. While sweeping, Wu Tianqing would also pay attention to the attack frequency and attack intensity of the Azure Rays. Once the general direction of the attack was right, the enemy would also panic and increase the emission power of the Azure Rays. This psychological game also allowed Wu Tianqing to grasp the general position of the enemy's true body. The water flow evaporated into mist, and Lu Jie realized that she could not help with the output, so she simply confronted this strange domain. As long as she mixed the mist she gathered in this domain, she could compete with it for the control of the domain. Even if she couldn't take it away, she could also consume the enemy's power or distract the enemy. The infinite staff may not seem as buggy as the infinite card, but in fact, it is precisely because of the staff that Lu Jie's mana recovery speed is so fast. For ordinary mages, even if their skills are powerful, their mana will be easily consumed. Lu Jie can cast domains casually and maintain them for a long time, all thanks to the staff. Xiong Biao is responsible for defense, making sure that the enemy's attacks can't hurt them at all. Although they are a three-person team that has only been in contact for a short time, they cooperate in battle in an orderly manner. Even Wu Tianqing doesn't need to command. The team members know what they should do. Endless cards were thrown towards each other, but strangely they didn't hit the two people. At this time, the little girl used her lucky halo talent to the limit. Wu Tianqing didn't know the two people on the opposite side, so he was merciless. But the two people on the opposite side had seen the video. The hidden arrows and the knife light. They looked like the god of death, controlling the water flow and light source. They looked especially like the woman next to the god of death. And this black bear. It seemed to be the bald man in the video. And it seemed to have appeared for the first time on a rainy night. No wonder this black bear looks a bit bald. Their skills are so similar. Even with a monster look, they are still recognizable. Thinking of this, Yunting and Ruashi communicated, and they felt more and more that the opponent was the god of death. Apart from the god of death, no one else has such a terrifying sense of oppression. Right? Even the group of players in the golden Buddha statue, those ghosts, do not have such a terrifying pressure. Only after fighting with him can you know that. The opponent's reaction is amazingly fast, especially the puppet man. Every attack has an internal purpose. It was like being in a game. He was the game planner, leading how to fight this battle. Whether he was in an advantageous or disadvantageous position, he could tip the scales of victory to his side. Even Shinruashi, who had a lucky aura, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. As time went by, the longer the enemy fought, the more terrifying this sense of oppression became. If he continued to fight like this, he would die. He would really die. Yunting's heart was filled with alarm bells, and he stopped firing the Azure Rays, trying to calm down the battle. Even the illusion monsters that rushed over stopped. Under Chun Ruashi's control, each monster squatted down and held its head, looking like it was surrendering. Wu Tianqing, who wanted to continue fighting, also stopped because of the strange scene. He felt very early that the opponent was not a monster. It was just that the two sides were fighting fiercely. and he could not stop. Now, the opponent stopped first, and Wu Tianqing didn't mind seeing what was going on. He would not be stupid enough to walk up and ask. Who knew if the opponent had set a trap? He only needs to open the game panel and let the StarCraft netizens tell him the details. So that's it, I understand. It seems that this is the benefit of the Miss Novice Village. Finding the most suitable teammates for players is the benefit that the Miss map gives to all players. It just happens to complete the 5 extraordinary systems. And they are all hidden professions. Wu Tianqing's team is really going to soar to the sky. Of course, the benefits of the game will not be given directly, and only the friendly gifts of the monitors will be given. And the rewards will be given for free. Just like the Journey of Ruins, the mental power of the eyes in the sky is improved, although the danger is greatly reduced, but there is still danger. For example, if you are frightened to the point of going insane, not only will your mental strength not improve, but you will also go insane. If you go insane, it seems that you are quite suitable for the fog map. The above person is very understanding. The danger of the fog map is judgment. I'm afraid that if you can't even judge whether you are of the same race, then don't form a team, and you will miss out on benefits. In the travel game, judgment is a very important ability, because many monsters will simulate players, and if you can't judge whether they are of the same race, the players are likely to die. This kind of benefit is a blessing for those who want to form a team but cannot. A good team is even better than getting exclusive rewards. Humanity is really going to rise. As expected of the vampires, they have a sharp vision. Teammates? Or the game specially found them for the team. If this strange ability can really be added, the team's combat effectiveness will be raised to an unprecedented level. Chapter 228, Fighting Wits and Courage with the Air. Death? Yunting tried to ask. Cloudy weather, combined with the dual domains of fog and illusion, it was clearly daytime, but the scene was like moonlight shining on a mist. After a moment of silence, Yunting tried to speak again. Real fog can't cover the eyes, but it can cover the heart. How can you be sure that the vast moonlight in front of you is not a layer of confusing fog? After all, it is a fog map. Even if it is welfare, it will be covered with an invisible fog. When the players know the truth, the fog will also dissipate. Soon, as the fog dissipated, both sides saw each other's true appearance. The puppet man was Wu Tianqing, and the jelly man was Lu Jie. The bald black bear was naturally Xiong Biao, the robot Yunting, and the bandaged girl Chen Ruoxi. They had just fought, and even if they saw each other's true appearance, they were still a little embarrassed. However, before the atmosphere eased, the cloudy sky suddenly became a little dark and heavy. It was clearly daytime, but there was a sense of impending storm. Wu Tianqing wanted to have a good talk with the two, but before he could open his mouth, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Something was wrong with this sky. The demonic plant representing the environment had been removed. So why did this palpitation still occur? Could it be that there was more than one monster that constituted the environment? The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Suddenly, in Wu Tianqing's vision, a dialogue box popped up in the clouds in the sky. Little rascal, I'm giving you a benefit. How could there be only 2 people? Wu Tianqing? Benefits? You call this a benefit? The clouds seemed to be pierced with holes. Countless insect monsters fell from the sky, seemingly trying to drown everyone present. What's going on? Xiong Biao was dumbfounded. Get in the car. Wu Tianqing ordered, getting the car from the space backpack. While Yunting and the little girl were stunned, Wu Tianqing asked them to get in the car as well. This number of people covering the sky and the sun is simply not something that human power can resist. Maybe Wu Tianqing can. There is a bug in the passive skill energy conversion, but others don't have it. Although Xiong Biao's blood shield is strong, his mana is limited. In any case, this car was bought with gold coins. It can drive away monsters to a certain extent. Just like the bloody vines that were entangled on the road before, this car has the effect of driving them away. When everyone got in the car, the shell of the car made a crackling sound. It was because countless insects hit the car. A large number of insects were crawling outside the car, and the outer surface of the glass was full of insects. Wu Tianqing directly turned on the wiper function, and large groups of insects were wiped away and rolled in front of the car. Wu Tianqing didn't understand what this benefit was, and drove directly, intending to get rid of these insects first. The car was safe for the time being, and there were no other vehicles on the road. Wu Tianqing opened the game panel while driving, and checked the current situation. Although other intelligent races in the universe, none of them had ever received the benefits of the Misty Novice Village. But they are old players, and they have always been standing in the gods' perspective. Perhaps they know what is going on. Wu Tianqing really couldn't understand. When did the game's benefits become beating up the players, releasing so many insects? Monitor. Monitor, what's going on? I remember there was no such thing in the Mist Journey. Right? The benefits have been given. Why are there so many bugs? Although these bugs don't look strong individually, these terrifying numbers are a bit outrageous. Is this a new disaster refreshed by the monitor? Not sure, monitor. Come out and tell me. After a while, the monitor on the moon came out to speak. Wagner Warner, this is part of the welfare, for the team to run in. Run in? I see. No wonder these bugs are not so aggressive. Wagner Warner, then you underestimate these bugs. If you want to run in a team, you must have a strong enemy. After reading the bullet screen prompt, Wu Tianqing finally understood the meaning of welfare. This game is too. Consider it. Find them teammates, and help them run in the team? That's not necessary. They don't mind taking it slowly. The sky full of bugs can't break the shell of an extraordinary car. Soon, these bugs all flew into the sky, gathered and squeezed each other, and formed a super large bird-like monster similar to an eagle. As an extraordinary car. This car can not only drive automatically, but also automatically retract the top cover like a convertible, allowing the team to use their skills. If the insects are scattered, they can't do anything to the extraordinary car. But if these insects gather together to form a super large eagle monster, they may be able to destroy the extraordinary car. Since the welfare is to run in the team, then follow the meaning of the game and cooperate to kill the monster first. The game is really arrange a team for the players. But don't ask whether the players agree or not. Perhaps the game wants to let players see the benefits of teaming in this way. The car assembled automatically, and soon it was assembled into a convertible, similar to a cool sports car. After turning on the automatic driving function, even the steering wheel was automatically retracted into the car. It seemed that in order to facilitate the battle, even the seats were removed by the mechanical assembly. They were like standing on a large tricycle. But the extraordinary car was much more impressive than the tricycle. In order to ensure the speed of the car, the players standing on the car had some unstable steps. Fortunately, they were all high-potential players, and quickly adapted to the rhythm of the battle on the car. Wu Tianqing threw out a bunch of cards. Although the cards passed through the eagle monster, they couldn't hurt it. This eagle monster was made of bugs. Even if it penetrated its body, it could only kill one bug at most. Compared to the bugs that kept drilling down from the clouds, the few bugs Wu Tianqing killed were a drop in the bucket. The illusion is useless. A nice little girl's voice came. It was Chen Ruoshi's voice. She added, the white fox's illusion is useless. My fighting power is wasted by more than half. I can only rely on you. After hearing the little girl's voice, Wu Tianqing realized something. It seems that when the two sides were fighting just now, he had been fighting wits and courage with the air? Wu Tianqing's mouth twitched. Chen Ruoshi smacked her lips and said a little embarrassedly, illusions are only useful for creatures with brains. Ahem. Who told you to have brains? You will be fooled by illusions. Wu Tianqing and the other two. So it's their fault that they have brains? Not all bugs will gather together to form a large monster. Some scattered bugs will also fly towards the team. At this time, Xiong Biao's blood shield becomes extremely important, which can perfectly defend against these ubiquitous bugs. He turned his head and looked at the little girl. Besides illusions, don't you have any other abilities? The little girl pouted, looking innocent. But the words she said almost choked Xiong Biao to death. Besides the shield, what other abilities do you have? Chapter 229 Automatic Racing. When Chen Ruoshi said this, Xiong Biao choked. She was damn right. Xiong Biao only maxed out his defensive skills, and his output capacity was worrying. King Kong Indestructibility was also a single skill targeting his own body. Now that he had a better blood shield, King Kong Indestructibility was much less effective. One tank, one auxiliary, you really can't count on them for output. Chen Ruoshi chuckled. It was clearly a dangerous scene, but she didn't care. Don't worry. It's just a good fight. We will be fine. Chen Ruoshi said this. It seemed like she was making a sarcastic remark. But Yunting instantly relaxed because of the little girl's words, and had an unreasonable trust in her. The monster was still in the sky, and the sense of oppression was very strong. But he instantly believed it because of a vague word. Wu Tianqing noticed the change in Yunting. and secretly realized that the little girl was not simple. Not only did the White Fox's illusion field not work, but Yunting's cloud field also had no effect on the insects. The sapphire-like eyes emitted azure rays, but like Wu Tianqing's infinite card, although it penetrated the eagle monster, it only killed a small part of the bugs. Their biggest problem is that they have strong attack power, but lack real AoE skills. Even the rogue AoE card that Wu Tianqing has been using is just an alternative AoE playing method, and it is not a pure AoE skill after all. The only one who has AoE ability in the literal sense is Lu Jie. The surrounding water vapor quickly gathered into a stream. But these insects are not afraid of water at all. If it were a large creature, it would be difficult for the enemy to escape by drowning. But this is a winged insect. Even if the water flow wraps the whole insect, the insect's survival ability is very strong. It can just flap its wings in the water to escape from drowning. Now, it seems that no one can do anything to these insects. Wu Tianqing looked at the little girl in confusion. Is this what you mean by no problem? The eagle monster composed of insects will not allow the team to attack. After the initial fire, it was the bug's turn. The super large eagle monster rushed towards the moving car, as if it wanted to overturn the whole car. Even with Xiong Biao's blood shield, the monster couldn't break the shield. But it didn't mean it couldn't overturn it. Hold on tight, Qin Ruoxi shouted loudly, holding the edge of the car tightly. The black technology of the extraordinary car. The automatic driving has an automatic avoidance function. However, facing obstacles or enemy attacks, whether the extraordinary car can avoid it depends purely on luck. If it is a professional racer, the racer will naturally drive manually, and the probability of dodging is higher. The problem is, there are 5 people here, and none of them is a racer. Even if Wu Tianqing is an all-around martial arts master and can drive, it doesn't mean he is a racer. After hearing the little girl's words, Yunting reacted the fastest, half-knelt, and grabbed the car door. The other 3 did not understand Qin Ruoxi's ability, but at the moment, it seemed that they would not harm themselves, and they followed suit and grabbed the car door, and imprisoned their bodies in the car. After the 5 people grabbed on, the car that was originally running smoothly suddenly became like a transformer. Extremely flexible. The little girl half closed her eyes. With an indescribable temperament, she urged her talent. Just like Wu Tianqing stared in different directions when he wanted to find a monster. Different talents. Different ways of urging. As Qin Ruoxi urged the lucky halo, the self-driving car seemed to come alive. As if there was a real top racer controlling the car. The swarm of insects had already pounced on the car on the road. But the car swung its tail like a dragon and avoided the attack of the swarm of insects. There seemed to be a transparent halo on Qin Ruoxi's head. With the urging of the halo, the car's movement became unusually coquettish. It even used fake moves to deceive the insect swarm in the sky and evaded flexibly on the road. No matter how the eagle formed by the insect swarm rushed towards the car seemed to have foreseen it and avoided the monster's attack in advance. Every time the eagle hit the ground, it would scatter into countless insects, and then gather again and collide together too fast. The car that was originally driving steadily was forced to play automatically. The car was quite stable. At least the people in the car were not thrown out. The swarm of insects collided several times, and the frequency of collision decreased. Even the regrouped swarm of eagle monsters were much smaller. Yes, they were indeed attacking the team and the extraordinary car. The problem was that if they could not hit the car, it would mean that they would hit the road. You know, monsters cannot attack the travel road. The previous few times they hit the travel road, these swarms of insects were backfired. And even the number of insects drilling down from the sky decreased a lot. You knew it from the beginning? Xiong Biao looked at the little girl in surprise. I didn't expect this little guy to be so cunning at such a young age. Qin Ruoxi shook her head. I don't know. She showed a cunning look that only a little girl could show, and said softly, I only know that we will not lose this battle. But I don't know how to win. Xiong Biao? So, how did you judge that we can win? The swarm has learned its lesson, and is flying low over the ground. As long as it maintains a flight angle parallel to the ground, it can hit the car without hitting the road. Even as long as the eagle monster simulated by the swarm spreads its wings, the length can exceed the width of the road. That's it. Let's see how you can hide. Qin Ruoxi is not the only one trying. During this period, whether it was the silver blade light, the infinite card, or the azure ray, water flow control, they had no effect on the swarm. Even if Xiong Biao expanded the blood shield to the entire car, Wrapping the entire car together, he was still worried. His blood shield could only expand and shrink to a certain extent, and it could not stop the eagle monster from hitting them into the sky. Yes, the eagle monster did not need to break the shield. It only needed to hit the entire shield into the sky. At that time, no one could guarantee whether they would fall face to the ground. Only Shinruashi was the calmest at the scene. Not only was she calm, but she also looked like nothing had happened, as if she was sure of winning. Do you have a solution? Xiongbiao couldn't help but ask. No. If you don't have one, why do you act like you have a solution? But it doesn't matter. Just when Xiongbiao was speechless, Shinruashi smiled. Before you can think of a solution, I can guarantee our safety. Before Xiongbiao finished his sentence, how can you guarantee it? Under the influence of Shinruashi's lucky aura, the Chaofan car had already driven off the road. No one stipulates that cars must drive on roads. Roads can only ensure that cars drive more smoothly. But for Shinruashi, who has a lucky aura, it is not important whether the car drives smoothly or not. On the contrary, it affects her performance. Because if it is restricted to driving on roads, the driving route of the car is extremely limited. Now, without roads to limit the driving direction of the car, Shinruashi's talent can be maximized. Chapter 230, the wheels rolled over the monster's face. The attacks of the rest of the team did not stop, although the results were minimal, but they still killed a lot of bugs. But if you look at the scene, this race turned into Shinruashi's personal show. She obviously did not do anything, but the extraordinary car seemed to be driving according to her ideas. This car belongs to Wu Tianqing, not Shinruashi. But the automatic driving function perfectly went in the direction Shinruashi expected. Not only did the movement become more and more coquettish, but it also became more and more presumptuous. Obviously, everyone was helpless against the swarm of insects, and Shinruashi herself could not do anything about them. But she looked like she had already won. In fact, the extraordinary car had already begun to provoke the swarm of insects, which stunned everyone. After seeing a small hill, the extraordinary car did a beautiful tailspin and rushed towards the swarm of insects in the opposite direction. That moment happened too fast, and the automatic driving was not manual driving. Wu Tianqing could not control it either, and watched the car rushing towards the swarm of insects. Did Shinruashi want to die with the monster? Only Yunting looked used to it at the scene. The others looked at Shinruashi in confusion. But she was obviously not the kind of person who would seek death. What was the meaning of this action? There was not much time left for everyone to think. Just when the car was about to collide with a swarm of insects, because it drove towards a small hill, the bulge on the ground caused the whole car to fly up due to the speed of movement. Not only did it avoid the eagle monster formed by the swarm of insects, but the wheels even drove over the eagle monster. Really? The wheels rolled over the monster's face. It was outrageous. Not only that, because the wheels rolled rapidly. When they rolled over the swarm of insects, they crushed countless insects to death. This one time was more than enough to withstand the output of the combatants present. Blade Flash, cards. Cyclops can only kill a small number of bugs each time it is activated. But the extraordinary car ran over the monster, killing a large number of them at once. Swish! A large number of bugs were killed by this sudden attack. Even the eagle monster formed by the bugs was scattered into flying bugs. The car wheels fell to the ground again, and continued to roll on the ground. The car was also driving. Wu Tianqing and the other two were all confused. Can the emotional monster be killed like this? An ordinary car directly ran over the monster's face. Can you believe this? They thought this was some kind of strategy of Shinruashi, but they never thought that this was not controlled by Shinruashi at all. It was just under the influence of the aura of luck that everything happened naturally. That's right. They were just lucky. Shinruashi had no actual control over the car. Wu Tianqing could switch to manual driving at any time. The car still belonged to Wu Tianqing, and no one could take away its control. She just made the car's automatic driving lucky enough. That's all. Shinruashi had never lied from the beginning. She didn't know. She really didn't know anything. Not even the car's driving route and avoidance direction in the next second. Therefore, she also needed to hold on to the handrail, because she was not sure whether she would be thrown out. Just relying on luck, she killed a large number of bugs. This is the strongest support. The power of the lucky aura is so terrifying. Otherwise, when Wu Tianqing faced them, he would not use the AoE card play, nor the human body outlining technique, and he would not hit them, even if he could only see the clouds and mist, and could not see the human figure. It was outrageous enough. The strongest support on the surface. No wonder she had the confidence to say, before everyone came up with a solution. To ensure everyone's safety, they haven't even thought of a way to deal with a swarm of insects. This guy's lucky aura almost killed the opponent. The little mink grabbed the owner's clothes and looked at the little girl with bright eyes. They are all mascots. How can you be so powerful? As if stimulated by the mascot, the little mink fired a stream of water at the scattered swarm of insects. The water flow exploded, but it only slowed down the flight speed of the swarm of insects, and still couldn't kill all of them. For this kind of small, densely populated insects, it is the most difficult to kill. When we faced the demonic plants, endless monsters rushed up. At least they were bigger, so we could kill them. But the swarm of insects really couldn't do that. Their numbers were so dense that, when they rushed up, the number per unit volume was too numerous to count. And the most worrying thing was that they might get into our clothes. This was the most terrifying thing. The car was still moving forward, and the swarm of insects behind it was still following. The good news was that the clouds in the sky finally became normal, and no more insects flew down. Otherwise, the team really couldn't handle these swarms of insects. Although these bugs are small, they are also strengthened monsters. Otherwise, the water flow can also kill these bugs. After this, the team felt relieved and carefully thought about how to deal with the bugs. Others were frowning. But Wu Tianqing had a special information acquisition channel. He learned from StarCraft netizens that these bugs were refreshed. So what are their weaknesses? The game will not refresh monsters that cannot be defeated. Is it the same as the parasitic spider? Is there a so-called mother spider? Or a queen of bugs? It doesn't look like it. Opening the game panel. StarCraft netizens are just watching the show, and there are not many serious analyses of how to fight. Only one bullet comment was barely useful. Think carefully about how to deal with the bugs. Even if the monsters are refreshed in the game, the surrounding environment must meet the survival conditions of the monsters. Meet the survival conditions of the monsters? After the monster plant died, the fog map became a desolate land. For ordinary plants and animals, it is difficult to meet such conditions. But for bugs, their vitality is too tenacious. Looking at this desolate world, Wu Tianqing really couldn't think of any solution. Soon, Wu Tianqing noticed something was wrong. His attention had been on the swarm and the ground. But he had ignored the sky. The cloudy weather in the sky. Was it normal cloudy weather? From the beginning, the swarm came down from the clouds. Moreover, these clouds completely covered the sky. Why did they cover it completely? Even if it was cloudy, the sky should be visible. Wu Tianqing quickly realized something. Sunlight. Light. That's right. The game will not refresh monsters that cannot be dealt with. So the way to deal with monsters is likely to be hidden in a certain skill of the team. Lu Jie's fluorescent essence. This skill has always been in a dispensable state, so much so that the team almost forgot that it existed. Yuan Ting's azure rays are also a kind of light, but unfortunately his eyes are not astigmatism. The attack beam of the azure rays is very concentrated, and it can kill very few insects. But if Lu Jie controls the light element, perhaps a large range of light can kill the ubiquitous insects. After thinking this through, Wu Tianqing turned his head and looked at Lu Jie. It's light! Chapter 231, Miss Wheel Flag. When the enemy's weakness is found, the team has already won. Chen Ruoshi does not understand the skills of the team's magician, so she does not know how the team can win. It is just that the aura of luck tells her that the team can win. One after another, light balls are thrown out from the infinite staff, and for a moment, it seems that 9 suns appear in the sky. Lu Jie poured magic power into the fluorescent essence, and the strong light filled the entire space. As long as the magic power poured in is enough, Lu Jie can also create a field of light elements. The omnipresent scorching sun burned large areas of insects. When the last bug died, the dark clouds in the sky were blown away by the wind, and the sky returned to its original blue color. The car was manually controlled to stop, and everyone got off to rest. Fortunately, the players' physical fitness was generally strong. Otherwise, they would have been carsick and vomited after the car race. This benefit looked very good. But as soon as he opened the game panel, Wu Tianqing didn't think the benefit was bad, and even hoped that there would be more benefits like this in the future. Because these bugs, there are also rewards for killing them. Although the reward for a bug is not much. Only a little experience. But there are too many of them. The fog bugs have died, experience +1. The fog bugs have died, experience +1. On the game panel, there are densely packed death notices of bugs. Originally, More than 2,000 experience points were needed to reach level 20, but now, I can directly reach level 20. Wu Tianqing didn't expect that. He would accidentally hug his teammate's thighs. In the end, Lu Jie killed all the bugs in 1 second, and Wu Tianqing, as a teammate, also benefited. Each bug got a little experience. All members are level 20, and the levels are full again at once. Now we can consider entering the next game layout. However, Wu Tianqing forgot that there are hidden gameplays in the game. A few bullet comments slid by lightly, and Wu Tianqing's eyes lit up. I remember the hidden gameplay conditions of the fog journey, which is to reach level 20 within 7 days. Right? Wu Tianqing's team reached level 20 in a few days, but I don't know when the hidden gameplay will be released. The hidden gameplay is not available in every version of the game, only in the early stage of the game. In order to improve the strength of the players, will there be benefits and hidden gameplay? It depends on Wu Tianqing's choice. The hidden gameplay can be rejected. That is to say, when the game pops up a prompt, Wu Tianqing can choose to enter the hidden gameplay, or reject it, and directly enter the next game board. I remember that the hidden gameplay is that the player team competes for the fog flag. This time it is not a single-player gameplay like drifting on water, but a team competition. In the first 2 versions, players generally have few skills, and the gold coin skills are too rubbish. The fog hidden gameplay rewards exclusive skills. This hidden gameplay is really timely, although the game matched them with teammates. Wu Tianqing only knew that the two had good skills, but he could not be sure whether they were suitable as teammates. With the hidden gameplay, which is equivalent to a temporary copy, they can team up to experience it once and see whether they are suitable as teammates. The two parties were a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Coincidentally, the game panel popped up a prompt, which was the introduction of the hidden gameplay. The system prompts congratulations to the player for reaching the relevant conditions of the hidden gameplay. Introduction to the hidden gameplay. Fog wheel flag. The player team won the fog wheel flag, which convinced all the teams participating in the hidden gameplay. The hidden gameplay clearance reward is combined with the exclusive skills of the fog journey. The hidden gameplay is still very simple, only saying to capture a flag, nothing else is revealed. In the introduction, it is also clearly stated that the way to participate is in teams. Of course, this does not mean that individual players cannot participate in the competition. One person can also be a team. It depends on whether the individual player is strong enough. At this time, if Wu Tianqing and his 3 people, and the duo in front of them, do not form a team, they will become opponents. Or one of them will give up participating in the hidden gameplay. Wu Tianqing will definitely participate, and Chen Ruoshi and the others will not give up. The best way is to form a team. If you can't beat them, join them. Thinking of this, Chen Ruoshi said with a smile, "Death God, can we form a team for the time being? Let the captain decide on this matter." Wu Tianqing said indifferently. Under normal circumstances, he doesn't bring anyone with him. Xiong Biao and Lu Jie proved their worth before they could form a team with him. Similarly, the man and woman in front of them have also proved their worth. The balance of the journey game can be said to be quite good. It cannot guarantee absolute fairness, but it is not easy to achieve relative fairness. Although the 2 people joining the team can greatly increase the strength of the team, but at the same time, the monsters they will face in the future will be stronger. Whether they join or not, ability is the basis, and character is the key. Participate in a hidden game together. If the character is good, you can continue to form a team in the future, just enough to complete the 5 extraordinary systems. But if not, you can only go your separate ways. Even if their abilities are very buggy, Wu Tianqing is not inferior. Hearing Wu Tianqing's words, the little girl was stunned. The Grim Reaper is not the captain? Are you kidding? Hearing Wu Tianqing's words, Lu Jie understood what he meant. I am the captain. Sister. Ah! Sister is the captain. What a coincidence. I am also the captain of our 2-person team. Sister, you are awesome. Sister, you are awesome too. Wu Tianqing almost changed "you are awesome" to "you are so fat." No. I am not familiar with the 2 opponents yet. I can't just bully them right away. Sister, you are the captain. Yunting can command as you want. Don't look at his expressionless face, actually. Wu Tianqing, Xiong Biao and Yunting looked at the 2 girls, who didn't know each other at first, in disbelief, and suddenly became so close. Sisterhood is so earth-shattering. How did they do it? Several grown men were stunned. Soon, the 2 teams became one team. The captain was still Lu Jie. After all, she was the captain designated by the god of death. Under the relaxed atmosphere of the 2 girls, They quickly broke the ice, at least on the surface. Their relationship became very harmonious. Everyone was on the same team, and they introduced each other's abilities. Wu Tianqing's abilities were of course needless to say. The abilities of the Death God himself were obvious to all, and he didn't even need to be introduced. Lu Jie's 2 elemental manipulation skills were also very buggy. Xiong Biao had the blessing of the demon plant's eyes, and his current tank ability was outrageous. It was understandable that these two followed the Death God and had such powerful skills. But the two on the opposite side, who had built their own abilities, were particularly powerful. Although it was due to Chen Ruoshi's lucky aura, luck was also a part of strength. After learning about the skills of these two, the three of them were secretly amazed. These were two incredible teammates. Chapter 232 Reincarnation in the Mist. Yuan Ting is a soul assassin, with two active skills, namely, the Cloud Field and Laser Eyes. The team knows about these two skills. I thought the Cloud was a summoner skill, but I didn't expect it was this assassin. Chen Ruoshi's skills are quite unique. One is the Alliance Pledge, which can contract monsters. After that, she can contract any monster she wants. Each contracted monster is equivalent to occupying a skill slot. The previous illusions were the masterpieces of the White Demon Fox. Both sides understood each other, and the team decided to participate in the hidden game. In front of the road, a fluorescent road branch appeared, leading to the inside of the giant tree wreckage. Even though only the wreckage was left, the size of the giant tree was still incredibly large. Walking into the interior, there was a hollow area, like a misty garden. When the hidden game officially started, Chen Ruoshi's face changed immediately. My talent is not working. Her lucky aura can be an active talent or a passive talent. If you don't urge her, she will be the luckiest person. But now, she can't feel the power of her talent. Wu Tianqing looked at the game panel, and all the bullets were swept away. His perception talent also disappeared the moment he entered the hidden gameplay. What about others? What about your talents? Wu Tianqing and Chen Ruoshi's talents are invalid, but others are not. Xiong Biao said naively. My talent is a passive sense of suddenness, which has a bonus to tank skills. So, he chose the tank system. It's just a passive talent, which only adds to skills, and the awakening is relatively average. Lu Jie's talent is potential burst, which can burst potential in a short period of time, which greatly increases the power of skills. She had burst several times before in the ruins. However, her talent is still there. Yuan Ting's talent is directional invasion, which has a bonus to specific skills, and it is also there. The only ones whose talents disappeared are Wu Tianqing and Chen Ruoshi. What's going on? Before the team could observe the surrounding environment, many players suddenly appeared, and they desperately vented their skills on the team. These players, all of them were players who participated in the hidden gameplay. In their eyes, they seemed to have an inexplicable hatred for the team. The blood shield was supported, and the defense was perfect. But for some reason, these player teams united together and wanted to kill them. What the hell is going on? Players who can reach level 20 at this time are all very powerful, and their skill power is not comparable to that of ordinary players. But there are too many of them. Who are they? Wu Tianqing did not see the faces of the members of the Death Squad. They were all level 20, and they should have been able to participate in the fight. But the level 20 players who attacked them were not members of the Death Squad. Wu Tianqing had never seen these people before, and he didn't know how the team had offended them, so that they all united to hunt Wu Tianqing's team together. Wu Tianqing was not made of clay, and he threw out a hand of cards. However, what was even more outrageous was that these people all seemed to have foresight, and they all avoided the trajectory of the card in advance. How is this possible? Whether it was Lu Jie's water flow control or Yuan Ting's laser eyes, it seemed that they had no effect on this group of people. Even Chen Ruoshi's illusion field, these people saw through it, so the illusion had no effect at all. Under the skill bombardment of a large group of people, Xiong Biao's blood shield was gradually broken, the Mahatma badge, the Vajra indestructible. Xiong Biao exerted it to the extreme, but still couldn't withstand the skill bombardment of a group of people. A group of unknown enemies, but they were very familiar with them. Whether it was cards or silver light, they could avoid them in advance, and even knew the attack distance of silver light. Xiong Biao, whose mana was exhausted, the team suffered the first casualties in history. As Xiong Biao died, the players who had seen through Yuan Ting and Chen Ruoshi's skills also killed them one after another. Lu Jie held on for a while, but was also knocked down by a sneak attack from a skill. The enemies included not only players who attacked head-on, but also assassin-type players. Wu Tianqing was too busy to take care of his teammates. After resisting for a long time, his heart was pierced by a dagger. The whole team was killed. Everyone was dead. What on earth was going on? Before he died, Wu Tianqing couldn't figure out what happened. My talent doesn't work, Qin Ruoxi said in surprise. Where are the others? Where are your talents? Just after he finished speaking, Wu Tianqing suddenly remembered something. They were all dead. What happened? Resurrected? Back to the past. It was not only Wu Tianqing who remembered his death. All the team members remembered that they were besieged to death. Everything happened too fast. The team didn't even have time to react before they were killed one after another. It was like a child's play. Every move of the team was completely expected. Why were those players so strong? Every move seemed to have been practiced countless times. A thunder exploded in Wu Tianqing's mind. No, incomprehensible hatred. Countless rehearsals. So that's it. Fog wheel flag. Fog wheel. Reincarnation in the mist. This is their first reincarnation. But before that, those players had reincarnated countless times, being killed, then reincarnated. Wu Tianqing's team is undoubtedly strong, or the strongest among all the players who participated in the hidden gameplay. No doubt. This means that, in the process of fighting for the flag, these players died countless times at the hands of their own team. And every time they died, they would return to the time when they first participated in the game. Therefore, they can understand the team so well, because they are from the future. The reason why other players unite together is that they cannot beat them if they don't unite. Only by eliminating the strongest team can they have the possibility of winning the flag. But they never thought that even the strongest team has the right to reincarnate. This is the right of every player who participates in the hidden gameplay of the fog. But this has fallen into an unsolvable state. It was clearly a battle between teams. But as long as someone died, there would be a reincarnation. How could they win the flag in this battle? It would be an endless reincarnation. Unless they gave up fighting for the flag and chose to return in failure. Wait. Give up? Wu Tianqing suddenly remembered the sentence in the introduction. The player team won the fog wheel flag, which convinced all the teams participating in the hidden gameplay. The way they were convinced was to let them give up fighting. Therefore, the death squad would not appear here. Because they would not fight for the flag with the god of death, perhaps they had given up countless times before. And the remaining players did not want to give up. The consequences were miserable. Killed, reincarnated, so they hated the whole team, united with each other, prepared to defeat the god of death. But they succeeded. The god of death was really killed. Chapter 233 Destroying Hope. But the god of death also reincarnates. Wu Tianqing must seize the skill. He can't give up. And as long as more than one team refuses to give up the flag, this reincarnation will not end. So that's it. Everything is clear. They have been killed countless times by the god of death, and it's understandable that they hate the god of death. Wu Tianqing was killed by them once, and it's understandable that he is upset. But after understanding the game mechanism, they really shouldn't compete with Wu Tianqing for the flag, because they can reach level 20 in 7 days, which is to say, they have used his experience. If they don't use his experience, how can these players reach level 20 in just 1 day? Wu Tianqing knows that. His behavior of killing monster plants and most monsters has been used by many people to gain experience. There are definitely more than just the Suicide Squad who are trying to get experience. But the ones who are trying to get his experience are here to compete with him for the flag. The hidden gameplay in the fog map is different from the Journey of Ruins. The Journey of Ruins has a time limit, and it will be gone after a certain time. But the hidden gameplay in the fog is not the same. As long as every player can reach level 20 within 7 days, he can participate in the hidden gameplay. This means that players can participate in the hidden gameplay in different batches, not necessarily in his batch. Wu Tianqing knows the action mechanism of the members of the Suicide Squad. Probably only one team participated, and the others waited for news, and decided whether to enter or not after receiving the news. I think the other members of the Death Squad also knew the mechanism. At least they would not come to their batch. And they would not encounter Wu Tianqing's brain working rapidly. After only one reincarnation, he had figured out everything. No wonder his and Qin Ruoxi's talents were invalid. Under this disordered timeline, everything perceived by the perception talent was all wrong. Because as long as time is reincarnated, everything returns to the origin, and the perceived information will be invalid. The same goes for Qin Ruoxi. Which choice is lucky? No matter which choice. As long as the timeline is reset. The lucky choice may also turn into bad luck. Everything is clear. And Wu Tianqing immediately understands the correct way to play this hidden game. Don't move here. After saying that, before the team members could react, Wu Tianqing disappeared in a few seconds. He never said that he was a good person. Even if he accidentally saved many people. It was just because everyone's interests were the same. That's all. But these people seemed not to understand the value of the Grim Reaper. They all ran to him to shit and piss. Wu Tianqing felt that he had to let them see the dark side of the Grim Reaper. There was no need to even bring out the dark Wu Tianqing. He alone was enough. Just when these players were about to find the Grim Reaper team, Wu Tianqing arrived first, shot out with an infinite card, and immediately cut off the hands and feet of most of the players. They didn't even react, and they were already captured by Wu Tianqing. Do you want these people to be convinced? Wu Tianqing was too lazy to persuade them, and there was no need. Physical submission will do. You'd better withdraw from the fight, otherwise, you can enjoy the torture. This fight for the flag has nothing to do with right or wrong. It's just a matter of different positions. Riding on the head of the god of death, bear the consequences. Chen Ruoshi wanted to worry about it, and asked if she should go find him, but was stopped by Lu Jie. She vaguely knew what Wu Tianqing was doing. Maybe they can win. However, my talent doesn't work, Chen Ruoshi said in surprise. Where are the others? Where are your talents? Just after he finished speaking, Wu Tianqing realized that the game was a cycle. In the last cycle, someone was unwilling to give up and committed suicide to start over. Wu Tianqing was the one who survived, so in this cycle, he had no memory of the last cycle. Therefore, Wu Tianqing's actions were exactly the same as the last cycle. Don't move around here. After speaking, Wu Tianqing went to look for those guys alone, but was ambushed by the enemy instead. At the moment of being attacked, Wu Tianqing suddenly understood. It turned out that the reincarnation in which he died was not the last reincarnation. The team died for the second time. And the reincarnation with memories also had a second time. My talent is a fucking talent. Chen Ruoshi cursed directly. She was killed for the second time. The god of death went to find him alone. But he also died. Infinite reincarnation is so buggy. A weak chicken can also compete with the great god. Wu Tianqing figured out the key, and said fiercely, capture them alive. Don't give them the opportunity to commit suicide and reset. A life and death battle began. But no matter how strong Wu Tianqing is, how can he stop others from committing suicide and rewinding? When the player returns to the original time point with his memory again, he feels like he is going crazy. As long as someone is unwilling to give up his skills, everyone will be trapped in this time loop, and no one can break it. This is not a competition of combat power. This is a competition of endurance. No wonder the game did not weaken any player this time. Because there is no need. In the face of death rewinding, the combat power gap is infinitely narrowed. The competition is about who can hold on to the end. It is said that they are fighting for the Fogwheel flag. But so far, no flag has been seen. What there is just a life and death struggle. Perhaps, the so-called flag is not a real flag, but a spiritual flag. Wu Tianqing can't influence the players. He admitted that he really can't influence others on this point. Since the enemy cannot be subdued by force, the only thing to do is to defeat the enemy's psychological defense. Yes, you can rewind once, twice, countless times. But as long as you die, the memories you take away will not be rewound. And these memories are the most important key. It is the weapon you foresee in advance. And it is also the sharp weapon that stabs you. As long as you accumulate enough painful memories, you can make this group of players give up completely. However, it is reincarnation after reincarnation. Many players have given up and surrendered. There are still some players who refuse to surrender. Their desire to become stronger is not weaker than Wu Tianqing. They will seize any opportunity. Wu Tianqing's mood is getting more and more irritable. In countless reincarnations, he has been killed many times. A kneeling man in front of him has his index finger broken. When he was about to die, he said lightly, "The fog covers the past and the future. In the ups and downs of the world, only hope is the guiding light." After saying this, he died. Wu Tianqing knew that he had to reincarnate again. Even if he had no memory in this reincarnation, he still remembered this sentence. It turned out that what supported them to the present was hope. Then destroy their hope. Just to remember this sentence, Wu Tianqing chose to commit suicide. He had given hope to countless people. But when the holder of hope is the enemy, then destroy it. Chapter 234 The Origin of Buddhism. Another name for hope is faith. Faith is not simply believing in gods and Buddhas. Some people believe in love, and some people believe that God will reward hard work. As long as you find what the enemy believes in and destroy it, you can cause a devastating blow to the enemy's mentality. This time in reincarnation, Wu Tianqing put down the killing. Endless killing, this battle will never end. Just killing, it is possible to break the opponent's psychological defense line. But if the enemy's mental will is strong enough, they may become more stubborn because of hatred, and still cannot escape this reincarnation. In the endless cycle, many players have given up. The remaining few are determined. Let him see what these people believe in. The survivors saw Wu Tianqing's intentional verbal attack and stopped. They had their own insistence, and know Wu Tianqing's strength. To achieve the final victory, one side must give up voluntarily. During the conversation, Wu Tianqing accidentally discovered the tattoo on the back of the enemy's hand. It was the symbol of the remaining few people. Were they people who had entered the Golden Temple? So, Buddha was their belief? Wu Tianqing did not directly ask them why they entered the Golden Temple. There were many reasons. Just like him at the beginning. If he had not been reminded by his perception talent, he might have entered. He just wanted to know. After entering, even if they were forced to join Buddhism, why did they now act so devoted? What did the Golden Temple capture in their hearts? In the stories of these people, they portrayed themselves as indifferent to fame and fortune, extremely kind, and even if they fought for the flag to become stronger, it was for the world, not for themselves. This fanatical savior, if you don't know him, you might think he is some enlightened monk. However, all the beautiful fantasies were soon broken. Buddhism? I know a little bit about it. Lu Jie, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke, but I still don't believe in Buddhism. Why? Buddhism originated from Sakyamuni's thinking about life. Sakyamuni came from a wealthy family, and after enjoying all the glory and wealth, he pursued liberation. People say that he abandoned the glory and wealth of the world, and pursued the true meaning of life, which is very noble and worth emulating. Lu Jie told the story slowly, and the other party nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this is the origin of Buddhism. When Lu Jie said this, she suddenly laughed and said, but what he actually did was to abandon his wife, enjoy a lot of social resources, and refuse to take social responsibilities. This is the origin of Buddhism. When Lu Jie said this, the faces of several Buddhists immediately turned cold. But what she said was still the truth, which could not be refuted at all. Wu Tianqing thought he had to do it himself. But he didn't expect Lu Jie to know more than him. It just happened that it was her experience. Wu Tianqing had experienced this kind of mental collapse many times. It didn't matter if it happened more or less. But for his teammates, it was a rare opportunity. Buddhism focuses on self-cultivation, reaching a state of enlightenment. No matter how the outside world changes, the heart is open-minded and pure. If you believe, you will have it. If you don't believe, you won't have it. Have you read The Origin of Buddhism? Have you read other scriptures? If you have read so many Buddhist classics, you still don't understand the essence of Buddhism, then you are really not suitable for believing in Buddhism. Not everything is perfect. You have questioned Buddhism from the beginning and cannot look at the problem comprehensively. I can tell at a glance that you have no wisdom and are so dull in your understanding of life. You should say less. Several people suddenly became agitated and their tone became bad. Look, this is Buddhism. Lu Jie had just said a little, and they had already begun to break down. But what she said was all true, and it hit the pain point of Buddhism at once. Lu Jie was not angry at all. She was the most beautiful girl in the Academy of Sciences, and she had both talent and beauty. Even so, she still had no wisdom. She really had no wisdom, and she would not have come this far. She did not refute the other party's words, but asked, "You are so noble, you don't want fame and fortune, you are not greedy for money and lust, then what are you pursuing?" After hearing what Lu Jie said, several Buddhists immediately answered, of course. It is to achieve the right result. Can I understand it as becoming a Buddha? Of course. Lu Jie laughed again. She has read Buddhist scriptures, and has also read many so-called Buddhist classics. Even so, she does not believe in Buddhism. This in itself explains the problem. Why would such a smart person not believe in Buddhism? But if she were to tell others, she would not directly say that she does not believe in Buddhism, or belittle Buddhism. Why? Because she has high emotional intelligence, and knows how to win over the masses. She will not belittle other people's beliefs at will. Even now, she will not belittle those who believe in Buddhism. She only needs to say what she thinks in her heart and tell the truth, which is enough to defeat them. What benefits can be obtained after becoming a Buddha? Immortality. People offering incense. Right? This is indeed the benefit of becoming a Buddha, and there is no refuting it. But, immortality. People offering incense. Isn't that a kind of gain without work? Buddha's gain without work. Is that what you are pursuing? Your greed and ambition are so great. You even flaunt your nobleness? In just a few words, these Buddhists were once again speechless. You are just restraining your current desires for greater greed. If you really don't covet money, why does the Buddhist scripture say that in the Pure Land, the bricks paved on the ground are all pure gold? Isn't it to satisfy the greed of you Buddhists? Yes. In the Buddhist scriptures, the bricks of the Pure Land are indeed pure gold. Since you are indifferent to fame and fortune, you are noble and not greedy for money. Then why is the world you yearn for a building scene made of gold? Is this called not greedy for money? Everything you said is still centered around the secular world. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you do. You can't laugh at life outside the world. The Buddhists began to get anxious and immediately responded. However, this sharp remark just shows that they were hit in the sore spot. You think you have seen through the true meaning of Buddhism. And believers are hypocritical. You always treat all understandings other than your own, and those that are similar to your own, with arrogance. This is a heart of arrogance and contempt. You can never get away from the human world, and always look for purity and purity in the relationship between people. But you don't reflect on how such pure things exist in reality. It's simply stupid. It's easy to blame others, but it's hard to examine yourself. It doesn't matter whether you believe in Buddhism or not. There is no shortage of Buddhists in the world. As expected of a Buddhist, he can speak a lot of seemingly reasonable but confusing truths. Then, Lu Jie. How should you deal with it? Wu Tianqing was not in a hurry at this time, and wanted to see how Lu Jie would handle it. Chapter 235. Buddhism cannot save the troubled times. Lu Jie was not led astray directly, but was a little hesitant about whether to continue to stimulate them. Wu Tianqing signaled Lu Jie to continue. As long as they can be stimulated into monsters, it will be much easier. If they cannot be influenced, then deprive them of their player status. After receiving Wu Tianqing's signal, Lu Jie continued to speak. You believe that all living beings are suffering, and pursue the state of nirvana and tranquility without suffering, happiness, sorrow, and joy without worries. In fact, you are just afraid of death, and dare not face the real world. You have no ambition, you are not enterprising, you have not created value for society, and you have never lived in the present. Besides chanting Buddha's name, what else can you do? Do you have the ability to make a living? You claim to have great wisdom, but you are so conceited. You don't have the ability to eat well, and you will feel inferior when you are alone. Right? What is the source of Buddhism's economy? You accumulate wealth through deceptive tricks such as merit boxes, dharma assemblies, sacrifice, and statue making. It is a typical way to get something for nothing. What is the need to join such a religion? What Lu Jie said does not represent others, but only represents herself. Otherwise, she would not still be indifferent to Buddhism after reading the Buddhist scriptures. In fact, she not only did not believe in Buddhism, but also disliked it. She looked at the overall situation, and could easily find the problem. After a few questions, the Buddhists almost got angry. They stared at Lu Jie, and the whole person was like a tied beast. Even the pores on the body opened slightly, and the sweat hair grew out little by little, with a tendency to gradually grow into animal hair. Chen Ruoshi and Yun Ting were very familiar with this strange change. They had seen this change many times. This change came from players who had entered the golden Buddha statue. Lu Jie stepped back slightly, fearing that these Buddhists would suddenly attack and hurt people. She glanced at Wu Tianqing, and saw Wu Tianqing nodded slightly, motioning her to continue. No matter whether the other party was good or evil, there was no reason to retreat after coming to this point. Whether it was burning incense or praying, it made me feel stupid. Throughout history, any country that believed in Buddhism gradually declined and perished. The sages of the Dragon Kingdom are the national patron saints of our country. They will not succumb to people, let alone gods. The descendants of our Dragon Kingdom will not follow the so-called Buddha, but the self-improvement of our ancestors. Buddhism cannot save the troubled times. Lu Jie said it in a sonorous and powerful voice. just like a heavy knock on the hearts of these Buddhists. Her words went straight to the point, like pointing at their consciences. Are you worshipping Buddha? Or worshipping your own desires? The whites of the eyes of several Buddhists were bloodshot, and they unconsciously let out low roars, like beasts. But they didn't notice anything wrong at all. In their eyes, the problem was not with them, but with the death squad in front of them. It was just a verbal exchange, and their hatred for the team was even greater than the killings they had made in countless reincarnations. They were obviously high potential talents, but they were planted with a certain ideological stamp by the Golden Temple. This is a different kind of slavery and numbness. Facing Lu Jie's words, Buddhists acted a little hysterical. If it weren't for the huge difference in combat power, they would have rushed up to kill Lu Jie. Even if they had only a little bit of rationality left, they didn't want to break this ideological stamp, but instead defended Buddhism. You don't even know what Buddhism is, and you come to comment on Buddhism, which is absurd in itself. The Buddha Shakyamuni preached for 49 years, letting everyone realize that greed, anger, and ignorance are the root of all suffering. Only by eliminating greed, anger, and ignorance can we be freed from suffering. You have read so many scriptures, but you have not absorbed the wisdom in them. It is so blind. What is the use of reading them? In order to refute Lu Jie's words, they pointed out that many rich people also believe in Buddhism. In order to maintain the sanctity of Buddhism, Wu Tianqing, who had listened for a long time, finally couldn't help but interrupt. They believe in Buddhism for blessings. Buddhism is a lucky cat in their eyes. They burn incense and donate money to pay protection fees. They hope to get Buddha's blessing when they do bad things. But it's just for peace of mind. Buddhism or not. He was too lazy to look. But if he thinks from the perspective of human heart, many problems will be solved. How can you be sure that those rich people who believe in Buddhism are not doing it to make it easier to cut the leeks of Buddhists? Wu Tianqing's words made a glimmer of clarity in the eyes of several Buddhists. They themselves were also used and manipulated. However, this clarity was soon brainwashed by some kind of ideological stamp. Wu Tianqing does not believe in Buddhism, but it does not mean that he has never seen Buddhists. He has traveled all over the country, and he has seen more Buddhists than most people. At least more than most people. In fact, many devout Buddhists have a hard life. They are either plagued by diseases, lawsuits and imprisonment, or poor and mysterious. They have a common problem, which is that they have no ability. Their social status is extremely low, and they have no sense of self-worth or identity. They can only use this method to forcibly raise their status. There are rich people who believe in Buddhism with them, which makes them feel that their status has risen. It seems that as long as they believe in the same religion as the rich, they can also rise to prominence and be respected by everyone. But in fact, in order to cut your leaks, saying that you are kind and believe in Buddhism, isn't it just to lower your defensive psychology? Lu Jie's empathy is stronger than Wu Tianqing's. She sees through many things, but just remembers them silently in her heart, unable to speak. For example, there are many people burning incense and praying in the Lama temple, but there are few tourists in the Confucius temple opposite. There are even no statues in the main hall of the Confucius temple. Isn't this a kind of sadness? There are so many people who believe in Buddhism, and many people in Longwa go to believe in Buddhism, but they ignore the saints of Longwa. In Lu Jie's view, Buddhist thought is a cancer. It just gives many people an excuse to live a carefree life. Buddhism seems to have been admonishing people to be noble and portraying itself as particularly sacred. But forget it. For many people who are powerless to change the status quo, it is just an excuse. Several Buddhists began to waver in their thoughts. But there was Lu Jie, who could remember everything she had read, and continued to destroy the Buddhist faith. She had gradually learned to be cruel. Even if she didn't say it or do it, Wu Tianqing would do it for her. It's not that believing in something is wrong. It's that the two sides have different positions. Since you are Buddhists, you should have read some scriptures. The Buddhist scriptures always talk about merit, and also talk about how to gain merit. What is the greatest merit? Donate money to temples, build Buddha statues, and build pagodas. The Ksitigarbha Sutra talks about the merit of building Buddha statues tirelessly, and they must be made of precious metals, and after they are built, they become the property of the temple. Also, the Ksitigarbha Sutra says that if you steal a grain of rice from the temple, you will fall into the Avicii hell. Mahayana Buddhism advocates accumulating merit to change fate. The Four Lessons of Life is a famous good book that promotes this view. But I have a question. The purpose of Buddhists doing good deeds is to get a good return. And this return is best doubled. Some Mahayana Buddhist scriptures record that doing good deeds on the birthdays of Buddhas and bodhisattvas can gain 10,000 times the benefits. Is this the so-called indifference to fame and fortune? This is still written in your Buddhist scriptures. Now you believe in this stuff. And you say you don't covet fame and fortune? As they spoke one sentence after another, there was some pain in the eyes of several Buddhists. Their spirits were struggling hard, trying their best to resist. But how terrible is the ideological stamp in their minds? Their eyes were covered with a fog, and it was difficult to distinguish what was real. Chapter 236 Hypocrisy. Before the game came, Lu Jie had no feelings about the so-called Buddhism. They praised this thing to the sky, giving many people who didn't know the reason an excuse to live in their comfort zone. Many people who were unable to change the status quo naturally became Buddhists, didn't try to work hard, feared the unknown, and placed all their hopes on the gods. Actually, I know a lot of those wealthy Buddhists you mentioned. Lu Jie's status is very high, so she is naturally not short of money. She is in the upper class, and knows more about the wealthy Buddhists than those people at the bottom. I have communicated with these wealthy Buddhists. Lu Jie paused when she said this. These Buddhists said that they were indifferent to fame and wealth. But now they pricked up their ears, wanting to hear why they were also Buddhists, and how they were so rich. For most people, having money brings a sense of security. Everything people work hard for is also to satisfy their sense of security. This need was so strong that just when Lu Jie was about to reveal a secret, the attention of these Buddhists was immediately focused. As a result, their alienation process also paused for a short time, and the strange hairs on their bodies stopped growing and moving. These Buddhists, it seems, are the real Buddhists. They seem to be really indifferent to fame and fortune, and are willing to be indifferent. They look kind-hearted and wise. There is even one who was born a commoner, but now he has become a capital tycoon. But you know, indifference also requires capital. They told me in person, if you don't have the ability, you should never believe in Buddhism. Isn't it funny? A Buddhist telling you never to believe in Buddhism. This completely crushed the hearts of these Buddhists. You are so stupid. As Buddhists, some believe in Buddhism in order to fish in troubled waters and get rid of competitors. Some believe in Buddhism, but they are foolish enough to become leaks. The blow was too heavy at once. Several Buddhists seemed to be strangled by the neck, their eyeballs turned purple and red, and they seemed to be suffocated and breathless. In this deformed world, they hate not the people who made them like this, but Lu Jie who revealed the truth. The Buddhists' hands kept shaking, but their eyes were fixed on Lu Jie. The fact that people have time to practice and understand their true nature is definitely not due to Buddhism. They have solid skills, no worries about unemployment, and have acquired real knowledge, fame, and wealth, so they have the capital to believe. For this kind of people, they don't mind being labeled as Buddhists, as long as the label is useful and can establish a good persona. What's wrong with labeling them? In their view, the Buddhist scriptures are just for reading. Some of the sayings are interesting, so write them down if they make sense, and throw away the boring ones. Now, do you understand the difference between Buddhists? As Lu Jie spoke one sentence after another, the Buddhists also showed some kind of edema-like reaction. Their bodies swelled up little by little, and gradually transformed into a beast. Compared to piety, the lower-class people are much more pious, but their piety is just to get rid of the suffering of life. From the beginning, this path was wrong. The more pious one is, the more subversive the facts are like an unquenchable tsunami. The believers don't want to become monsters. They are trying to scream and struggle. But the mental confinement even begins to affect their gene expression. The change in body size forced the team to retreat. Wu Tianqing had a hunch that this would be their last reincarnation. The flag. It's almost time to get it. Wu Tianqing only had the flag in his eyes. But Lu Jie couldn't bear it. She never said it, because she couldn't wake up someone who was pretending to be asleep. If I told you not to believe it, would you not believe it? No. They only believe what they want to believe. Even if you tell him the secret for his own good, he will think you have ulterior motives. He may even directly refute you. If you think it's not good, why do you still read those scriptures? You must have other intentions. The only lesson that mankind can learn in history is that they can't learn any lessons. Lu Jie has read many more Buddhist scriptures than these so-called devout believers. Not to mention that she has a smart brain and can remember everything she has read. But she usually doesn't blame those who believe in Buddhism, because many people really can't change the status quo. If believing in Buddhism can alleviate the pain of reality, why not believe in it? But now, they are on the opposite side, and she has to uncover this fig leaf. Buddhism has developed to this day. Have you ever understood what primitive Buddhism was like? The heart of the Tao of several Buddhists is on the verge of breaking, and they don't even dare to look up at Lu Jie. Compared to Buddhism, this person knows much more than these half-wits. Primitive Buddhism does not allow monks to farm, because farming will harm insects, commit killing karma, and go to hell. But where does the food they eat every day come from? They let farmers risk going to hell to produce food, and then provide it to them. Is this the wisdom and compassion of Buddhism? Is this kindness or hypocrisy? Lu Jie's words were very soft, but they sounded like the whisper of a devil. Wu Tianqing nodded. Very good, she looks a bit like a female death god. When facing an enemy, Wu Tianqing doesn't care whether the other party is good or evil, she will just kill him. But Lu Jie is still the right party. That makes it easier to fight. It's not even brainwashing. It's just laying out the reality, letting them see the naked reality. Other religions, such as Christianity, have built many church hospitals after entering Longwa. Buddhism has made no contribution to society. Using the so-called great wisdom, it has complicated and mystified some originally simple relationships, making them mysterious, which is no different from relying on defense. Yet there are still so many people who believe in it, as if Buddhism makes sense and is magical. Instead of believing in this, it is better to believe in the horoscope. The horoscope is, at least, based on the magnetic field of the planets in the solar system, summarizing and calculating the magnetic field of every corner of the Earth, and the environment in which people are born, and the impact caused by different magnetic fields. At least there is a little basis. Even so, due to different personal experiences, the speculation of the horoscope may not be completely accurate. But Buddhism starts talking about idealism with you, and directly ignores the facts. Roar! The beasts began to roar. They were roaring and crying. They couldn't get rid of the mental imprint in their minds, and couldn't even keep their minds steady. Wu Tianqing looked at Lu Jie, his eyes said it all. It's time. This game, it's time to end. This game is not fun at all. Compared to these chess pieces, he wanted to deal with those chess players more. Haven't you figured it out yet? Wu Tianqing felt sorry for them. The power of the god of death is also limited. It can't help them relieve their pain, but can only make them end this pain as soon as possible. Just like what is said in primitive Buddhism. You are not real Buddhists. You are just farmers who produce food. They were fooled, and didn't know it. Chapter 237. The East is gone. But the sunset is not too late. They are not one of them. They are just a group that was harvested. Realizing this, the minds of several Buddhists could not help but explode. As their minds collapsed, their heart of Tao collapsed. Alienation accelerated, and their genes continued to collapse and modify. Before they were completely alienated into monsters, they still hoped that Wu Tianqing could save them. I don't want to die, I roar. They struggled to maintain human language, but each word was difficult to spit out in their throats. The language system gradually turned into a kind of beast roar, and blood and tears flowed from the scarlet eyes. The fact that they could see the golden Buddha statue showed that these people were all high potential talents. But the so-called high potential is actually divided into different levels. The lowest level high potential talents can only become thugs, and become knives in the hands of others. Wu Tianqing uncovered the fog on the surface, and showed them the real reality. They recognized the reality, just like seeing the whole world clearly in the fog. At the same time as seeing the reality clearly, it also means that they are about to go crazy. If I don't yell, you're lying. Compared to death, mental collapse is more painful. They would rather accept death in countless reincarnations, than let themselves see the reality clearly. At this moment, the person who uncovers the fog is the sinner. They try their best to prevent themselves from alienation, try to hypnotize themselves, recall the words that the golden Buddha statue brainwashed them. If they are not standing on the opposite side, Wu Tianqing doesn't care whether they are alienated or not, and he doesn't even bother to uncover any fog. But if they accept brainwashing, it means that the death squad will be trapped in the cycle of reincarnation forever. They will not give up the hidden reward. And the death squad will not give up either. This is something Wu Tianqing cannot accept. Without waiting for Lu Jie to speak, Wu Tianqing simply does it himself. He wants to put an end to them completely. Believe in Buddhism or not. There is a big difference in thought. I talk to you about materialism, reasoning, logic, and proof. And you talk to me about idealism, emptiness, silence, and freedom. We are not in the same discourse system, and we cannot communicate at all. The logic of Buddhism is actually a paradox. All those who say it is not good do not understand the so-called truth and righteousness. Those who say it is not good do not understand it. Those who understand it will definitely not say it is bad. Since you want to prove that Buddhism is good, then please provide arguments and points to prove it. Instead of shaking your head and answering irrelevant questions, Buddhists are brainwashing themselves as much as possible. And Wu Tianqing is showing the truth as much as possible, pointing out the essence of their self-brainwashing. Lu Jie used passages from Buddhist scriptures to prove her point, and they used what they wrote themselves. The argument was well-founded. But what about them? They hesitated and couldn't say anything, and only said, "You don't understand." Talking to a hypocrite is like a scholar meeting a soldier. You can't explain your reason. Roar! A sad and angry roar sounded. Perhaps Wu Tianqing was used to the squeaking sound of the little mink, so he actually understood what the other party meant. Shut up. A person with great wisdom was described as a soldier. How ridiculous. A claw attacked Wu Tianqing, a claw belonging to a wild beast, but grabbed Wu Tianqing's mouth. How much did it want him to shut up? Silver light flashed, and blood burst. The thick arms of the wild monster were cut in an instant, blood gushed out like a spring, and kept gushing out from the blood vessels. The moment the player was alienated, he had already lost his identity as a player. After this death, they could no longer enter reincarnation. Although they stood on the opposite side, they were also pitiful people in the final analysis. Just put an end to them, there was no need to torture them. Silver light flashed, and the monster Buddhists in front of them immediately broke into pieces. When they really died, there was a trace of relief in their eyes. It was this world that forced them to become Buddhists. If life was happy, who would believe in Buddhism? Except for a certain idiot who abandoned his family. The reincarnation is over. The fog wheel flag has never been a flag that can be obtained, but a spiritual flag. And now, the Death Squad has won the final victory. After coming out of the hidden game, Wu Tianqing finally got the third active skill. Spiritual vision peeks into the truth of the fog and sees through illusions. At first glance, it seemed useless. But when Wu Tianqing really used it, he felt that this skill was awesome. First of all, its seeing through illusions is not only about seeing through illusions, but also has the function of perspective eyes. Even, the breadth of vision has been raised a lot. And there is a trend of transformation to clairvoyance. The second baby in Calabash Brothers knows it. The same eyes, but they don't glow. They are more sharp. And they are more hidden. It is indeed a special skill combined with the mist version. It really fits. Wu Tianqing did not have a direct improvement in combat power, but his teammates' combat power has been greatly improved. First is Lu Jie, new skill Kuantingling, controlling plants. It is also a skill combined with the mist version. The skill obtained by Xiongbiao, no one expected it to be of this type. Everyone was surprised that the tank system can defend this. Also combined with the mist version, Xiongbiao obtained the skill of micro nameplate. Microscopic defense can defend against extremely small invasion attacks such as toxins, parasites, etc. Bullfrog. Yuanting's new skill is the passive skill Cloud Hidden, which can automatically hide in a blurry or dark environment. With his own cloud and fog field, Yuanting can achieve invisibility anytime and anywhere. And Chen Ruoxi, who has the Lucky Aura talent, also obtained the most buggy skill Summoning Gate. Now, her summoning is no longer limited to illusions, but can really summon a group of monsters, one step to achieve the Legion style, death together? After countless reincarnations, the two teams have completely understood each other. I have to say, the game designer is really awesome. Although everyone was not familiar with it not long ago. A small hidden gameplay can make players know each other well. Even if those players who fail to compete for skills voluntarily quit, they can still gain solid teammates. Countless reincarnations mean countless comrades, who live and die together. Such people are naturally trustworthy, and forming a team with them is beneficial without any harm. After so many life and death experiences, players who don't know how to cooperate will naturally be screened out, truly achieving the purpose of forming a team. Individuals can play individually very well, and those who want to form a team can also do so with confidence. Wu Tianqing nodded in agreement, and the few of them finally formed a 5-person team. Yuanting and Ruoxi are both very powerful, especially Chen Ruoxi's new skill, Summoning Gate, and her innate Lucky Aura, which are so awesome that people are jealous. She is obviously a support player, but her output ability ranks in the top 3 in the team. The hidden gameplay of the foggy journey ends, and the team walks out from the inside of the giant tree wreckage. On the road, an extraordinary car drives forward, heading towards an unknown journey. There is fog everywhere in life. The morning has passed, and the evening is not too late. The foggy chapter ends. Chapter 238 Skeletons. As the car drove, it gradually drove away from the remains of the giant tree. No matter how huge the volume is, it will gradually become smaller as the distance increases. Do you feel? It's a bit hot? Shinruashi wiped the sweat from her head and looked at the outside environment. After walking out of the fog, everything became empty. The ruins were the landform of an abandoned city, and the fog was the world of the giant tree. But the newly appeared environment was extremely empty, with only a piece of sand, as if you were in the desert. The functions of the extraordinary car are just a little more than those of ordinary cars. The air conditioner that ordinary cars have, the extraordinary car also has. And its performance is n times stronger than that of ordinary cars. Even so, the car still feels extremely hot. Glancing at the game panel. As expected, I learned from the barrage that the third game version is the desert journey. As the version unfolds, some means of transportation also begin to appear. Wu Tianqing never thought that the so-called means of transportation is actually a surfboard. It's outrageous. In the third version, the extraordinary car is located in the mall, becoming a permanent commodity, with no sales time limit. Looking at the new transportation section in the mall, clicking in, Wu Tianqing was stunned. The items included in this column are simply all-encompassing. Not only surfboards. What pulleys, paragliders, hot air balloons, even fighter jets, even more outrageous, in the later stage of transportation, there are even rockets. You really want to go to the sky, it's just that these things have not been unlocked yet, which is a pity. Maybe you won't see the day when they are unlocked. Among these transportation tools, there are even extraordinary tools that are specially designed to deal with harsh environments. For example, it is very hot now, and cars can spend gold coins to unlock the fire truck section. There are several corresponding sections. For example, off-road vehicle, ambulance, and so on. Looking around, the desert is already faintly burning. The road on the journey has a certain protective effect on the player. But at best, it can only ensure that there will be no fire on the road. Even so, the temperature on the road is also very high. Only the performance of the extraordinary car is explosive. Otherwise the whole car will explode. Since he didn't have to worry about coins, Wu Tianqing unlocked the fire truck function of the Chaofan car. It was like a large shower spraying water into the sky, which made the water on the ground boil. As the function was unlocked, the exterior of the Chaofan car also changed. It was originally a black and luxurious car, but it turned into a cool red car, which was a bit like Optimus Prime, but not so bulky. The water splashed over the whole car, and the scorching temperature dropped a little bit. If it were any other player, they would probably be roasted. Only those players who killed the monster plants in the fog and earned countless gold coins could afford to buy a car. The problem now is how they should get out of the car to kill monsters. If they drive out directly, if monsters appear and directly target the vehicle, it will be embarrassing. If they walk, they will be roasted by fire. Lu Jie looked at the flames with a bitter face. I just got the plant skill. And here comes the fire map. As soon as she spoke, the team immediately decided to let her be the watering tool. Lu Jie, anyway. The output capabilities of several players in the team are off the charts. It doesn't matter if one is missing. So Lu Jie became a glorious sprinkler, responsible for putting out fires. Just after getting off the car, Wu Tianqing looked at the desert flames. A dialogue box popped up in his vision. It's still the same taste. I can see the lack deep in your heart. Let me wrap you with love. Well, very good. Wu Tianqing turned to his teammates and said, these deserts may have traps, maybe quicksand. The kind that you can't get out once you step in. The hint is really great. Physical wrapping, suffocating love. At this time, the countless corpses collected from the fog came in handy. They can be used to explore the way. I used to think that these corpses were not good. Wu Tianqing apologized to them in his heart. They are really good. They can still explore the way after death. Using the corpses as stepping stones, the team can be said to have really stepped on countless corpses. Trampling in the physical sense. Taking the corpse out of the space backpack, Wu Tianqing's operation, several teammates were stunned. If you are going to get stuck, you just avoid it. If you are not going to get stuck, you just step on the corpse. Lu Jie was sprinkling water, and the scene was so weird. In the blazing fire, the wild monster of the new map finally appeared. It was a white skeleton, and under the scorching flame, the bones were very shiny. It was not the skeleton of a human, but the skeleton of some beast. It was estimated to be 4 or 5 meters long, and 2 or 3 meters high. It should be the skeleton of some lion monster. It was just in the desert map scene, and it became a wild monster that some players had to face. Because of the team formation. Once they go out to hunt monsters, the monsters they face will be terribly strong. Even if it is just the first monster in the new map. This sense of oppression exceeds that of most other monsters. The beast skeleton is only a skeleton, without eyes, but the eye sockets are aimed at the team members. And a fire immediately gushed out of the eye sockets. The moment the blood-red shield stood up, the purple-red card was thrown out. Ding ding ding, the sound of ding 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 dong dong rang out. And the infinite card could only scratch a white mark on the bones, and could not cause any damage to it at all. This defense is too high. The silver blade flashed. But it was the first time that it could not cut it off. The harsh sound of the golden swords clashing was like the sharp scratches made by chalk on a blackboard. Wu Tianqing's hands were numb from the shock. The Qinglong Yinwei sword could not even cut off the enemy's bones. The white bone skull looked down at Wu Tianqing, and a raging flame suddenly surged. He drew out the Yinwei sword, and with a rapid swing, the flames quickly dissipated. The white bone claws stabbed at Wu Tianqing, so fast that Wu Tianqing did not react. Fortunately, Xiong Biao's blood shield blocked the attack, which kept Wu Tianqing safe. Looking at the latest monster, Wu Tianqing felt a sense of worry. Logically, he should not be unable to avoid it. However, the structure of this monster was really impossible to judge in advance. When facing a monster with flesh and blood, Wu Tianqing habitually analyzed the opponent's anatomical structure. Judging from the opponent's body muscles, he could predict the enemy's attack direction in advance. This is also why he could foresee the future many times. But the white skeleton monsters had no flesh and blood. They were like some kind of mechanical structure. There was no sign of when to exert force, and there was no muscle contraction to judge. For those players who can't judge, it makes no difference. But for Wu Tianqing, his combat power has dropped a lot because of this. Even so, Wu Tianqing will not back down. I can't cut your bones. Then start from the joints. From cutting to stabbing, the tip of the knife pierces directly into the monster's joints. The next second, Wu Tianqing smiled. Very good. Since the tip of the knife has already pierced in, using the principle of leverage, the bone can be pried open. Chapter 239, Aegis Group Fight. Even though it was the first time he faced this kind of monster, Wu Tianqing still found the enemy's weakness in the first place. As soon as the bone joints were pried open, the combat power of the white skeleton immediately dropped a lot. Its eye sockets were about to spit out flames at Wu Tianqing. But Wu Tianqing's teammates were not vegetarians either. Before, it was just Wu Tianqing's test. The moment the tip of the knife pierced into the joint, it was a frontal attack. Once the attack began, who would still talk about morality? Of course, it was to let it accept a just group fight. Before the skull spurted out flames, the azure rays had already shot into its eye sockets, directly detonating the flames in its skull. It was like stuffing a grenade into its head. This explosion almost blew up its entire head. The defense of the newly appeared monster was amazingly high. Even the azure rays could only cause cracks in its skull. Qin Ruoxi was holding a white fox in her arms. She touched the white fox's head, and her hand suddenly stopped, and she spoke with an ugly face. Why is it another brainless monster? The illusion is useless again. Wu Tianqing looked at her in surprise, not knowing what to say. This is a white skeleton. Isn't it normal to have no brain? You can see the back of its head through its eye sockets. Where did the brain come from? It was probably eaten by the zombies in Plants vs. Zombies. The white fox is useless. Qin Ruoxi just wanted to try out her new skills. As she looked up at the skeleton, an inexplicable aura emanated from her. She was obviously a little girl, but now she seemed to have transformed into a lazy empress. A looming majestic door gradually appeared, and countless monsters rushed out from it. These monsters were the white-skinned vascular monsters in the Misty Journey. The monsters that came out of the summoning gate all obeyed Qin Ruoxi's orders. She didn't even need to speak, just because she was hostile to the skeleton. The monsters that came out of the summoning gate all rushed towards the skeleton. Many monsters were accidentally swallowed by the quicksand. But it didn't matter. Most of them were still there, drowning the skeleton like a tide. Unfortunately, the skeleton's defense was too strong. With so many white-skinned vascular monsters, they could only scratch it. Wu Tianqing didn't expect the white-skinned vascular monsters to do anything. They were good as cannon fodder. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could still hold the monsters back. At least the skeleton didn't have time to attack the team. The power of the summoning gate was undoubtedly strong. The price of the Legion flow was the rapid loss of mana. Every monster that squeezed out of the door needed to consume Shinruashi's mana. Compared to the white-skinned vascular monster, the white-boned skeleton was much stronger. Each claw could completely tear a white-skinned vascular monster apart. Without the blessing of the demon plant, and without the immortal body, the white-skinned vascular monster was even weaker than the monsters in the ruins journey. Shinruashi secretly thought it was a pity. If the white demon fox's illusion was useful, not only would the mana consumption be less, but the most buggy repair ability could also be given a blessing. Summoning a real monster? This mana can't last too long. Wu Tianqing and Yun Ting exerted their strength in succession, trying to destroy the skeleton. However, they still underestimated the ability of the skeleton. Just after they broke up some of the bone joints, the skeleton reorganized. It was like a broken building block, which was reunited, and the whole team was stunned. The flames were still burning. Seeing the sizzling sound of water falling on the sand, and the boiling sound of blood splashing on the bones, Lu Jie reacted immediately, using the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. The monster's bones might become crispy. The flames were burning on its body all the time, so Wu Tianqing couldn't get close to it. Just when the team returned empty-handed, a large mass of water flow hit the entire skeleton. The intense heat, the cool water source. In an instant, the water source boiled, and a large amount of steam spread. Instantly, a series of bone sounds were heard, and the white skeleton rolled on the ground in pain. It is a silent monster, unable to make a sound, and can only roll and struggle on the ground to express its pain. Seeing this, Lu Jie condensed more water flow, as if pouring water into the burning charcoal pile. Seeing this scene, the little mink also condensed a water flow in his mouth to help the team put out the fire. After all, it has been fed for so long. The little mink should take the initiative to do something. A large amount of cold water was poured down, and the skeleton of the skeleton was smoking. The water boiled the moment it touched the skeleton, which showed how hot the skeleton was. As it rolled, the quicksand gradually engulfed the skeleton. Don't let it run away. Shinruashi didn't want to run out of mana and not get any experience. Seeing it trying to run away, she spoke up immediately. A green light flashed in Lu Jie's eyes, and suddenly several thick vines sprang out from the sand, lifting the skeleton into the air. However, the flames were still burning, and even with water to put out the fire, the vines still ignited. The vines are almost burned out. It's up to you guys. Lu Jie has greatly reduced the defense of the skeleton. At this time, the task of killing was given to the team member with the strongest single-target killing power, Yun Ting. Wu Tianqing's silver light could not break the blood-colored shield, but Yun Ting's laser eyes could. He was the strongest in single-target killing power, unless Wu Tianqing copied the miracle of the silver dragon's shadow. Otherwise, in a normal situation, the warrior still could not beat the assassin in a single-target output competition. A large amount of magic power poured into the eyes, and a dazzling blue ray shot into the sky. The terrifying laser ray finally penetrated the skeleton, crushing the entire skeleton into powder. At the same time, the vine was also burned through by the flames, breaking like a dead tree, and turning into dust. Black dust was floating in the air, ashes, which were once flames. The white lion skeleton is dead, experience plus 1000, gold plus 500 monsters in the new map, strong combat power, and many things are dropped. It's a pity, at level 20, the experience is multiplied by 7 times. You need 1470 experience points to reach level 21. Desert Fire map. Can't all the monsters be bones? If we use water to kill them all, wouldn't it be a standard killing? Just after leaving the road, several members of the team were like being roasted in a steamer. Everyone's face was red, and they were sweating profusely. Let's go back to the road first. I can't stand it anymore. Shinruashi was the first to complain. She had the highest mana loss among all the people present, and she was tired and uncomfortable. In addition to her, everyone else was not feeling well either, and they all decided to go back to the road quickly. The most terrifying thing about the desert map might not be the monsters, but the bad weather. The scorching sun in the sky continued to scorch the earth, and the sand in the desert ignited flames. Even without monsters, the player's health was also decreasing bit by bit. Hiding back in the car, reading the bar and washing up, the team's tense nerves relaxed, and they were so tired that they could hardly open their eyes. It was like sweating too much under the scorching sun. and the whole person was a little drowsy. Wu Tianqing meditated for a long time before he regained his spirit, and opened the game panel to see the situation of the desert journey. The ruins journey and the fog journey seemed to have specific meanings. What about the desert journey? Is there one too? Chapter 240, Desert of the Human Heart. Perhaps it was because the weather was too hot, the people in the car were very tired. Since entering the new game map, the vitality of the players has disappeared. How to describe this feeling? It seems that I have not done anything, but I feel very tired. Wu Tianqing forced himself to open the game panel, watching the barrage of comments sliding by tiredly. I remember that the third map was a desert journey. This journey is a race-specific map, very race-specific. The desert journey of each race is different. What will the desert journey of humans be like? Although the themes of the journeys are different, there are always similar rules. There are some good disposable props in the desert journey, but among these gold sands, there is a giant diamond. It depends on who gets it first. The desert journey of humans is quite unique. The giant diamond is hidden in the mausoleum, looking at the bullet screen, and the mausoleum mentioned in the bullet screen. A key word flashed in Wu Tianqing's mind. Pyramid, yes. Giant diamonds also symbolize treasures, and the treasures in the desert are undoubtedly hidden in the pyramids. If it was before the game came out, Wu Tianqing would not bother to go to the pyramids. With his ability, he would not worry about money, so there was no need to go. But the treasures that burst out of the pyramids in the game are definitely not low-end goods like treasures. Maybe it is a magical artifact like infinite cards, or it may be some exclusive skills. Coincidentally, the skill obtained by the hidden gameplay of the fog map is spiritual vision. With this skill, finding the location of the treasure. Wouldn't it be easy? But for some reason, Wu Tianqing suddenly felt very tired and lazy. He only needed to use the skill in the car, without moving, but he just didn't want to use it, and didn't want to face it. He just felt tired, and there was an indescribable feeling of powerlessness all over his body. It seemed that his soul had been sucked out of him, and he had no interest in anything. For a master of psychological tactics, Wu Tianqing might not be proficient in other scientific knowledge, but he was relatively specialized in psychology. This feeling of losing vitality is like having some kind of psychological illness. Something is wrong. Wu Tianqing opened his slightly narrowed eyes and checked the expressions of the team members. Their micro-expressions told him that he was not the only one who fell into this mental state. Obviously, everyone was enjoying the air conditioning in the car, and there were all kinds of drinks and fruits. But at this time, everyone's expression seemed very depressed. Even the delicious food tasted like chewing wax. It was as if everyone was trapped in the quagmire, trying hard to struggle, but only sinking deeper. And no one could escape. What on earth is going on, alas? In the car, Chen Ruoshi suddenly sighed feebly, but it seemed like a switch was turned on. Everyone sighed, and no one knew what was wrong with them. I really want to give up. I really want to lie down. I'm so tired. I don't know why. I'm in a bad mood all of a sudden. My period hasn't come yet. Why am I so upset? Everyone complained at the same time, feeling worse than a dog. How can people be so tired at every age? I don't know. I'll just eat and wait for death. I'm really tired. I don't want to fight anymore. It seems to be fine like this. For some reason, Wu Tianqing felt particularly empathetic to this state. The energy and vitality in his body seemed to be drained in an instant. There were obviously no monsters around. Why was his mental state so low? As he thought about it, Wu Tianqing suddenly felt that thinking became particularly tiring, and even his thoughts became a little sluggish. It felt like he hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and he didn't think about anything, and just wanted to rest. Realizing that something was wrong, Wu Tianqing forced himself to sit up straight, and be alert to the latest emotional state. Since everyone was in a safe environment at this time, the others fell asleep while talking. Still awake, Wu Tianqing was the only one left. Wu Tianqing tried to cheer himself up, checking the comments on the panel. Fell asleep. So quickly, only Wu Tianqing was still holding on, being able to kill the demon plant. I thought humans were so noble, but it turns out they are just like this. I overestimated humans. Some individuals of humans are very powerful, but why is the group in such a mental state? It seems that they are worse than many intelligent races. This has nothing to do with talent, nor does it mean to belittle humans. But how could this be? To some extent. The desert symbolizes the heart of the race. The desert of human heart will determine the spiritual environment of the desert journey. The state of the entire race will be reflected in the desert. The worse the state of the race, the worse the spiritual environment of the desert. Among humans, the death squad at the top of the pyramid fought a monster in less than half a day and fell asleep because of exhaustion. This is outrageous. In this case, if the team is not too weak, then the spiritual environment is too bad. Wu Tianqing's team is strong and obvious to all. The only possibility left is that the bad spiritual environment of the desert has reached a very scary level. This cannot be blamed on the journey game for bringing humans in, which will become like this. The spiritual environment of the desert journey has already determined the spiritual environment of the desert before bringing humans in. Resisting the sleepiness, Wu Tianqing's whites have already had some bloodshot. He really needed to rest. He forced himself to open his eyes to look at the game panel, because he was afraid that if he closed his eyes, he would fall asleep. The content of the interstellar netizens' conversations made Wu Tianqing's scalp tingle. The latest environment is no longer the kind of environment similar to the demon plant, where you can see through the truth and visualize it, but some kind of indescribable spiritual environment. When the spiritual environment is linked to the human heart, the difficulty of survival in this terrifying environment will be even more difficult than in the foggy environment. After traveling to so many places in these years, the desert of human heart is so vast that even he can't see the end at a glance. Let alone these chaotic war-torn areas. Even in those peaceful areas, people may not live happily. Wu Tianqing, go to sleep quickly, don't hold on. In this kind of mental environment, there is no other way to relieve fatigue, you can only recover through rest. It seems that, on this journey, players will have to sleep for a long time. He must have found something unusual, and wanted to find out the abnormality. Desert environment and foggy environment are two different concepts. It is impossible to change anything by killing some monsters. Don't look for it. Even if you are a god of mankind, you cannot change the hearts of mankind. I did not expect that the mental state of the general public would be so bad. However, the general public cannot be blamed under normal circumstances. No one can tell who to blame. Alas, Wu Tianqing could only sigh helplessly, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in the driver's seat. Chapter 241 The Failed Player slept through the night. The team fell asleep in the morning due to exhaustion, but they didn't wake up until the evening. They really couldn't sleep until the evening. When they woke up, they were surrounded by a desperate loneliness. Even if they recovered a little energy, it would disappear in an instant. When they just woke up, even if they were hungry, they still felt sleepy. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of food, the mental fatigue made everyone subconsciously refuse to think. Wu Tianqing had to remind them. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Why are we so tired? For smart people, they all wake up at 1 o'clock. The brain that originally refused to think, under the guidance of Wu Tianqing, soon found something wrong. Xiongbiao wanted to deal with it and continue to sleep and rest. But when he thought that he was not the one being hugged, but the one hugging, he immediately shut up and did not dare to deal with it casually. After waking up, the team members also realized the real harshness of the desert journey. But in this environment, what can they change? Xiongbiao wanted to meditate and rest for a while, but suddenly thought of something. Micro nameplate. Micro nameplate can defend against toxins, parasitism, and other micro-invasion skills. Can it defend against mental invasion? Thinking of this, Xiongbiao resisted the sleepiness and used it on himself, and immediately became energetic. Then, he immediately used his skills on the entire team. With the blessing of the micro nameplate, the team's mental state improved immediately. It was only a little better, and the mental burden was still increasing bit by bit, and they had to recover through sleep soon. Mental, psychological invasion is not considered a micro-invasion. The micro nameplate only touched a little bit, and the defensive effect was extremely limited. But it was enough. The moment the spirit was lifted, the brains of the team members immediately became flexible. It must be the desert environment. I can feel that my brain thinking is being suppressed little by little, and it will only be better when I wake up. Some kind of mental environment. Wu Tianqing didn't even need to say it. The team members could guess the predicament of the desert by themselves. For brain workers, work efficiency and mental state are closely linked. Realizing that her mental state was not good, Lu Ji knew that she could not take on the position of captain this time. She could not stay awake all the time. Wu Tianqing had to lead the team in person on this desert trip, and do it himself. Only he could lead everyone to survive. What Lu Jie could think of, Wu Tianqing could do. He took on this responsibility without hesitation, and used his spiritual vision to check the location of the pyramid. With the blessing of the micro nameplate, Wu Tianqing will take the initiative to explore the unknown. Once fatigue accumulates to a certain extent, he doesn't want to do anything, and is too lazy to explore the unknown. With a spiritual vision skill, Wu Tianqing quickly found the direction of the pyramid. There are many pyramids, and the treasure is in the largest pyramid. There are many levels, mechanisms, and secret passages, and all of them can be seen. This is the abnormality of spiritual vision. If there is no bad spiritual environment, I am afraid this journey will be particularly easy. But the mental environment is eroding every moment. Even with the blessing of the micro nameplate, as the mana is depleted, the physical strength decreases, the mental state also declines very quickly. After watching for a long time, after remembering the direction as much as possible, the skill is immediately interrupted. Wu Tianqing's brain becomes extremely drowsy. Memory consumes brain power. When the brain is working, the spirit will decline. Take a rest today. In this state, it is impossible to go out to fight monsters again. Wu Tianqing said this, and the team breathed a sigh of relief. Although the spirit has recovered a little, it is already evening. Going out at this time, the wild monsters begin to gain the blessing of the night, and their combat power increases, and it takes a lot of concentration to fight. After eating and drinking enough, I have slept for so long, and I can be awake for a while. The team members chatted casually, but Wu Tianqing's attention shifted to the panel. He did not look at the barrage prompts, but looked at the regional channel. In the regional channel, try to maintain a harmonious situation as much as possible. Wu Tianqing scrolled up, and originally saw some people complaining, and then someone quickly stood up to block his mouth, and told him not to spread negative energy. It seems that as long as you complain, you are spreading negative energy. It seems that excellent people just keep suppressing themselves. Many people died in the regional channel. However, there are more people who don't talk. Only a few people maintain the heat of the regional channel, which looks harmonious and stable on the surface. After looking at the harmonious chat records, he looked out the window again. Even if the night comes, the fire is still burning. Wu Tianqing suddenly felt a little lost. At the same time, in the Journey of Ruins, a player who failed in the competition in the Golden Temple stood on the rooftop. His hands were torn off, and green fluid similar to that of insects flowed out. Looking at the gloomy evening, he suddenly sent a message in the regional channel without thinking. Good night, world. Going to bed so early? Good night. Good night. It was only evening. Why would anyone go to bed at this time? No one heard the hidden meaning of his words. And even the good night was said very perfunctorily, as if the sound he made to the outside world was just some kind of noise. Standing on the top of the tall building, everything below was extremely small. Looking at the contact's name on the panel, he fell into pain and entanglement again. He didn't want to go against the expectations of his family, and never spoke no matter how tired he was. He only knew to work hard, and hid all the pain in his heart. Because every time he said he was tired, others would only say, "Who in this society is not tired?" In the adult world, there is no such thing as easy. Gradually, he became numb. He hasn't spoken for a long time. Others think he is very strong, and he thinks so too. He sneered at the so-called loneliness levels on the internet, thinking that they were hypocritical. But now, he failed. Completely failed. Even the pattern on the back of his hand was dim. His strength was like a shell, like an eggshell, which could not be crushed no matter how hard he held it. But he only needed to tap lightly at one point, and the fragile strength would be shattered immediately. He would not fail. But for some reason, while competing and fighting, he accidentally saw a certain alienated player. His alienated creature just happened to look like the stuffed toy gift he received as a child. Extreme strength also represents extreme fragility. That moment of breakdown and distraction led to his failure, and even his hands were torn off. He was already a useless person. He couldn't support a family. Even so, he seemed to have lost his language ability, and couldn't talk to others. Despair of life gradually overcame fear of death. He was like a machine, busy endlessly, seemingly unable to stop. When he stopped, it was also the time when he broke down. However, just when he was about to say goodbye to the whole world, he never expected that, in the regional channel, a different voice of the god of death appeared. Chapter 242 End. Wu Tianqing's emotional catharsis is not a sign of weakness. Sensibility does not make you inferior to others. And rationality is not the basis of being a human being. If you are unhappy, just say it out. And vent it out. As long as you don't hurt others. You are not spreading negative energy. You are just saving yourself. You don't need to live according to the standards of most people. Nor do you need to be happy according to the standards of happiness. Other people's expectations are nothing. So what if you disappoint them? Don't wear a strong and optimistic mask and live a dark life. The failed player didn't expect that the god of death would suddenly appear and speak to his heart. Obviously, he couldn't speak anymore. But there were still people who could understand him. He hadn't cried for a long time. No matter how bad the environment was, he didn't cry. But the moment someone could understand his grievance, his tears were like a faucet that opened the gate, pouring out crazily. An adult's collapse happened in an instant. He cried. He didn't know why he was transformed into an insect monster. Compared with the beast-oriented alienated players, insects were really too weak. Even though he was a relatively strong player among insect monsters, he still accidentally had his hands torn off. He was really too tired. No matter how hard he tried, he seemed to be a waste in the eyes of others. He cried and fell asleep on the rooftop of the ruins. Thank you, God of Death. Besides him, there are many people like him. What he didn't know was that after he fell asleep, the flesh and blood at the broken shoulder was wriggling and growing. Bugs are indeed weak, but their vitality is extremely tenacious. Even if they start from a small beginning, they can still flourish. No one knows that the Zerg is also a powerful civilized race. That is one of the strongest races, even stronger than the demon plants. Wu Tianqing had no idea what would happen to the players who entered the Golden Temple. He only knew that the spiritual environment of this desert journey was really fucking difficult. People, please live a happier life. If you are not happy, it is actually Wu Tianqing who is suffering? It is outrageous. Wu Tianqing not only sent this passage to the regional channel, but also to the general human group. Most people in the general human group were muted, and only a few could speak freely. Of course, people with this kind of authority cannot speak at will, and Wu Tianqing is one of the few people, and is also a privilege given to him by the human race who invited him to join. When a paragraph was sent out, it seemed to have nothing to do with the journey game, but it really heard the voice of the lower class. Countless people at the bottom looked at this paragraph in a trance, and never thought that the high and mighty god of death would actually say such words. Once many people stand in a high position, they can't see the ground clearly, and can't hear the voice from the ground. But Wu Tianqing, who is regarded as a god of mankind, seems to understand them better than they themselves. He can truly understand the feelings of these people, and can accurately pry open their thorny shells. Many people's eyes are wet, and they don't know what to say for a while. Some people even regard Wu Tianqing as a great man. However, if one day, Wu Tianqing is asked what he thinks of great men, he does not think he is a great man. He is just an ordinary person with flesh and blood, just like everyone else. The reason why he can empathize and understand people is simply that he does not have an arrogant mentality, and has the most basic empathy as a human being. That's all. After saying this, Wu Tianqing half raised his eyelids and looked out the window tiredly. I don't know if it was his illusion, but the flames burning at night seemed to be slightly extinguished. It may be the night's credit. After watching the flames for a while, Wu Tianqing did not continue to watch the news on the regional channel, but turned to look at the game panel. When you are in a new map, old players should reveal some news. I hope to see new useful information. I don't know if it's my illusion, but the resentment in the desert journey seems to have decreased a little. It doesn't look obvious, but it is indeed a little less. There is no oasis in this desert. This is too difficult. Wu Tianqing, you have killed the demon plant, so you could also create an oasis in the desert journey. It's so funny. Do you think the god of death is omnipotent? Don't even think about an oasis. It's impossible. Other races may have a little possibility, but humans are the least likely. Look at this. How far the flames have burned. Such a big fire. It's good that you didn't get burned to death, and you still want to create an oasis. Oasis? Seeing this, Wu Tianqing is really helpless this time, although he thought so during the fog journey. But that's different. These are two different natures. The fog kills the demon plants after all. As long as the fighting power is strong enough, it can change the environment for the first time. This is a desert, or a spiritual environment, a desert of people's hearts. No matter how strong his fighting power is, it's useless. No matter how strong his mouth is, if he can't change people's current situation, it's useless. No matter what you do, it's useless. The desert of human hearts. If there are only one or two people, maybe you can plant some trees. The heart of the whole race. He is not Gaia, the symbol of light and hope. Continue to read the barrage. I hope to see something useful. Maybe Wu Tianqing's prayer moved the heaven, And the StarCraft netizens finally talked about the treasure in the pyramid. Since he has a spiritual vision, the game will not let him take advantage of it. In his vision, after seeing through the crisis of the pyramid cannot threaten him. How can such an obvious bug appear in the game? Obviously, Wu Tianqing didn't believe it. He wanted to know where the real danger came from. You said, can Wu Tianqing get the treasure in the mausoleum? These mausoleums have a nice name among humans, something like pyramids used to bury pharaohs. As long as he can find the pyramids, he should be able to get the treasure. After all, he is the racial god who killed the demon plant. If he can't get it, no one else can get it. In fact, the most difficult thing is not to find the treasure, but to dare to take it. If you take someone else's things, you will be retaliated. The stone tablet next to the treasure. Translated as if you don't covet the pharaoh's treasure, how can you bear its curse? It seems to make sense. So, will the death squad greedily take the treasure? Greed? Seeing this, Wu Tianqing almost laughed out loud. Not only will he take it, he will also plunder everything in the pyramid. It's so funny. This is called greed. And curse. He said it as if he would be afraid. Didn't the pharaoh's treasure also come from exploitation? So the pharaoh plundered others without paying a price, but others who took what he plundered had to bear the curse? What kind of curse do you dare to cast? I'll dig up your grave and scatter your ashes. I made up my mind to dig the grave at dawn. Wu Tianqing's story continues, in places that people can't see, and keeps moving forward. One day, he will go through one journey after another, and lead people to the universe, leaving a miracle of human civilization in the history of the universe.